Is why do you always want to get in my lap right before I start streaming? Ah! I was sitting here earlier and you didn't want to get in it, but now that I need my lap. Oh, that was a short walking. This is good. Oh god, he's purring really loud. Sorry if y'all can hear that. I'm not even scratching him right now. I don't know why he's so content. I mean, that's a good thing, but... Laps are crack. Cat crack, basically. Oh, hi, Tommy. Okay, so I can't... I'm having... He's sitting where I normally have my tablet. Which has the fac on it, so we're gonna try to balance this. How are you doing, Tommy? I'm trying to... He will eventually get off because he gets hot, but... See how long it takes. So, I have entirely too much money right now, as... We're not gonna talk about this. I just... I was grinding and I got a little carried away, although you can't really grind levels of this game, but... Actually... I lied. What lo- Hold on, I'm checking something. Just kidding, you can grind them. You kind of can, yeah. Okay, we're not gonna pay attention. Oh, your cats are chilling? That's good, Tommy. Alright. Oh, God. I'm gonna... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. This is basically background history for you. I don't know, Ryan. I'm sure something will come up, but how are you doing? Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to... I have a cat and a tablet in my lap. I'm supposed to have a pillow there, but it's okay. I'm trying here. You make it sound like I have, like, my topics pre-planned. Okay, I don't. They just come up. I don't know if that's better or worse than having it planned. Alright, background info. Donrun was stolen. And my sister's about to take a bath, apparently. I was about to try to feed the cat. That's the wrong game. That's Grace's. In-game kitty. Talk to me. Oh, typical merchant. Alright. Where am I supposed to... let's steal some treasure. Okay. I like stealing. That's always fun. It's not stealing if nobody's watching it, right? Okay, the thing that I found a sunbeam piece and is not mentioned in the fact. I don't know. Okay, Cat, you know what? Since you're gonna sit there, I'm putting the tablet on top of you. It's not animal abuse. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, the fact does not mention this piece. Well. Either that or it's mislabeled. What? Okay. Anyway, maybe I should just look around on my own then. I'm just gonna do this old schooly way. Old schooly way. Check all the buildings. Okay, that was mentioned. It literally doesn't say anything about the sun. Okay. Okay, that was their hit. North from that building, walk through the archway and turn west. Okay, I guess he just missed that piece. Okay, there's supposed to be glass slippers up here because I want to be Cinderella today. Continue along the shoreline to the east. There's a cape. There's a cape over here. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. There are 2 puppies over here. I'm not impressed with the barking sound. Yeah, you all right. This looks like a husky and a... I would say a husky, but the tail's wrong. Yeah, a husky and a lab. No, it's not really a lab. Excuse me. Sheep. Well, I mean, my guess would be Shiba, but I'm just pushing this door. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Sorry. Walk south to the pier. Can I walk south from here, or do I have to go all the way around? Okay. Hi, lady. Avatar. Oh, she just gave me something, didn't she? Oh, I didn't see what she gave me. Oh well. It's okay. Oh. I have no idea what she just gave me. It's okay. I'm too lazy to rewind the stream. A cheesecake! Oh, that was nice of her. That wasn't mentioned in the fact either, though. Maybe I should be talking to more people. So, like, some facts are, speaking of fact writing, the ones that are based on the Japanese strategy guides, which I believe I've mentioned this before, the ones that are, like, literally, like, 200 or 300 pages usually per RPG, those are usually pretty well written because those things have, like, those strategy guides have everything in them. I think this one was done on on experience, though, which, the ones I looked at, though, this was the best one. I might have to... Oh, Giz finally got up. Thank you. I might have to look, because this happened with Xenosaga episode 3 too. I started with one fact and I ended up switching because I noticed that there were too many things missing. But it's okay. I'm not knocking the fact writer. I actually haven't had any tea the past couple of days, Tommy. I've been drinking coffee. Which is a terrible time. This is a terrible, absolutely terrible time to make the decision to switch to coffee because coffee's getting super stupidly expensive, but I just decided I want to have coffee all the time. Oh god. Okay, so I bought some jerky. Speaking of random tangents, I don't know if you guys have ever bought the jerky where it's like 2 types of jerky mixed in the same bag. Well, I bought one of those because it was marked down. And it's like Jack Link's or whatever, which is a pretty well-known jerky company. Anyway, this bag has like habanero flavor in it, and then mango. And they look the same. Like, I can't tell which piece has what, and I'm not gonna sit here and sniff all this shit. So, I've just been like randomly grabbing pieces from the bag, and like, the habanero is a little bit on the hot side for me. So I would call it an unpleasant surprise. I was just like, I wish they had put like 2 complementary flavors together. Like, the mango's slightly sweet, so like teriyaki would have been nice. Or even black pepper. Black pepper would have been okay, but no. I think this is why they're having trouble selling it though, because like, I know some people really like having 2 completely different tastes in the same bag, but I would like to at least be able to tell them apart if you're going to do that. So... I just got the habanero paste though. Oh god. Mango coffee. Okay, that's new. I'm not a coffee connoisseur or anything. I am a little snobby. I do drink it French press, but the actual coffee, like, I just get your typical Colombian medium roast. I don't usually get the flavor stuff. I do pour a little bit of vanilla in my coffee, though. Just a little bit. Okay. Ugh. Well, yeah, it's just... And, like, the thing is, like, even the habanero pieces, there's variations in, like, how hot it is. So sometimes it's, like, mild, and then sometimes it's just, like, the whole goddamn pepper in, like, 1 square, like, millimeter of the jerky. I don't know if that's normal or if I just I don't know. Oh, anyway, back to the story. Darn Rune got stolen 2 years ago. And I'm supposed to sit here and take a bath. Well, not me. Lindsley. Princess is supposed to take a bath. Ugh, okay. My tongue is tingling. Simply enter that room and then come right back out again. You're drinking cold coffee? I don't mind cold coffee, but I'm not gonna lie, I usually drink it hot. Well, it took me like 4 brews though to figure out how I wanted my coffee brewed, because apparently I like it a little bit on the dilute side. But my taste must have changed, because I used to put like god-awful amounts of sugar and cream in there, and actually, so it's like what, a 2-cup, I use like a 2-cup mug. I put I think it's the equivalent of 1 tablespoon of sugar in there, and then like just enough milk to cover the bottom, and the rest of it's coffee. But I only use like half the concentration that says on the bag, so not too bad. But yeah, I usually drink my beverages hot. So, like, my tea's usually warm. Usually my tea's hot. My coffee's hot. And even, like, stuff like colas and sodas, I usually drink those. Not hot, but, like, usually room temp. Which apparently is, like, a European thing, but for some reason, I don't know. See, this is another habanero peach, but this one's not nearly as spicy. I gotta give up. That's good, Tommy. Soda's really bad for you. It's just... it's a convenient source of caffeine, especially when I'm driving, because I can just, like, take the can with me, but... That's like part of the reason why I switched to coffee. I'm gonna try to take a coffee thing with me instead. Okay. Why is everyone doubting that? I'm surprised she didn't have to go with Sileads to go with. I'm surprised she didn't have to go with Arstadt to this stuff. Well, they just go in there. She really asked me to go in there with him? With her? Oh, that's good, Summer. I actually don't drink as much soda as most people. I probably average a Coke every 2 to 3 days. So, that's actually pretty low. Again, usually when I'm driving, but I did used to drink it when I was playing COD, but I'm gonna try to do tea and coffee instead. Convenience is not a good reason for anything. Especially when it has poor health outcomes. I'll protect her. And Sileads. Oh yes, I believe you meet somebody in here.
The Dawn Rune used to be here. You know, now that I think about it, it seems like a lot of things started going haywire after the Dawn Rune disappeared. If only we knew where...
Have you still not found it? The Dawn Rune. Have you found it or not?
To be fair, she could barbecue all three of us at this point. Ah, hi, True Light. We'll get back to Arstadt in a minute.
I asked you a question. Now answer.
He asked you who you are. You're the one who'd better answer. The whereabouts of the Dawn Rune are still unknown. Happy now?
That's what happens when incompetents are left in charge.
Stop right there! Do you know who we are? How dare you insult the royal family of Falena like that?
A royal family that can't even keep track of the runes that are symbols of its country? Don't make me laugh.
What? Wait! Let me go! She's not walking away without a punishment! Leave her be, Lim. There's something really creepy about her. No! You're not in charge here! Come on! We're going after her!
Lim is super spoiled, truly. I don't know if I mentioned that before. She's kind of a... Well, okay, she starts out as your typical pampered princess. She does get better later. But she is only 14. Sherry is a little bit older than her. I mean, she is a princess, okay, but let's be real. I mean, I'm a prince, so I get to act like a spoiled little bitch too. No, I'm kidding, you don't. She's about to get a nice rude awakening, Mom. Yeah, she is better later though. I mean, but you're not gonna see this till like. Well, the rate I'm going, it's gonna be like 4 weeks later, but she gets better. The idea is that Freydor, the main character, takes after his mom, Arstadt, and then Limslia is supposedly takes after her dad, Farid, so... Well, you'll see what happens, but, basically, she's gonna go from spoiled princess to semi-figurehead queen. Actually, a figurehead queen in basically almost everything. Tomboy princess. No. See, they can't kill her because she's the next in line to be queen. That's kind of the problem. If it was that simple, she would be dead by now. They need her. This is politics, True Light. We gotta do this. We gotta do this, the subtle way, right? This lady just disappeared somehow through the door. She went through the door, but then she didn't actually go through the door. I was thinking the wrong Richard trilogy. You're talking about Richard from Graces. Okay. There's a Richard in this game too, by the way. So that's the one thing about Suikoden games. There's probably a character in one of the Suikoden games that is similar to a character in another damn game because they use so many goddamn names. I mean, well, this is a queendom, and it does stay a queendom at the end of the game. And as far as I'm aware, it stays a queendom the entire Suikoden series. They talk about this in Suikoden 2, and it's still a queendom, apparently, so... You drink a Red Bull again. Oh, yeah, you know, try not to drink... Those energy sodas are actually worse than a normal soda, if you ask me, Tommy, so try not to drink them unless you need it. Okay, you can't have a game that has all likable character, okay? That's not how RPGs work. Somebody has to be the fall dude or lady, or... At least, you know, at least Lindsay is not ugly all the time. I didn't like Tales of the Abyss at first because Luke is always in your goddamn party. Like, you literally can't get rid of him. So, it was super annoying at first because... God, he was way worse than Lynn, if you ask me. I draw the line at animal abuse too, like seriously. What a dingle bottom. I mean, they acted like Lindsay was like hallucinating or something. He's just making sure, did all three of you see this person, or was it just the little lady? No, this person apparently can just warp. Because you see her mysteriously pop around everywhere. No, I like Tales of the... So, I'm not gonna lie, Jade's my favorite character. He's one of my favorite Tales characters in general. And I'm talking about, like, in and out of battle, so he's great. He's got a great personality, but he's also really good in battle, too. Which is kind of a rare combination. But... like I said, Luke, in particular, like, the first, like... I would say 5 hours of the game, he's just, like, really insufferable. And, like, I know there's, like, a reason for it, but, like, still. Like, I can see why Ash the Bloody is so bitter. I totally understood that once they explained the connection. Yeah, I mean, there's usually one character that's just low-key annoying. Either they're intentionally made that way, or they just kind of end up being that way. But watching them interact with the other characters is what makes things interesting, right? Even if you don't like the character. Even if you don't like the character, watching them interact with characters that you do like adds a little, like, what do you call it? Depth to the game. Which, again, the actual characters in Tales games are usually not that good, but it's like the interaction between them that's interesting. And then, of course, the battle systems, usually the battle system. See, maybe I didn't play enough of Legendia. I played about... I think according to the fact, I was about halfway through the game. I didn't really like anyone in Legendia besides Norma. And, like, Grim was, like, kind of... Like, I could see what they were trying to do with her, but it didn't work for me. But the battle system was a huge flop. Now, the music was beautiful. That was the best part of the game. Love the music in Legendia. I kind of wish they'd done that, like, continued with that style. But they went back to Sakuraba after that for some reason. But just not my type of game. Yeah, I don't particularly like Carol. Well, sorry, Carol from Vesperia, because there's Johnny from Tales of Destiny, but, he got renamed Carol. He's super, super confusing. I don't particularly like Carol, but it's also because I'm not a big fan of, like, kid characters, and I say this, and I'm translated a game that had a kid character, too, but to be fair, Mao's actually pretty damn mature, considering he's the kid character in the game. Rebirth kind of has what I'd call a more mature cast because of just the setting. You don't really have... Mao and Titri are probably the two goofiest, too, in the group, and even then, they have very, very serious moments, too. But I'm just not big on, like, I don't particularly like Annis. I mean, she's okay, but, like, you know. And then, what are some other kid? There was that, oh god, what was that little girl's name from, Exilia? She wasn't bad, because she's, like, super quiet, but, like, I can't even remember her name, that's how much of an impact she left on me. When Suikoden 4, I'm not gonna lie, bro, I don't even know where my copy of Suikoden 4 is, and I'm not gonna look for it either. Don't care. This game, this is actually like a really long game, especially with the way I'm dragging it out. It's gonna be super longer, but which is funny because like the first Suikoden was like, I think it was like 6 to 8 hours. Even on a casual playthrough, it's like 6 to 8 hours, and if you like speedrun it, it's like 2 or 3. And then like they just like progressively got longer. I don't know if you'd consider Sophie the kid character, though. Because, I mean, if you want to talk about Kid Asbel and Kid Hubert, like, they were definitely kids, right? Sophie's, I don't know if you'd call her a kid character. She's, like, the innocent character, right? But, you actually, like, I'm just saying that because you actually had a childhood arc in Grace's, right? So, if they didn't have that, yes, I guess you could maybe possibly count her as kid, but I ain't suffering through Suikoden 4, okay? I have enough problems as it is, okay? That's one of those things, like, I think I legit wouldn't play it unless somebody donated actual money, and I'm not even gonna ask for that shit, because that's like 40, how long is that game? It's like 30, 40 hours of, like, me pulling my hair out. I really don't even know if it's worth it. Even with the donation, I don't know if it's, and I don't even know if I have the game, to be honest. I legit don't know where my game is. That's how little I care about it. Don't bother yourself with such extraneous trifles. Jolanda. Okay, so Jolanda in the game, Valkyrie profile, like the actual battle part, she's actually pretty good because you get her really early on and she has heal, which is super useful. And Firestorm like builds up the meter like real, which early on in the game you can't do that. Her personality, yeah, she's a spoiled princess, but I'll give her a pass. I can review the game while I play. See, I already did this. See, the thing is, I already went through this, okay? I played Xenosaga Episode 2, okay? I don't know if you saw me when I was streaming that. I don't like that game. I only did it because it was part of a trilogy, and it would be really awkward if I just skipped over it, and I did technically own it. If I just, like, mysteriously couldn't find it or whatever, I would just be like, go check on YouTube, but I did have it. To be fair, the battle system, I did a little better this time around, because I guess experience helped, but it's still, like, one of those things, like, I can see, like, it still didn't age well. Suikoden 4 is technically a separate game. Now, if I was planning to play Tactics, it's different, because that directly ties in, but no, okay. Anyway, I'm not playing Suikoden 4 before I finish this, though, I can tell you that right now. Why don't you people play Suikoden 4 and y'all stream it? I know all about how y'all tortured the streamers to play awful games. Okay, I'm well aware of that, but it's usually because somebody paid a large amount of money for them to suffer. That's why. I was actually low-key tempted to do like a, what do you call it? They had, like, those gaming sim series. They never do RPGs, though. They usually do, like, shorter games, like Last of Us or whatever. If I started doing that for RPGs, God, I would just have hours and hours of footage of me just ripping shit apart. Which I don't even think that would be... I don't even know if that's entertaining, per se. But, anyway. If I was gonna pick a game to do that with... You know what I might do? Have you guys heard of Chaos Wars? That game is like the world's worst dub. As it turns out, I actually have that game. I forgot I bought it. This is how my brain works. Like, if it's terrible, I just, like, completely gloss it over. So, that game's voice acting is so bad. So I might consider streaming it. I haven't actually played the game before. I just see clips on YouTube. I don't know. So I did buy Tactics, but I'm actually not sure if I still have it. And I haven't played Tactics either, so that would be a completely new experience for me. I do know that it is like, it's like 10 years, it takes place like 10 years after 4 or something like that. It is actually tied in. Star Ocean. So, I have the remake of Star Ocean 1, Run. That's actually on my PlayStation 5. And then I have the original Star Ocean 2. I didn't buy the remake. I don't have any of the other Star Oceans. Or if I have them, they're on consoles that I don't actually own, which, don't ask me how that happened. So, will you stop? No. Oh, so you know what Chaos Wars is, the true life. Oh, you played it many times. What the hell's wrong with you? Did you switch it? Did you switch it to the Japanese dub? Because I heard the Japanese voice acting is fine. It's just the English. And I've heard clips on YouTube, and I'm just like, oh my god. I'm not kidding. I could probably do a better dub while I'm sleeping than those people were doing. Now, see, if I'm gonna play Chaos Wars, it's literally just to make fun of the damn game. I'm not gonna sit there and try to figure out the battle system and shit. I'm literally just gonna... It's great. Because the only voice acting that I remember being that bad in English, like, compared to the clips I saw. So, Shining Force 3 got a pretty bad dub as well. I don't know if you guys have heard that one. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head that's of the similar quality to Chaos Wars. There's actually a couple... Star Ocean 2, the original release, is like a distant third. That also had some... Actually, some of the voice acting was really good. Well, Ashton's voice actor was really good, but some of the lines were just... God. Anyway. Ugh. Yeah, I heard the actual game is very mediocre. Like, from what I heard, Chaos Wars is basically just known for the dub. They said the actual game sucks. Which is a shame, because it has, like, Growlancer characters in it. And freaking Shadowheart's characters in it. Such lost potential. Here, Linda being a pampered princess moment. Oh, how I wanted to find that rude woman and make her grovel in the dust, begging for my forgiveness. She says this while she's smiling. Language is a good game. I just played I got the 1-2 remake, which I'm glad. They actually did a pretty good job. I don't like the artwork style change, but other than that. I haven't played the originals, though, either, so... well. Yes, yeah, if you just like tactical RPGs, it's a good one. It's a little bit on the easy side, but that's fine. That reminds me, I had started streaming Lancaster 2, and then I finished. Yeah, Lancaster's kind of like proto-Growlancer. I can definitely see where they kind of transitioned. Well, I know they basically changed the battle mechanics, but I can see why they changed it too. Because I think it's more I don't hate to say modern, but they basically modernized it. But they did make the game really, really easy, because I went through Lancaster 1. I did all the endings without hiring any troops. And, like, there were a couple battles where it was really, really fucking hard, because it was, like, basically it was, like, 2v, like, 18 or something like that. But, like, it was very manageable otherwise. I was a little bit surprised. I just tried it just for the hell of it. I just didn't hire any troops. I think 2 is gonna be easier because Hein is Hein? 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 I forgot his name. Your little wizard buddy. He's like super OP. So, and you have him like pretty much the entire game. So. So when I went through Lancashire 1, I didn't grind. So I was just playing through the game. I know you can go back and like replay stages. I didn't do that. I literally just went through the game. So I did the A ending first, and then I went down the list to make it a little easier on myself because, as you guys know, which one's the one that's really hellish? The F scenario, I think is the worst one. That one was rough. I'm not gonna lie. That one was really, really rough. So I gave myself one concession. I allowed myself to use summons, and the reason why is because, God, what is her name? I'm having a brain fart. What is Lance's sister's name? She's the worst fucking cleric I have ever fucking seen. Like, she's a white mage character, and she doesn't even come with heal. You have to teach her that. I'm like, you fucking suck. So, I did allow myself to summon, not the Dark Lord summon, the one that has the fucking meteor spell. I didn't allow that because that's cheap as hell. I did allow him and myself to have summons, though, because she's such a shitty-ass healer. I had to summon the little angel summon to have decent healing for that F. Is it F or E? The harder one, which was the 2 of you versus like 3 gods and like all your former teammates. I had to do that because I just couldn't. I couldn't do it without grinding. I would have had to grind in order to like. Yeah, I would have had to grind because there's no way in hell I'd survive that. But it was tricky. It was tricky, but I managed to do it. But yeah, you can definitely do it without grinding and stuff. That's why I said the game is too easy because, again, except for like a handful of battles, and didn't have any problems. And again, if I had troops, it would have been super easy. It's just I chose not to. I have Vandal Hearts. Are you talking about the first one, Ron? So I don't have the second one, I don't think, but I do have the first one. And I don't know what happened to the other game that they released, the third one. I think it was the third one. What did I eat today? I had a salad and we're just gonna call it miso soup. It's not miso soup, but that's the closest thing I can think of to call it that you guys are actually familiar with. So, it's actually, it's basically, I needed to get rid of vegetables that were going bad, and I threw it all in the soup. And I used the miso base. Although sometimes I use doenjang, which is basically Korean miso. That's what I ate, anyway. So the second one, the fact that you move at the same time as the enemy is kind of weird, but the thing is, like, it's basically going to turn into a bunch of trial and error. Like, if I move here, where does the enemy move, right? Or if I move here, where does the enemy move? So, I just find that very tedious. I don't find that very tactical. Like, does that make any sense? So, I don't think I ended up buying it because of that, because I had heard beforehand that was the case, and I'm just like, not a single bit. Oh, I used to beat it all the time without I don't like the Vandalier class, Rod. I know it's super cheap, but he looks like a fucking chicken with armor. I don't... The game is very, very beatable if you keep him as a... What is his... What is, Am I getting this right? Ash? I think the hero's name's Ash. You keep him as a... Oh, shit. What is it? Is it a Paragon? Whatever his final class is before... His last class if you don't collect all the cheap shit. It's very beatable without it. In fact, the first time I played the game, I didn't get the chicken outfit the first time, so... The shield animation. Actually, speaking of things that are super OP, So if you ever play Groundlancer 2, Hans actually ends up being one of the most OP fucking characters in your party if you get the, what is it called, the Rainbow Gem? So if you do the cat lady side quest, this is sounding so weird out of context. If you do there's a cat lady side quest, and it takes like a while to do it, but if you do all of it, she gives you some rainbow something something gem, and it literally like makes it to where Hans can attack anyone pretty much from all over the map. Like he can literally be in the start position and just be hitting like people like literally on the other side. Not quite that much range, but pretty damn close. Like, you might have to move him up, like, maybe just a little bit, and he can start hitting people through walls and shit. It's crazy. Oh, is it Kane? I'm sorry, I don't know why I called him Ash. I don't... I'm really bad with names, by the way, so... The main character dude. Chicken Man. Oh, no, Kane's the enemy, my bad. I mean, the game is, the main thing is, like, later in the game, when you face all the people who have the hit-all spell, I forgot what the name is, basically just clump all your you clump everyone up, make sure you have at least 2, I always have 2 healers, I don't make monks, I just have 2 clerics, and just make sure everyone's bunched up so you can freaking heal, and then just don't stand still, because eventually, if I remember correctly, a lot of them run out of magic. So if you want to be a real weenie, you just sit in your spawn. I say the spawn. You sit in the back. You just wait till they use up all their magic, and then you just move forward. But like this, if you have a bunch of heavy armors, it's different because they get absolutely murked. But I think at the end of the game, as long as you have at least 2, if you have 2 healers, you can keep up with it without losing them. And I think the couple times I played the game, I didn't even make any heavy hitters because later on they're useless. They walk so fucking slow, and there's too many missions where you have to get to point A from A to B in a certain amount of turns, and like they're literally like the game is designed that where yes you can do it with your heavies, but you have to be like really careful. So I think after a while it's just like fuck it, I don't need them anymore. And like what is his name, Clive? Dude, if you make him a heavy, like, one of the missions is, like, super duper duper fucking difficult because of that. So, I learned the hard way, don't do that. Oh, I think I already took Miakis's stuff off, I think. Oh yeah, I stripped that girl. he said stripper, and I'm like, I already did. Okay, so I need to go Lunas. Because I was totally paying attention. Oh, I just walked into this. Let me quickly check and make sure there's nothing in here. No, is it Rainbow? It was Rainbow something. I couldn't remember what I haven't played Groundlancer 2 in like forever. Yeah, it was very, very broken. You do have to do a lot of stuff to get it. It's not something you would just randomly, oh yeah, I just found it. That's not gonna happen. Oh. It's just interesting that they took the, well, I mean, I guess they took the Dawn Rune because it was on their side. But I think the Twilight Rune would be a little more useful for what they were trying to do with it, but whatever. Okay, let me get my... Oh god. Salamander. Oh, I don't remember exactly... Because you see him a lot. So I don't remember exactly which map where. But yeah, because I like those hit-all spells, like, they sound like they're really annoying. Like, I guess it's a problem if you don't have 2 clerics. I always had 2, but like if for some reason you just had 2 monks instead, I could see it being a little difficult, but I mean... I don't know, maybe one day when I get bored, I'll just do a challenge run and have a bunch of weird-ass classes instead of the OP ones. Because, like, in general, I don't like hybrid characters. I like my people to be specialized. I find hybrids, while they're useful in certain situations, I find I get more mileage out of, like, a pure healer or a pure attack person or whatever. I say this and then I play tactics where I can have a freaking... I can freaking have a white mage that hits for, like, 300 damage if I want to. I was supposed to go north, sorry. Oh, who's ambush? Oh, this is the big boy. Come here. I'm, like, level 19. Come bother me. Oh, get out of my way. Now we have gray pork. Why is Sileeds in the front? I need to switch it. Marbled beef from the pork. The pork machine. Position, excuse me. Oh, Esther. I have a malfunction. I would normally have Mikas in the front, but she's kind of naked right now. She's okay right now. Alright, I'm supposed to go north. Oh, look at this big-ass mound, though. Alright, I'm gonna head to that white dot. Well, semi-white dot. Yeah, I mean, the monks were like...
This is amazing! It sure is.
So, this is the holy land of Lunas, huh?
Sparkly water. There is gold in that water, by the way.
Ashtat became queen. It was just as beautiful as ever.
Hey, take a look at this. The water's so sparkly here.
Is there something in the water?
It's gold dust. You can find deposits of gold up the river from here.
I've been waiting for you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Isato. I'm the Oracle's assistant. The Oracle instructed me to come meet you.
I'm looking at the second choice. Yes, we have elves in this world. He also has a... Oh my god, I'm having a brain fart today with the names. Who's that guy from Avatar? The burn mark. Zuko! He's a Zuko scar. Alright, yeah, I mean, I did one time at one of the, so when I first played the game, I didn't know which classes were good, so I basically had one of each class, and I definitely struggled more. The monks just didn't have the same healing. They didn't really hit that hard either, is the thing. And because, like, because that game, you have so many characters on the screen at the same time, like, the likelihood of you needing to actually hit somebody or do damage with your monk or your cleric is very, very low. You normally can't even get that close to them, even with magic, to, like, actually inflict the damage, so, like, just... keep them on healing, dude. That's the same problem I had with the heavies. Like, later on in the game, they move so fucking slow, they're useless. Because everyone else is, like, 5 tiles ahead of them, and they're in the back, which is, unless you get flanked, completely useless, right? So, which does happen. I'm actually not familiar with the front mission, like, the front mission series. I've only played the 3rd one. Which, it was your pretty stereotypical strategy game, but with robots. And I don't really remember much about it. All I remember is, like, there's, like, one decision you make, like, super early in the game, like, the first, like, 10 or 15 minutes, and it affects who you're gonna get in your party. And I was like, oh, I had no idea. It depends on whether your sister's in your group or not, and I was like, oh. Apparently I picked the wrong choice, and she ended up not joining me or whatever. It's okay. The boss. Now I have an elf. Yeah, I mean, it's like most strategy games are, I'm not gonna lie, I mean, they're A weak against B, B weak against C, C weak against A. Sometimes there's a D and an E that the enemy have, you know. Very, very common. Yeah, I literally don't remember the game much at all. Not gonna lie, I played it a long ass time ago. Oh, having problems with this bridge. Excuse me, pigeons. Yeah, so 4 is probably the best. The Wayfarer time. That's probably the best Growlithe. I mean, I didn't play 5 and 6, so a little hard for me to say. But out of the ones we got in English, 4 is definitely the best. It's just weird because we didn't get 1 and 6. We for some reason, I understand why we didn't get 6 because 5 didn't do well, but then we didn't get 1, and I was like, what the hell? So for it's just kind of weird how that happened. I mean, I'll look into it, Ron, but I literally don't know much about. I just know it's literally just robots. I'm getting lost. Okay, I'm supposed to stay on the outside. I think. Ah, here you go. They weren't hidden. I should probably be equipping some of this shit that I'm finding, huh? Magic. Oh, that's magic rating. Oh, wow. What a great defense ring. 1 whole defenses. How OP. Should sell this shit. Alright. I don't know if I couldn't do that on my first run, Ron. I need to know how the game works first.
Oracle, I've brought the princess and the others.
Oh my goodness! I can't believe it! Oh, look how big you've gotten!
I'm being squeezed. Okay, I'm sorry. I meant official English releases, Ron, but yeah, I'm not surprised it was a fan translation. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry. A fan patch, I should say. Glitchy, though. Were the glitches originally in the game, or did the patch introduce those? I mean, I thought this was the better answer between the two. Haha. Honest to God, if they're gonna bring the Rowletcher series back alive, they should bring over 1 first. I know it hasn't aged like super well, but they did bring over 2, which is directly tied to 1. I think it would do better than 6. I mean, well, actually 6 is directly tied to 5, so you're stuck either way. For some reason, they picked the 2 games that were actually directly tied to another game. They chose to not like release those over here, so like we're left scratching our heads. I don't know why they did that. Ah. Is there a big limb running around? This is one of the few RPG series where having silver hair, though, doesn't mean you're automatically evil, which is good. Oh yeah, I really like Urashihara's. I'd probably jacket his name up. I like his art style. The games themselves are not bad. They have unique elements to them, but it's sort of like a I guess you could say it's sort of like a it's like a hybrid between a strategy RPG and not an open world, but like a action sort of, kind of. Like movement-wise, right? Instead of being restricted to squares, you can actually literally pick where you're going. Although that also means you can get stuck on 500 things too. And there's a lot of customization stuff, but it's like nothing actually truly unique about the Growlancer games. They just took a little bit from other series and put them together, but I mean, sometimes that works. Sometimes it works. I mean, the most important thing is the game needs to be fun, right? Yeah, I guess you call it active time strategy thing. I mean, I would argue that, like, it's been done before. Like, for instance, Dragon Quarter does it. Breath of Fire 5 does it. Valkyrie Profile 2 does it. There's been games that those are slightly different styles, but you know. Again, it's how the game plays and how it's presented, right? Even if it has elements that you stole from other things, as long as you put it together well and it plays well, then it's fine. Because, like, people were singing praises about Sword Art Online when it first came out, and it's, I mean, honest to God, it borrowed a lot of crap from other anime series, but hey, it's done well, so I can see why people like it. Yeah, Growlithe, again, depending on which gems you have, you can be stupidly OP. It'd be a little more interesting to do a no... I don't know if we could do this, like a no gem playthrough. I'm sure somebody's done this before. I don't know if you can get all the endings like that. That would be a little tough, but... You know, okay, so... I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't mind Breath of Fire 5. I think it was a risky venture to make that many changes, but I actually like the game overall, except for the fact that they don't explain how the reset system works. What does it call it? SOL? They don't explain that real well. I think if they explained it better, more people would have taken to it. No, it's definitely a Black Sheep run, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's necessarily, like... I think they try to change too many things in the same game, and I think that's what turned people off. That being said, I don't think that should have been enough to kill the series. Like, I think after that, they're just like, nope, no more Breath of Fire until that. We're not talking about Breath of Fire 6. Okay, that was bullshit. That's a cell phone game thing. That got disowned. Okay, that was bullshit. I think what happened was they were like, oh, everyone wants a New Game Plus, because I think, like, so 3, like, had, like, the most basic New Game Plus I've ever seen, and then 4 didn't really have one, so I think they were like, you know what, since New Game Plus is, like, kind of a thing now, let's make the game to where you have to kind of do it, which is not true, you don't have to, but, like, the average player is probably gonna have to do it, right? The game was literally intended to revolve around that system. So they kind of made it mandatory, which I don't think that was a good idea. Then they changed the battle system. I don't personally think it was a bad thing, but yeah, like 6 is fucking disowned. Even they disowned 6, didn't they? That's how bad it was. But I think I said, like, combination of too many decisions in the wrong direction. I think they would have been fine with 6 if they just gone back to more traditional, like, 3 or 4. I think they would have been fine, but for some stupid reason, they're just like, nah. And that being said, except for the dragon mechanics, right? There's actually nothing special about Breath of Fire. The whole thing is like literally the dragon part, right? So it's like, do they do more of the same? Do they keep doing it? You know? Well, see, I think that's so. I kind of see why they nerfed the dragons. So in 1, the dragons were super duper fucking stupidly OP, okay? In 2, the dragons were actually super nerfed. You could really only use them once. I know you could throw fruits at them and shit, but like, it basically, the way it was designed, you use it once, right? And then 3, personally, if you ask me, had the best balance. The dragons were still stupidly OP. But, you know, the fact that there was a transformation cost and a maintenance cost, and the dragons were actually still worth using for the most part, that was fine. 4, they nerfed the dragon form. Yeah, they kept the same system, but honestly, the dragons are just weaker. But I think they did that because they were relying on the combo system more. So basically, I think they just wanted you to use the dragon forms on the bosses, which, honest to God, those are really the only things you should be using the dragon form on, except unless you're grinding party XP. That's a whole other issue, but, hold on. But, oh, screen, come back. Oh, okay, that my adapter farted out. So, I kind of understand, but again, I think it was a little extreme that it literally kills you if you keep using the dragon form too much. It was super duper OP in 5 though. Like when you turn into a dragon, like you literally like 2-shot some of the bosses. Sometimes 1-shot them if you did it right. And when you did turn into a dragon, it smacked. Okay, let's be honest. But yeah, the thing that I thought kind of sucked about 5 is like I understand for storyline purposes, right? You basically had one dragon form. Like all the other games, you had multiple dragons. You know, you could do all sorts of. Nope, you're Odin, or however you pronounce it. Is it supposed to be Odin or Odin? I don't. It's like the Russian word for. Is it the Russian word for one? I don't even know. There's a lot of Russian names in there. No, but the whelps are cute, Ron. The whelps are adorable, okay? Don't make fun of the whelps. Pudge ball. She called me a pudge ball. It's so terrible. So Hazwar's my aunt. No. Yes. Aunt. So she's one of my other aunts. She absolutely loves children, and she can't have children, which is terrible, but it's okay. I mean, I didn't have much trouble in BO. I always call it BO. I didn't have much trouble in Breath of Fire 1. I didn't really necessarily have to grind. Now, sometimes I would accidentally grind because some of the dungeons, and I'm not gonna lie, but some of the dungeons in Breath of Fire 1, fuck those people who designed those. You guys know exactly which ones I'm talking about. So the ones where you, like, there's a couple places where, like, you step on a tile and the room starts spinning and shit. That is boo-boo. And then the ones where, like, you step on one tile and, like, all the walls disappear, and then you have to step on another tile to see the walls again. That was also capital bullshit. I'm just like, oh my god. And you know what? Speaking of Breath of Fire 1, I just found out recently, like in the past couple of months, that you can actually fish in that damn game. Like, I'm not talking about fishing in the wells to get the dragon equipment. I'm talking about, like, actual fishing. Apparently, I never, ever actually... Except for the poison fish. The poison fish I knew about. But I didn't know there were, like, legit fishing spots like there are in the other Breath of Fire games. Apparently, I just never, like, checked the shorelines after that. I was like, oh my god, I didn't even know you could do this. Apparently, not that important. No, but so the reason why the dragons were OP, Ron, is A, you just had a transformation cost. The transformation cost was really, really low, to be honest. Like, it starts at like 10, and I think even Infinity or Agni or whatever the hell they call it, isn't that one only like 50? It's not that much. And you stay like that. And then when you die as a dragon form, you're not even dead. Like, you just turn back into regular blue-haired Ryu. That's super stupidly OP. Like, that shouldn't even be happening. Oh, sorry, I think Infinity... There's one dragon that's more expensive, but I think that's the one I never freaking used, so... yeah, I mean, it was just OP, though. They were OP. Well, see, I say no grind, but, like, what do you mean by no grind? Like, no random encounters? Like, just bosses? Because that's basically a speedrun at that point. Actually, now I think about it, you do have to duel to get some of those dragon forms, so that would be a little bit annoying. Because, like, when you say grinding, like, so for me, when I'm playing a typical JRPG, and I'm going through my dungeon, I just do all the random encounters. I'm not going to go out of my way to get in a random encounter, but as I'm walking around picking up the treasures and making my way through the dungeon, whatever random encounters I have, I just play them. And I just figure most of them are designed that if you do that, by the time you get to the boss, you should be fine. Most of them, okay? There are some exceptions. But if you mean, like, actually, like, running around in circles, like, purposely trying to get levels, that I consider that grinding. If you just mean no random encounters, though, that's something completely different. Well, what the stupid gold dragon was useless because it only worked on undead. That's why I never used that one. Yeah, because I consider that more like a low-level run or a speed run or something. Well, low-level runs and speed runs are not the same thing, but I consider that more of a low-level run. Because, again, like, under most circumstances in an RPG, you're going to have a decent number of battles just getting from point A to point B, even if you know exactly where to go, because that's just the way they're designed. But I think that's, I mean, that's why I just do all the random encounters, and again, normally that's enough to get me through the next section, except in Graces. If you do that, you pump it all the way to Chaos, you're gonna get your ass whooped, apparently, because I tried that. You have to actually grind in that one. But normal, I think I would have been okay. So I think it's bath time. So she's telling me to go away while they make preparation for the bath. Yeah, well, that depends on the Tales game too, right? Because each Tales game, like, the jump and the difficulty is different depending on... Even Team Destiny versus, like, Team Symphonia, they have different scaling and stuff. Well, sometimes it's just, like... Sometimes it's just really shocking. So I think there was one time I was playing through Rebirth, actually. We'll pick on Rebirth. I was playing through Rebirth on Unknown, and I was starting the game like that, like on New Game Plus. No, it wasn't New Game Plus. I think I was just starting it on... I did, like, the new... Well, I did the New Game Plus, but I didn't buy anything in the grade shop. I was doing a fresh start. And, like, you know the first battle with Mao? Like, you're literally just supposed to hit him? The bitch he casts Blazing Hearts on me on Unknown. And I'm just like, oh my god, and I almost died. In that first battle, because I'm just like, what the hell? Because normally he doesn't cast magic, right? No, he knows fucking Blazing Hearts in the first battle of the game. Like, if you handed that to somebody who didn't know what they were doing, they would have died. He almost killed me while I was blocking. I did get the first hit, like the first part of the spell did land because he just scared the shit out of me, but I'm just like, what the hell? He's not supposed to get this until like 25 hours later, and he just like pulls it out of his ass. And he, like, insta-cast it, too. Like, it's not... He was an insta-cast. Ugh. Well, like, when I first play through a game, I usually go through on the normal like, the regular difficulty or default difficulty, and then I'll pump it up later. I'm not trying to, like, make things super difficult myself right off the bat. I play games to chill. Okay, and then after that, I'll try the difficulty level. Oh, good night, Tommy. Thanks for dropping by. Head south where I find 3 doors. Okay. Cat, if you touch my jerky bowl, you're in trouble. Plus, I don't think you want to, because half of them are habanero, and I really don't think you want that. Old book 5, okay. I can always use an old book. Same to you, Tommy, same to you. I'm supposed to find some... He gave me a juice. Hugo. The third room has a polite lady, but no loot. That's okay. I'm gonna talk to the polite lady, okay? Well, your highness. Welcome. She doesn't seem any more polite than everyone else in here. Okay, well. Talk to doctor. Yeah, that's good advice. Try not to get diabetes, yo. If you want me to go on a random rant about diabetes, I can, but I don't think you want to hear about sugar. Walk to the river shore. Yeah, I don't know much about architecture and stuff, but would this actually work on, like, this wooden bridge? Like, would this work? Is this enough support? Like, isn't this salt water too? Anyway, apparently. So, no, actually, I guess it's not salt water because there's gold dust. Wait, can gold be in... Gold is usually fresh water, right? I don't know how that works. So they're mentioning the gold for a reason, because it's magic wood. What's magic wood? What? Okay, we're not going there. Somebody bitching about me again. Look at my hair. Are you doubting? Aren't you doubting my princey hair? I actually forgot why Hasward decided not to be the queen. They're probably gonna talk about it later. What? I don't know why this guy's getting all pissy with me. Well, see, I don't know much about architecture and stuff, but, like, I just see a bunch of, like, wooden supports going directly into the cliff, but I'm just looking at the way they're angled, and I'm just like, I'm not sure if this would work, but I also don't build bridges, so... Are you making fun of Isato, Ron? Huh? Are you saying he looks like a goblin? The man already has a burn mark, alright? I feel a sneeze. Excuse me. I'm really surprised they don't know about this. I guess they didn't tell their kids. I mean, I guess they would have found out anyway. I mean, I just... I don't know. They got it to work, I guess. I don't know. She asked George the question and then Leon gasps. I'm sure there's no reason for that. Well, I was asking because, like, so I know that typically gold, it's not, or I wouldn't say typically, it's not unusual for gold to be found in rivers and streams like that, but all the ones that I can think of, at least just from anecdotal purposes and from personal experiences, I think there's always been freshwater streams. I mean, I guess it could be a saltwater stream. I don't know why it'd make a difference, but now I'm a little bit confused. I don't know why I care this much, because it's not like I've actually pulled gold out of a stream before. I was just thinking of gold is sitting in salt water. Wait, does the salt water... Does gold even react to salt water? It has a high conductivity, but... I have too many questions. I don't have this kind of knowledge. Oh yeah, so yes, so they are typically, my understanding is they're typically in mountainous regions, so I'm trying to think, like, the California Gold Rush, I think that was mostly in the mountain ranges, right? And then supposedly, like, North and South Dakota have, you know, gold in there, that also in the mountainous region. I think even the Appalachian Mountains used to have gold in them. Don't quote me on that, but I think at one point they did. I'm sure by now they've fished out every single fleck of that shit. Do I do any martial arts? No, Warlord, I do not. However, there is a saying that the basis of martial arts is actually medicine, so in theory, I could fart somebody up if I wanted to. However, knowing where to hit somebody is not the same thing as being able to reach it, so... Yes, he fell for the trap. Well, so gold has the reason why gold has historically been so valuable in history is A, it's pretty. I mean, let's be honest. But B, it has a lot of properties that makes it very practical too. So, for instance, it's very malleable, very easy to make into different shapes. Doesn't have a super high melting point. It conducts electricity pretty well, not super well, but it does conduct. Resistant to tarnishing, which silver, you know, obviously has that problem. Relatively stable element, and it's pretty, right? But yeah. What's with me singing? You want me to sing? There are people who are probably paying not to have me sing, okay? I know it's a relatively inert substance, right? Not completely inert. It definitely does react to certain things. And again, because of the low melting point, that could actually be an issue for modern day applications, right? You definitely don't want that shit melting on you when you're not supposed to be melting. But yeah, I mean, I guarantee you if gold was like the color of like poop or like vomit, it wouldn't be as popular. It would, because copper is a really valuable substance in terms of its properties. You don't see, well, actually, I say that and people are actually raiding AC units. Well, that was happening like what, 5 years ago? People were literally stealing AC units because of the copper and the piping. They were stealing the copper piping, and they actually, I think they were stripping pennies, because pennies used to have copper, like the really old ones. They were stripping the copper out of the old penny, so... But nobody was like, oh, look at my pretty, pretty copper ring. Right? So... I think copper does react to a shit ton of crap, though, more than gold, but... But yeah, I'm just saying, if gold wasn't shiny and gold colored, it definitely would not be as, especially in jewelry, because it became like the, I mean, pardon the pun, the gold standard for jewelry, historically, because it pretty. Most of the food is fake. Well, it depends on what you're buying, Warlord, but yes, there's a lot of food that have a lot of additives and colorings and shit, but this is why I advise you guys learn how to cook at home. This is the best advice. Like, if I could go back in time and, like, talk to my younger self, that's one of the first things I'd be like, bitch, learn how to cook. I do know how to cook, but I didn't actually start cooking until... I mean, I was cooking on and off, like, when I was growing up, but I didn't actually start making my own meals, like, 100% until I was in my mid-20s. So, learn how to cook, y'all. I don't care if you're a guy or a girl or whatever. This is the best thing you're ever gonna do for yourself. You're gonna have a lot of failed stuff while you're learning, but it's worth it, trust me. Just don't set the cereal bowls on fire when you're pouring the milk in. Okay, don't be Homer Simpson. I mean, I make most of my meals, Ron. Like, I eat out maybe once or twice a month, and that's it. And usually it's because my mom wants to eat out. Like, when I go out, I don't go and get Chick-fil-A or whatever, even though they're, like, all over the place. I don't, like, go to Chick-fil-A or wherever else people go for snacks and stuff. I just bring my own snacks, and I make all my own meals. Like, I was cooking on and off. I say that because my mom did most of the cooking in the household when I was growing up. So I would help her cook, but I wasn't actually preparing all the food. You see what I'm saying? Because, like, usually there's, like, a main dish, and then there's sides, and then, especially Korean food, right? There's a shit ton of sides. Have you ever been to a Korean restaurant? It's not a real Korean restaurant unless you get at least 6 sides. If they don't give you at least 6 sides, it's run by somebody else it's not a Korean establishment. Somebody else is running that shit. Guarantee you, a real Korean restaurant always has 6 sides or more. I've been to some restaurants and they gave me 12 or more sides. Different. All of them different. Okay. That's how you tell if it's owned by Koreans or not. God damn it. But yeah. Like, I would usually just, like, do the easy stuff, and then my mom would cook the rest of stuff. No, but that's good, Ron, but, like, a lot of people, you'd be surprised, they don't know how to cook. And, like, it's for health reasons, right? So, like, you can control what's going in there, but it's also for, like, social reasons. Like, you would be surprised how many guys I've talked to who said they're dating a person because they don't know how to fucking cook, and they're getting sick of eating takeout. I'm like, that is the worst reason to be dating somebody. Like, that is, like, I understand the logic behind it, but it's a really stupid ass reason to be dating somebody. Okay, like, learn how to cook for yourself, all right? Oh, hey, Tan, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a minute. Oh, hey, Muff Muff, how are you doing? I was gonna ask you a question, but I don't want to spill your personal business. Let me put it this way. I saw your post on Snap. How's she doing? Okay. I wasn't sure what was going on with that, so. No, it's okay. That's fine, too. I know. Busy adult life. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, some people just never learn how to cook, and I'm just like... Even if you end up marrying somebody who cooks better than you or whatever, it's still good to know how to cook. So, just in general, okay? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, too. Well, you'd be surprised. I've met a lot of guys that literally, they started dating because they didn't know how to eat. They didn't know how to make their own food. And I was just like, okay, y'all. You hang in there, Tan, okay? And I'm not trying to pick on, actually, I'm not trying to pick on the guys either, because there's actually a lot of gals that are in that same position now, because, I mean, like, traditionally, yes, women would, like, be taught how to cook and stuff, and clean, but I'm guessing that's becoming less common, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but, it means that women are starting to have the same damn problem. Now, I'm not even talking about simps, true, like, I'm talking about people who are, like, so, this happened a lot in college, when I was in college. Like, a lot of the guys were dating girls at the college because... and I'm just like, But... yeah. And then I heard a lot of guys say, like, well, you know, women are supposed to be the ones that are cooking. I'm like, if you look at most of the chefs in the world, they're men, okay? So obviously it's not even a, it's not even a male-female thing. It's just a... it's a skill that everyone should have, right? Everyone should be able to feed themselves, is what I'm saying, but... I wouldn't necessarily say that guys who can't cook are simps, truly. I think those are two separate issues, to be honest. But... they can overlap, yeah. Well, I mean, I think for a while, like, society-wise, at least, like, they just kind of assumed it was the women's job to cook in the household. But times are changing, right? Which, again, not necessarily good, not necessarily bad, but I just think that everyone has to eat, right? Like, literally, who on this planet doesn't have to fucking eat? So I think being able to prepare food for yourself is a necessary skill. That's just the way I see it, like, male, female, whatever. I think if you ever get into the point in your life where you literally cannot cook for yourself, that's a big problem. And, like, basic cleaning is the same thing as the way I see it, right? Like, everyone should know how to do basic cleaning. Like, I'm not asking you to do, like, anything like washing the dishes and, like, washing your own clothes, hopefully, right? That kind of thing you need to be able to do. Because, again, like, we all need clean stuff to stay healthy. It's just... I just... I mean, it's just not very practical to sit there and try to eat out all the time or have somebody else make your food for you all the time. I mean, I'm not talking about children, obviously. Children don't have to rely on the parents. But, I mean, the cost of having to buy meals that are already prepared is astronomical compared to cooking it for yourself, so... And then, of course, like, you know, I think a lot of people found out during COVID, like, if you rely on going to restaurants a lot, you're gonna have problems sometimes when the economy goes down the... Yeah, you're right, too. Rich people have chefs, but how many of us are rich enough that we have chefs that just live in our house and cook for us full time, okay? I mean, you're talking about the top 10%, maybe top 5% of the population? I ain't got that, and even if I do, I can fucking cook for myself. I don't need to waste money on a chef. But, I mean, I'm just saying, like, for, like, 95% of the population, knowing how to cook for yourself is a useful skill. For those 5% that are super rich and they have people cooking for them all the time and they can afford that shit, that's nice, but, you know, for the rest of us... And to be fair, I do know people who, they have chefs working for them, but they also know how to cook. So. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, True Light. I got people in my family who are like that. I mean, like I said, even if I had buttloads of money, I wouldn't have somebody cooking for me all the time. There's times, like, in the middle of the, it's like 3 in the morning, and I'd be eating, like, just whatever I feel like it. Again, just a useful skill to have, but, you know, I guess some people are okay with it. But, yeah, and live-in chefs are stupidly expensive, y'all. Stupidly expensive. I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, right, it's nice having help to clean the house and stuff, but again, a lot of the people that I know who have, like, live-in staff, if you want to call them that, it's not like they're just sitting on their bum all day, right? So they have people to cook and clean for them, but because they're working, you know, they're running a business or something, right? Or they're doing something else for like 10, 12 hours a day. So it's not like these people are just sitting on their ass. They're doing work. I mean, sometimes people just assume that, oh yes, I mean, yes, if you're stupidly bloody rich, like, you know, billionaire status, yes, you could just sit there. Well, even most billionaires have to work. Now, there's some of them that are not working because they're fucking scam artists and shit. We're not going to go into that, but yeah, I mean, even billionaires have to work too. Okay, the legit ones. Okay, so if you have a live-in chef, True Light, I don't know where you live, but them's expensive. Now, if you're talking about the chefs that come in once a day to cook you a meal, those are not too bad, depending on where you live. But I don't know about you, but I eat more than one meal a day. So that's not very practical, right? For most people. I'm not... Well, okay, I have allergies. So I don't know if you consider that sick, too, but... allergies, perfect time for... April's perfect time for allergies. I'm supposed to take an loratadine, but I didn't. I will live, though. Probably. Looking for a hot thinking chick. Who can cook, maybe. It depends, Ron. So I know it depends. You can have help that lives in the house and your kids don't turn out completely just shitty human beings. It's all a matter of how you raise them. Like, if you raise them to be entitled, yes, they're gonna come out like that. But, you know, if you teach them, like, yo, we do have somebody cleaning here, but that doesn't mean you don't need to clean yourself, okay? Yeah. Again, it has to go back with what values you instill in your children, okay? I mean, the thing is, like... I mean, rich people do tend to spoil their children, though. You have a point there. By the way. Yeah, like, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm just like, live-in chefs are stupidly expensive. Go take my shot. There's no shots for allergies. I mean, there are, but I don't have those kind of allergies, so. I mean, like, I just, like, should I hire somebody to come into my house to cook for me, or can I just fucking learn how to cook, right? Like I said, eating is something that everyone has to do, and everyone has to have done, and most people eat 2 to 3 times per day, okay? That's one of those things you probably should just learn how to do it, okay? You can kind of get away with, like, having somebody clean your place, because that's not something that necessarily has to be done every day. You know, I don't know anyone who does their laundry every damn day. I'm sure there are people who do that, but honest to God, let's be real. Most of us, once a week is probably average. I hear, like, some people once a month. Right? I'm not gonna lie, I pile up my laundry, too. I'm just more convenient that way. But... you know, that's a little worthy, but, like, again, if it's something that has to be done multiple times per day, you probably should just learn how to fucking do it. And again, you don't have to be, like, a world-class chef either, just basic stuff. I'm not worried about COVID, too, and I'm worried about other shit. Measles is making a fucking comeback thanks to the absolute blithering idiot that we have heading the Department of Human and Health Services. We're not gonna go there. God, if you start seeing, like, polio and smallpox and like, that shit coming back, I swear to God, I'm not gonna leave my house anymore. What is the fast food? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people who don't know how to boil water on a stove. Like, I'm just like, yo, like, literally just turn the power on and, like, or, like, make stuff like ramen. I mean, I know ramen is, like, not the best food ever, but like, everyone should be able to make, like, basic stuff like spaghetti or whatever. Spaghetti's not that hard to make. The sauce could be a little tricky depending on what you have on it, but, like, chicken, like, just know how to prepare chicken. I mean, if you want, like, gourmet shit, well, yeah, you're gonna have to pay a chef for that, but again, you don't have to have gourmet shit to survive. If that was the case, then, like, literally 95% of the population would be dead right now. I mean, so I do pre-made sauce with my pasta, but, like, I add stuff to it. So I'll get, like, I don't even know what the hell it is, prego, ragu, whatever the hell it is. And I'll just add some garlic. I'll chop up some onions, add some tomatoes if I got them, olives. Add it to it, simmer it. It actually makes it taste a lot better. And again, like, I just think it's weird that it's literally something you need to live, so I think it's kind of weird that so many people put it off, but pre-cooked chicken. Yeah, well, so chicken can be tricky to cook. So this is actually something that took me a minute to figure out. The breasts are really dry. So if you're one of those people who don't like dry meat, don't buy the breast part. That's actually the most expensive part of the chicken anyway. So go for the legs and the thighs. They're much juicier and they're a little more forgiving on the cooking. So there's a microwave. Dude, you're exactly what I'm talking about, sir. You need to learn how to basic cooking. What the fuck? You think tossing everything in the microwave will fix it? No wonder you need a cook. No, it tastes better though, dude. It takes like 10 minutes to do that. Like what I just described, like the cutting part is the worst part, but it's just because I'm stupidly bad with a knife. But if you're good with it or you have one of those dicing things, you could probably do it under 10 minutes. Are you talking about the taste? Well, you know what takes forever is making the base sauce. That's why I don't do it. Yeah, you can make the sauce from scratch, but goddamn, like, you literally have to slow cook that shit for a couple hours. I'm like, I ain't doing that. But if it takes 10 minutes and I can, like, make it taste 50% better, sure. I think that's a good time investment. And I keep talking about... Yeah, I like the thighs. I think the thighs are the best part of the chicken, but it might be because of the way I'm normally cooking the chicken. So, and I don't like dry meat, so. I mean, I'll eat the breast, but you don't cook 'cause you're lazy. Okay. Well, that's kind of the same thing. If you don't cook 'cause you're lazy, that's the same thing as not being able to cook in my mind. It's good you know how to cook, though. So you just need to fix the lazy part, right? I'm kidding. You're not lazy. You're just busy, right? I usually use the microwave for reheating. I don't like it. I know some people actually use it to cook stuff. I find either my microwave's shitty or I'm not doing it right because it never works. Actually, I don't sing when so it depends on what I'm cooking. If it's something I know how to cook, maybe, but if it's something I have to read a recipe for, I definitely ain't singing because I gotta concentrate on the damn timers and shit. you eat for the gains? You mean, like, the benefits of, like... I'm assuming you mean, like, the benefits, yeah. Like... That kind of makes it sound like what you're eating is not that great. Maybe I'm misreading that. No chance of making well. So actually, people rag about laziness, but laziness is not actually always a bad thing. Some of the smartest and most efficient people that I know are lazy. And it works because they're lazy, they're gonna find the best solution for the problem so that they don't have to work harder than they have to. So, depending on how you spin it, it can be a good thing too. Who comes in here for the gameplay run? I don't know anyone who does that. I should just turn this into a just chatting channel and like just have the gameplay in the background. They do that on Twitch a lot, don't they? That's not true, Haswar. You could have just listened to your sister. These people only assume that, like, if you're at the top of the country, yes, you are making the decisions, but that doesn't mean you don't have advisors and you can't listen to somebody else. I mean, like I said, so when I try to cook in the microwave, and I have a decent microwave too, like the shitty ones it's even worse, I do know that, but like, so first off, in order to properly cook a lot of stuff, a lot of times you have to flip it over. If I have to go through that much trouble, like, I just put the damn thing in a pan, I can monitor it better. But like, a lot of times it just doesn't cook. I do have one of the microwaves that spins, so it cooks a little more evenly, but there's still gonna be parts of it that are not cooked properly. Or at the same rate. And then if you want to sear, like, fuck the microwave's not gonna do that. Not that I'm great at doing sears, but... Oh, you mean for the calories, I guess, then. That's what you mean. You know, I don't... I know I have the original Wild Arms. I had the remake somewhere, but I don't know if I still have it. I have 3. Did I ever get to? I was kind of on and off with that series. The air fryers are actually not that bad, especially the new ones. So my mom has one of those newfangled infrared ones. It actually does a pretty good job. And I like that she doesn't have to pour oil in it, which is because the one she had before apparently required oil and it made a big ass mess. See, I'm weird. I should use a rice cooker, but I actually usually cook my rice on the I like cooking it on the stove. Which is stupid because we have a rice cooker, I just don't use it. It's just like, I'm a little bit of a rice snob. I like having the rice fresh. So, like, the rice cooker, like, cooks too much rice for me to eat in one sitting. So, because, like, obviously it's for, you know, a household, right? I don't know, too. The one she had a air fryer before. She said it was an air fryer. I think it was an air fryer? I'm not sure. I didn't buy it. But she said it required oil. So... I don't know. She had to add not a lot of oil, but she had to put a little bit in there, and I'm not a big fan of oil. I'm not a big fan of that kind of, like, the less oil, the better for me. But, like I said, maybe she bought something else and I wasn't aware of it, but she claimed it was an air fryer. Well, anyway, so I just like having, so I also like my rice on the moist side, so it's more like porridge. Which, that doesn't store well at all, by the way. Don't ever try to store that shit, because it doesn't. Because of the moisture. So, because of the way I prefer my rice, I like making small batches that I can eat in 1 or 2 sittings. And that's more conducive to use, like, a stove for me. I don't want to whip out a rice, because I don't keep my rice cooker on the countertop. I keep it underneath the thing when I do use it. And, like, that's not worth pulling it out to make, like, 1 cup of rice. Like, I can literally just cook it on the goddamn stove at that point. So... No, like, okay, so I don't like dry food. In general, I don't like dry food. So, I prefer it a little bit more like porridge. Which doesn't work well with some dishes. But, yeah, I'm a little weird like that, I know. And I quite use, of course, I use the sticky rice too, so it ends up being like super thick, but it's okay. But, that being said, these days I usually just let my mom cook the rice, and then I just add a shit ton of water to it to rehydrate it, but... if, like, when I was living by myself, I would just, whenever I felt like having rice, I would just cook a little portion on my stove and then call it a day. Well, that's why I made, like, little portions, okay? I didn't really store it. I would just eat it on the spot, so I didn't have to worry about it, okay? Alright? Y'all critiquing my rice, god damn it. I'm not asking you to eat it. My mom does make fun of me, though, all the time, because I'm always... So, traditionally, Korean food, usually, especially if there's a soup, normally you dump the rice into the soup. But normally what I end up doing is I have a bowl of rice, and I'll pour water into the bowl of rice, and I'll eat this rice and the soup separately, which is kind of not traditional. But hey, I'm not very traditional to begin with. But yeah, I like that fresh cook. It is rice, goddammit. It's called juk. We have a word for it. It's juk. It's basically rice porridge. Ignore the taste. No, it's not the taste is the same. It's the texture's different. The texture's definitely different, but it's the same. It tastes the same rice, okay? Yeah. Oh, stay by the shore. Haha, just kidding. After all that talking, I'm gonna walk my ass back up here. I mean, yeah, the sticky rice, it has an interesting texture in the water, but it's okay. Hey, water orb. I think I already bought one of those. Let's go. I have too much money in the game. If only that worked in real life. In RPGs, you can whack monsters outside and earn money. It doesn't work so well in real life. Wait, they don't like the right-hand rooms in this game. They're all empty. No! God damn it. It's too much trouble, and I like it on the stove anyway. No! I like it fresh off the goddamn pot, okay? Why is my cooking my rice on the stove bothering you people so much? Alright, good night, too. Try not to work too hard. No. See, in video games, they always make a distinction between a monster and an animal, like a wild animal. There is a little bit of overlap, but, you know, they always call them monsters. They don't call them wildlife. And I guarantee if I killed one of the deer in the neighborhood, God, my ass would be gray. HOA would be all over me. I mean, it could be done on the stove too, damn it. You make it sound like a lot of people who don't have rice cookers actually cook it on the damn stove, okay? It works. All the men getting kicked out. Sherry is both. Oh my god. I mean, biologically, yes. Humans are animals. That being said, you do get gold for killing people in RPGs sometimes, too. There's a bunch of, like, little thieves running around in Graces, and they still give you money. I guess you're robbing their That makes more sense, though, because, like, you're robbing their pockets. What are the animals doing? Like, you're insta-trading their fur to get money? I mean, I guess it's kind of a good thing that doesn't happen in real life, though, because you know what would happen. Everything would be extinct. The squirrels would be extinct. The birds would be extinct. The rats would be gone. Like, every wildlife animal out there would be just dead right now. If you could literally just, like, whack them and, like, it's the gold. I guarantee every single one of them be dead right now. So, I guess it's kind of good. It's kind of good that doesn't happen. Well, like, so some games kind of, like, break the fourth wall on this. I don't know if you guys have played Lufio 2, but, like, in actually the very opening part, they're actually talking about, like, they actually show Maxim trading his monster, like, I don't know, like, actually it's a jelly remains in for money and shit. So, like, I guess in theory that's how it's supposed to work, and then, like, for the rest of the game you're just kind of assuming that somebody's paying you for this monster stuff, but... I mean, I'm just thinking, like, logically, in real life, you wouldn't be killing for money. You could kill for resources, but you wouldn't be getting, like, especially gold in particular. Like, what animal's running around that just has, like, gold coins attached? What person's running around with gold coins, for God's sake, these days, right? So... yeah, I was about to say... I'm just saying, all the animals would be dead right now if that was a thing in real life, and then everyone's house would be kept constantly just getting pillaged and shit. So, I mean, there's some benefits, but then we'd have the insta-rest. You wouldn't have to... You take the three seconds to have a full night's rest. So there's trade-offs. There's trade-offs, right? I beat my... What would I do? The cooking part? Well, the rice is getting cooked in a goddamn pot just so I can piss all y'all off. There are some games where you only have one life run. The siren. Oh god. These choices get really, really weird because she's literally your sister. Anyway. Debuff. Debuff. I'm a debuff singer. I don't know how I feel about that. I like how you guys are, like, critiquing my cooking skill just based on the fact that I cook rice in a pot, okay? Maybe y'all are missing out. No, see, in her eyes, that's not your brother, that's your future. I know, she has a bro complex in this game, I'm telling you. Okay, so that's his official name, Ron. I didn't pull that out because I totally just named people Freyador. It might sound feminine though because it's based on Freya, the Norse goddess, which actually I don't think was originally female, but Valkyrie profile female-ified that one. I think Freya was originally a male god, but for some reason Enix decided she'd be sexier as a girl. They did that with Shiva, too. Shiva was also a male, and then they freaking bustified him. Debuffs are only broken when they work, True Light. So, you know, most of the games, like, the boss characters are immune to them and stuff, right? Or they just have terrible hit rates, so... I haven't played Tactics Odor, but yeah, in strategy games, yes, they can be pretty, especially Blind. Blind's a good one. If you can hit it, right? Because that means basically they're going to be missing all the physical attacks. Basically. But yeah, there are games where, like, status effects are, like, actually useful, and then there's a lot of games where, like, it's literally just there for show, because you can't hit shit with it. Those games where you could stack the buffs, though, that gets impressive. Are they really asking me again? They're really asking me again. Wow. My aunt really wanted me to peek in on my own sister. That's messed up. Oh, she wanted me to peek at you? You wanted me to peek at you, son? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I started playing one of the reincarnations of Tactics Ogre. I can't even remember which one it was. which is bad because the storyline is actually pretty good. It has the multiple branching things too. I don't think these days I'm gonna try it, but they keep re-releasing it. I get confused. I have heard of Seventh Dragon. Wait, no, just kidding. I've heard of Seventh Saga. I haven't heard of Seventh Dragon. How many sweets can you... I mean... So... Wait, why is Milk getting the blame here? So... It's not really the food. So, I don't want to... It's not really the food's fault that you get diabetes, Warlord. Let's put it that way, okay? Seventh Dragon. Okay, I must have missed that one. I don't remember hearing about that one, Ron. Like I said, I know Seventh Saga. That's a super old SNES RPG that most people don't even... I played it like once. Alright, so fun fact, if you live long enough, almost everyone will develop diabetes naturally. But, again, you're not normally, even, like, I'm talking about, like, healthy people, too. I'm not talking about just, like, fat people. But normally this is not an issue until you start getting your 80s or 90s, assuming you're otherwise healthy. And the diabetes is probably not going to be what kills you either, so not a huge concern at that point. But yeah, there's some things, if you live long enough, you will get them. It's like a 100% chance. It's just most people die of something else before they can actually die. So, sorry fellas, prostate cancer is one of those things. If you live long enough, you'll eventually get prostate cancer. Again, but you'd have to live past, well past 100 though, for like, to be a 100% chance of you getting it. But yeah, it happens. Dementia's kind of, they're debating whether that's one of those things you're gonna get eventually too. Assuming you live long enough. The average lifespan, though, most people, if they're healthy, are not gonna have to worry about that kind of stuff. What, you guys want to just see the bath scene? I see y'all. I mean, if you're worried about, like, milk breaks down sugar. Where did you hear that, Warlord? Because I'm not under the impression that's the case. So milk has a shit ton of sugar in it. I'm assuming you're talking about cow milk too, because there's lots of different kinds of milk. As far as I'm aware, though, there's nothing in milk that particularly breaks down sugar any faster than any other type of food that you can eat, though. And the thing is, like, breaking down the sugar is actually a good thing. You don't want the sugar to, like, just sit there, like, in the unprocessed form, because then you can't use it. Arshtat's not in the bath. Okay, she's already quit. She already did this. This was like pre-Suikoden V, alright? Don't go to bed before we get back. What does that even mean? I have to see you before you go to bed? Like, diabetes is not a good thing to have, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that's gonna kill you super quickly either. I think people think, like, once you get diabetes, like, you're gonna die, like, right away. That's actually not the case. Now, type 1 diabetes, yes, you could die pretty damn quickly, but that's a completely different case. If you get type 2 diabetes, it actually takes probably, like, 20 years for it to kill you. Which is why you see some people run around like that for a while, and it takes a while. It's a very slow killer, but that doesn't necessarily mean you want it either, right? It's literally like, do you want to have, like, low quality of life for the next 20 years? Then, yeah, that's why you don't want it. I don't think they have Rogaine in this world, Ron, but, I guess, well, they have magic, I don't know. But maybe it's by choice, okay? Maybe he wants to be bald by choice. To be fair, a lot of monks shave their heads. He's basically an elf monk. They're explaining why Kyle couldn't come, because he's kind of lady killer and peeker. Okay, let's see. Now I get to go do work while they're bathing. I guess this is why the queen, I guess the female royalty always gets a female bodyguard, because this is going to be super awkward. It's going to be super awkward if they gave her a male bodyguard. My spidey senses are tingling. Leon apparently has... Leon. I keep wanting to say Leon and Leon. She has supersonic hearing. No, he's an elf monk, okay? He's a hybrid, new hybrid class, elf monk. I'm sure somebody has an elf monk build somewhere running around over there, okay? It's being cute, Rod. Of all the weird things in this game, you're talking about the cat. I have talking beavers in this game, okay? Talking beavers. And you can recruit them, too. And dwarves. I see dwarves later. Yeah, you go karate chop all their butts, Isato-san. Oh, he turned me down. Damn. Alright, so there's actually two different scenes here. So I can either go with Isato to go investigate, or I can sit around here and then watch them finish their bath. But you don't get to watch the bath, you just watch them come out, apparently. I'm gonna go bust these people up. I'm kidding. I don't think this poor guy could have handled all the monsters by himself either, but that's okay. Alright. You know, with the graphics in this game, I honest to God don't think you could see shit anyway, but... I mean, it would have just been like an overhead shot of their heads, like, sitting in the water, alright? Don't show anything else. Short path. Go north to capture the intruders. Again. I do have to go through here, like, 3 more times, if I remember correctly. Fan art. I haven't checked the fan art for this game. I'm sure there's plenty. I'm not doubting you. But... I bet you it's mostly Sileads. She has the biggest rack out of that group.
No. I don't think this is gonna work at all.
Would you shut up? It's so dark I can't see a thing.
Are they collecting gold dust?
How dare they?
Isato.
Angry elf
What
monk.
do you think you're doing?
Uh-oh, quick, put out the lamp.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I can't see a thing.
Lon, where'd you go?
Over here, Pop.
Over where?
Oh. So normally this would drown them if they don't get them out in the next couple minutes, but it only takes like 2 or 3 inches of water to drown. if you land face down. They were inhaling the gold dirt, gold dust. That's where slurping that shit up. They're related to each other. Imagine that. He found out a lot of information. What did you do? Damn, how'd they catch us? Well, you guys kind of bumped into each other, made it really, really easy. Nah, it's because you're flapping your lips. Oh god, there's so many families like this, just everywhere. It's relatable, but it also gives you a headache. Ah, got burned by the princess. Treason! Treason! And she says this with a smile. Sign of true evil here, and I'm That's London knows who that is. Huh! Boy, she knows the entire royal family. Or like, I'm sorry we got caught, but it's okay. See, this is the reason why Hasmore shouldn't have been queen. She's too nice. She's too nice. You can't be this nice and be an effective ruler unless you have very good counsel. You'd actually listen to your counsel. She's too forgiving. Perfect as like a nun or whatever. But definitely wouldn't have her leading the country either. We didn't mean nothing by it. We were just trying to steal the gold. He can use that as an excuse again. No, I'm not saying being nice is a bad thing, truly, but if you're leading a country, it can be a weakness. An effective leader knows when to be nice and when to not be nice. Log is not her damn family, okay? Actually, in this particular game, you can't be nice to your own family either. They were trying to kill each other a couple generations back. Empathy is always good in a leader, but if you're too soft, you're not going to be able to make the right decisions either. But empathy is definitely important because otherwise you end up with... our current administration. No. So, being nice is actually a sign of strength. I know a lot of people don't agree with that. But, again, it can be bad in terms of if you're in a leadership position because, and like in everyday people, it's actually, because most people, like, they can't afford to be nice because they're like, I don't want to get hurt or I don't want to get taken advantage of, so I'm not going to be nice, right? Why take the risk? Nice people are willing to take the risk, and if they get betrayed or whatever, they can usually handle it. But if you're a leader of the country, it's different because the consequences are a lot more dire. If you're too nice, your country could literally get fucked up. But if you're not nice at all, again, you end up with what we have now, which is just as bad. It's just on the other end. Yeah, it's just the other end of the spectrum. So you need balance. But Haswar's personality, as you can see, is very, very... She's very, 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 very forgiving. I mean, again, they were stealing gold. It's not like they were trespassing. If they were just kind of walking through, okay, they were literally trying to steal that shit. Apparently I'm not supposed to pick two, which I wouldn't do that anyway, but... I would have punished them a little bit. It's definitely not okay to be digging the gold out, but... I wouldn't be cutting their heads off. You like what you have. You like what we have now. Oh, I'm glad you like that. It's about to fuck us all over. Yeah, I was about to say, they need to punish them. They need to have some sort of punishment. They can't just let this go. It's just... I wouldn't necessarily punish them, but, you know, be like, hey... So, if you have to use power to get people to respect you, though, True Light, that's not real respect. And I think that's something they're finding out right now. The general public is not real happy with this current administration, and as they shouldn't be, because only, like, what, 30% of the population actually voted for this. Like, total. I'm not talking about the people who actually voted. I'm talking about the actual total population, because not everyone in the population can vote, right? So only 30% of the nation or whatever actually voted for this crap. And they're basically saying rules don't apply to us, but they apply to all of y'all, which is real shitty. I mean, let's just be honest, right? I hope it'll be fine. I'm really hoping on that, True Light, but at the same time... this is one of the most inept and corrupt governments, or administrations, I should say, that I think we've ever had, that I can think of. I mean, shit, maybe like 100 or 200 years ago it was worse, but I somehow doubt it. And that's a really, really bad combination. We've had inept administrations and we've had corrupt ones, but I think this is the first one that's been both. Every ruler does that. When you say ruler, what are you talking about? Because this is not a kingdom, okay? We're supposed to have 3 branches of government. And they're supposed to keep each other in check. And that's not what's happening right now. And that's why I have an issue with it. The balance just went out the window. Okay. And again, we have one of the dumbest... I'm like tempted to blame the dementia at this point, but he's been like that, okay? No, I don't agree with that. We've had plenty of presidents that didn't do this. And they were better, they got the respect of the people because they did their damn job. He's not doing his damn job. Now, power does corrupt, but if you put a person in there who has integrity, it won't corrupt them. The difference is integrity. You give a person who has no integrity power, yes, they're going to get corrupted. You give a person with power integrity, they won't get corrupted. That's the difference. You can tell which one we have right now. I mean, if what you said was true, then literally every administration up until now would have been pretty much the same, if not worse. And that's not true. We've had very good, effective presidents that did what was good for the nation, okay? Like who? Name some examples. I mean, I'm assuming you had somebody in mind when you said that, though, right? And like I said, there's corruption, and then there's ineptness. We have both going on right now, okay? Very bad combination. Huh? Well, like I said, name some. They're probably already dead by now anyway. To be fair, he didn't do a great job the first time. He wasn't as bad the first time as he is now, though. He's definitely much worse now, but he didn't do a great job the first time, okay? No, so the main thing in the first term is he was basically inept. The corruption part was not as bad. That's the difference. It was basically ineptness the first time. Now he's inept and corrupt and demented. I feel like somebody who's selling our government to the highest bidder is a huge threat. And this is one person. To be fair, a lot of people got fucked his first time he was president, too. Apparently they don't remember getting fucked, but they did. The farmers got fucked really bad, and they still voted for him again. I don't even know why. Okay. I'm not saying the Democrats never have bad people, okay? I'm just saying, like, this is... saying that the person in power right now is not that bad because there were other corrupt people is not a good argument. To me. I mean, that's like saying, oh, I'm a good person because I've never killed anyone. Okay. So have a lot of other people haven't killed anyone either. Does that mean I'm a good person? It just means I didn't do something bad. The absence of bad doesn't make somebody good, and the absence of good doesn't make somebody bad. Right? The government is not what's getting screwed, though. True. We're getting screwed. The government is getting taken down, but it's going to be reshaped so that it's going to basically be a dictatorship. But the common people are getting screwed. The only people who are benefiting from all this are the people at the very top. So maybe the top 1%, and even the 1% is getting screwed right now. Which, I'm okay with that part, to be honest. But not at the expense of the 99% that's below them, okay? I'm not saying there wasn't corruption in the government. There was. There's not a government out there, or there's not an organization out there that doesn't have some form of corruption in it, okay? But look at the way they're handling it, okay? They're basically setting everything on fire. They're hitting it with a wrecking ball. It wasn't that bad. It did not need to be redone like that. And the way he's fixing it is not going to fix the problem. It's only going to fix it for him and, like, the top 10 people in the nation, okay? I don't think that's correct. Yeah, you're right, the system's rigged for the rich people, but again, do you see what's happening? Like, they're not even trying to hide this shit anymore. They usually just... the rich people would normally just sit in the background and do their little thing, pulling the strings. Now they're just like, fuck it, we're just gonna come out in the open. Now we know who they are, which is kind of a good thing. It's one plus, but... I mean... just saying, though, like, oh, government's corrupt, might as well just watch it burn. I mean, I think that's like... that sounds like the words of a person who's given up on life to me. Yeah, it's hard fixing shit, but that doesn't mean you should, like, just fucking burn it to the ground and just, like, restart, okay? This is not a video game where you can, like, hit the reset button and do start over again. Like, you're fucking all these people in the process. Yeah, I mean, the honest truth, you didn't have to do this. Now it's just openly available to the public. People already knew these people were, like, the people who knew about government and knew anything about business and stuff, they already knew these people were in power. That wasn't a secret. Now the general public knows. But did you really have to burn all this shit to get this to happen? We found the deep state now! Oh, it's the fucking people who told us that there was a deep state. You're a Christian, you know, I disagree with you there, Truelight. I think real Christians, I think they believe in people. You know why? Because it's easy to believe in God. It's hard as fuck to believe in people. Okay? So if you can believe in people, you have really strong faith. Because people are little bitches. Yeah, that's true. But again, like I said, I don't think it's okay for them to fuck 99... If 99% of the population's getting fucked to fix the government, you're not doing it right, okay? The government is there to protect and serve the nation, which 99% of the people is a significant chunk of the nation, okay? Human heart, boy. Yeah. Sir? Oh boy. You sound like a Southern Baptist, man. Oh yeah, speaking of political shit, we're not trying not to piss off anyone else. Well, I'm gonna have faith in people, Truelight. We were made in the image of God, weren't we? So we should also believe in each other, because we're supposedly made in his image. I don't believe people are inherently good or bad either. Like, a very small percentage of the population is inherently good or inherently bad. Most people are in the middle, and that's hard to deal with, but it's the truth. Giving up right now is the worst thing. If you want to save the democracy in our country, giving up right now is the worst thing you can fucking do, because that's exactly how dictatorships happen. Too many people be twiddling their thumbs or watching it happen, and like, oh, it's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen, and then it happens. So. Well, it's easy to believe in God, Truelight. That's what I'm saying. It's literally easy to believe in him because he's supposed to be omnipotent, omniscient, and all that jazz, right? He's supposed to always have a reason, a purpose for doing this, a purpose for... It's easy to blame something that's, like, not directly in your face. It's hard to believe in something that's flawed. And people are flawed. Now, there are times when people should give up. This isn't one of them, but... There are times when it's better to give up than to stubbornly hang on to something that's not going to go anywhere. But in this case, if you, like I said, the country's a different matter. Yes, people need to start doing shit. Especially the people who've changed their mind because they got us into this goddamn mess. Most people do believe in God, though. What is it? 70% of the world's population, I think, believes in God? I'm not necessarily talking about Christians, right? Ask 70% of the population if they believe in people. I mean, so think of it this way. Is it easier to believe in something that may or may not have actually caused your problems? Or is it easier to believe in something that actually directly caused your problem, like a person? Because how many people can prove that, like, you know, people are like, oh, God did this to me, God did this to me. How do you know God did it to you? Did he send you a message like, yo, Truelight, you were a bitch today. That's why I had the car land on your house today. It just fell out of the airplane. That was me saying, fuck you, True Light. How many people... right? Whereas, if a person drives their car into your house, right? That person caused the damage to your fucking house. You can see it, right? I don't know about the demon part. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm just being real. I'm just saying, right? People know for a fact that other people screw them over, okay? Intentionally sometimes unintentionally, but you can actually, like, oh yeah, this person actually fucked me over, right? And they know it for a fact. Again, God, it's kind of ambiguous. I think a lot of people just attribute bad things to God sometimes. And sometimes it's not even God's damn fault. It's the result of somebody else's bad decisions. They just be like, I don't want to take responsibility for this shit, so I'm going to say God did it to me so he can help me grow or whatever. No, you made a bad decision. Like, make better decisions, you dumbass. So that's what I'm saying, right? It's easy to blame something like God, like abstract, ambiguous for shit. Well, I'm just saying, right? I think if you're able to believe in people, knowing that people will actually hurt you, I think that's a greater sign of faith, right? If you can believe in people, you can certainly believe in God. Where the reverse is not necessarily true, though. I haven't started singing yet. Anyway, like I said, the current administration's not good for anyone. Except for, like, literally, like, 10 people in this nation. Everyone else is getting fucked. And the rest of the world is also getting fucked. This is not good for anyone. So, I mean, it's cool if you think it's okay, but it's not. It's not good for most people. And the people that it does benefit, those people have enough, okay? They don't need to be taking from the bottom 99%. They've already done that to some degree already. They definitely don't need more, okay? This is not a situation where we're giving to the poor. This is literally the reverse Robin Hood right here. Okay? I'm not saying it's okay to blame God. I'm just telling you, True Light, let's be honest. Most people do blame God. I know plenty of religious people who blame God all the time. I mean, fucking Job was blaming God at one point. Like, there's a point where, like, people hit their breaking point and they start blaming things that... They'll start blaming anything except for themselves, okay? Or sometimes it's just bad... This is bad... I keep saying badass. Bad luck, okay? And sometimes it's easier to blame something else than it is to actually, sit there and be like, okay, well, maybe this happened because I did something wrong. Well, it's not just God either. It's not good to blame other people either. This is what you call... They have a term for this in psychology. It's called third-party aggression, right? So, say, man goes to work, gets fired, right? Dude comes home, he's pissed, so he kicks the dog, right? That's third-party aggression. He's taking his frustrations out on the dog, even though the dog is not the one who's causing him to be pissed, right? It was the boss firing him that caused it. It's literally third-party aggression. This is very, very common. This happens with animals, too, by the way. I'm not talking about older women and divorces and shit. I'm talking about people in general. This is not a particular demographic. Now, what you're talking about is women feeling entitled to men doing everything for them. That's not necessarily having to do with religion or anything, but that's not necessarily specific to women either, though. I mean, shit, there's a bunch of entitled dudes out there, too. You do hear a lot about it now, though, because those little bitches are really active on TikTok and stuff, apparently. So... yeah, you hear about them because they're loud. But that doesn't mean they're the only ones that are... That doesn't mean they're the only ones who have that problem. Well, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of them on TikTok. They keep telling me people coming in and out of my party, and then I'm not even doing anything. I don't know why they did that. that's fine. Like, you don't have to agree with me. In fact, it's kind of weird when people, like, agree 100%. I think people should be able to deal with, you know, you can express your opinion and not fight over shit. Like, this is not about being right or wrong. It's literally just, like, sharing ideas. Which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. What the fuck am I doing? Where am I going here? Well, I mean, when people... So, yeah, you're right. A lot of people, if you disagree with them, they get a hissy fit. But those are insecure people. People who are secure with their thoughts and their opinions, they don't feel threatened when they're presented with new information. Because I think some people think, like, you have to accept the new information. You don't. You can entertain it and examine it and be like, okay, I see that point of view, but you don't necessarily have to be like, okay, I'm switching. She's supposed to offer me a glass of warm milk. So I think there's some science behind this. So having a warm fluid, but specifically milk, is actually supposed to help you sleep, but I forgot the reasoning behind the milk part. And no, it's not diabetes, Warlord, before you jump in. Oh, damn. What are these two options? Well, I mean... No, yeah, well, yeah, there's... So I don't ban people for having a different opinion. Now, if you're being abrasive... I normally only have this problem when I'm streaming COD, but if you're being abrasive, or if you start throwing, like, racial slurs around, yes, I'll ban your ass. But if you're literally just disagreeing with me, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But again, I do know what you're talking about. Well, see, that's the thing that's complicated, True Light. Christianity, like, as a concept, is a very, very broad... It's a very broad category. So there's lots of different interpretations. Even, like, how many different kinds of Christianity are there? Like, how many branches of the church are there, right? Like, I can name, like, 5 or 6 off the top of my head, and I don't even keep track of this shit. Okay, so... There's so many different interpretations of Christianity in and of itself, so there's not good unity there either. So, I mean, you can say people got Christianity wrong, but Christianity honestly has a lot of different shapes and colors to it. So, and I don't necessarily think it's different with other religions either. There's lots of different types of Judaism and so on and so forth. I'm not a religious expert by any means, but... You know, it's a complicated subject, and then, of course, you know, I personally think religion, or at least faith, not necessarily religion, but faith is a personal thing with God, right? So, of course, it's going to look different for every person. There's 50, okay, I don't even know, because like I said, I don't keep track of it. I know about 5 or 6, like, literally 5 or 6 off the top of my head, and I'm like, eh. But all those, like, little subgroups, I have no idea. But... I think, well, a lot of making your own brand of it is fine, truly. I don't have a problem with it, because again, like, I feel like if your faith is literally, the definition of faith for me is your personal relationship with God, however you define God to be, the higher powers, right? So, that's fine, but the problem is, they're kind of straying from the core concepts that you're supposed to have in that relationship with God. So, if that's what you mean, then yes, I agree with you. There's a lot of people like, I'm Christian, and God, they just... they do not horrible things, but they do things that are definitely very un-Christian-like. To the point where I'm kind of like, do I really want to be like that person? Like, I would never become a Christian based on what they're doing, because I'm just like, this person has either corrupted morals, or like loose morals, or just... They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of the Christian text or the Christian concepts. So, yes, you're right about that. But again, I don't think that's necessarily a Christian thing. I used to call them diet Christians, but that's not good either, because I know a lot of diet Christians, like, they don't necessarily go to church or, like, worship and pray every day, but they're good people, though. So, I guess you could call them, like, flat Christians? Like a flat coat Christian. I don't know what you call that, but Well, I mean, I'm not expecting perfect people either, True. Like, that's unrealistic, right? I'm not expecting that. I'm just saying, a lot of the people that I see that you're talking about, like, they're like, well, I can sin all I want because God and Jesus will forgive me. I'm like, that kind of defeats the purpose, right? It's okay to sin. The idea is, yes, God will forgive you your sins, but you have to make a conscious effort to not sin in the first place. And I think people forget the last part. They'd be like, oh yeah, as long as I ask God or Jesus or whoever to forgive my sins, I could sin all the hell I want. I could sin my way all the way through Sunday school and the Sunday church sermons, and I'm gonna be free as a bird. And no, that's definitely not how it works, okay? But again, I think that's the reason why a lot of people are not religious these days, because they see the hypocrisy, right? There's definitely a hypocrisy, and nobody wants to listen to a goddamn hypocrite. Let's just be honest, okay? So, lukewarm. Okay, lukewarm working either. Lukewarm works. But yeah, like, I have noticed this, and this is not 100% correct, but it's enough that I pay attention to it. When I meet people that, for the first time, and like very, very, very early on, they're just like, I'm a Christian. If that's one of the first things they bring up, I'm usually a little wary, because I find those are usually the ones that I have problems with. And again, maybe this is just my personal experience. I do live in the Bible Belt. But I'm just like, great, this is probably a fucking religious nut. Because, again, that's such a strong part of their identity that they're going to bring it up. Like, and I'm talking like maybe the first like 1 or 2 times I've met this person, right? I'm not talking about somebody I've been talking to for a little bit. I'm getting to know them. That's fine, right? It'll come up eventually, right? But like, if you're like literally like, oh, starting a new job, and your coworker walks up to you, and like 10 minutes in, they're like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian, die-hard Christian, super bloody Christian, wonderful Christian, gold star Christian. I'm like, oh god. Okay, that's the kind that drives me nuts. Yeah, and again, the reason why, like, you say people falling out of the faith, can you blame them? And I'm also a little bit weird, like, if you have a person who is basically following the Christian faith, or any faith, right? They're being a good, honestly, genuine good person, they're contributing to society, they're bringing more good into this world than they are bringing bad, right? They're being a model for people, but they just don't happen to believe in the same God. I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think those people, in some ways, are better people than the religious people who do the same thing, because a lot of religious people are like, oh, I'm being good because I don't want to go to hell, or I don't want to be punished, or whatever. Those people don't believe in that, right? They don't think their soul's going to get recycled, or that they're going to go to hell, or whatever. They're just doing it because they think it's the right thing to do. So to me, that's actually a sign of stronger moral standing than per se a religious person doing the same thing, same level of thinking. But anyway, that's just me. Yeah, I mean, I'm picking on Christian, but like, this is religion in general. This is why, like I said, I don't really like religion. I'm fine with faith, but I don't really like religion. Ugh. And again, not just Christians. I'm not just picking on Christians either, but it just so happens that in the U.S. Christianity is the majority. Although there's actually a pretty good mix here. It's not like some countries are like what is it, Japan? I think Japan's like, oh, actually that's changed. It's changed. Like, Shintoism used to be real popular, but that was like back when I was a child. So scratch that. That's outdated. Yeah. See, again, I make the distinction between I'm doing good things because I don't want to get punished versus I'm doing good things because I think it's the right thing to do. The first example is that's negative reinforcement. The first example is positive reinforcement, and positive reinforcement tends to be a lot stronger. I don't bring it into like psychological terms now. And I have to pee because I drank too much coffee, but I'm going to do that later. Well, it's good. Like I said, whatever your relationship is with God, that's fine. Like, I'm in no position to judge you either way. But yeah, a lot of people do turn to faith when life gets tough. Usually when life gets tough. Not always, but yeah. Usually there's something going on. Okay, hang on. So I need to go check on my sister before I go to sleep. Being honest is usually a good policy, unless you're talking about stuff that's in TMI territory. And if I have to explain what that is, if you have to ask if it's TMI, it probably is. Anyway, I gotta pee. Speaking of TMI, let me BRB. Supposed to check on my sister in the middle of the night. I'm sure this is going to go well. I didn't have any rice today, okay? I actually didn't, which is kind of weird. We call it hot, sticky, wet rice. Like, what? Porridge is actually very common in Korean cuisine. I'm not the only one, alright? Upstairs. What, wait. West side. North. There's too many rooms. I did not. I told you. I actually mentioned what I ate earlier, okay? I had a salad and I had basically miso soup. So actually, that whole bathing in the onsen hot springs thing, there's a lot of minerals in there, so it actually is really good for your skin and your hair. Totally not the reason for this in the game, but you know, ferrets not like log. And that's a good thing, Limbs. Okay, so if Lim's like me, she's gonna come sleep in my bed, apparently. We're about to find out. Incest time! So, actually, I don't normally cook with miso, True Light. So, I normally use the Korean version of miso, which is a little bit different. So, so miso is a paste, right? Doenjang still has beans, like the soybeans in it. And it's like the difference between smooth peanut butter and chunky peanut butter. Miso's like the smooth peanut butter, and doenjang's more like the chunky peanut butter, right? So it's a little thicker, it's a little drier, and the main difference is, so miso, you're not supposed to like boil it for too long. So normally when you're cooking a soup, you add the miso. Okay, wait, yeah, I'm aware, yeah, I know you can have some weird ass relationships. That's not the only game either. There's some other games that you can pick the familiar relationship. Anyway, don't get me started on that, please. So miso, like you're not supposed to boil it for too long. So you usually put it at the end like when you're making soup. Doenjang's actually a little different. You can plop that shit in apparently at the beginning, and it's fine. It doesn't seem to lose its flavor any when you boil it. So that's like a minor difference between Korean cooking and Japanese cooking. But anyway. I mean, God. Anyway. I haven't played Fire Emblem, but I do know about the relationship thing, and I didn't think there was that much of it, but apparently enough that I mention. Alright, let's see if my sis drops in on me. I thought Leon normally slept in the room with me, though. She is my bodyguard. She's supposed to like me. Okay, thank you. I haven't been mean to her. All RPG players, all RPG, I don't do this, all RPG characters sleep on top of the bed. Conveniently, none of the bodyguards are around. I mean, so, technically number one, but, technically number one. Technically number one, but I'm supposed to be nice to her. Oh, fates, huh? Well, what exactly is the fates part? Your kids coming out, like... Actually, your kids will be fine. Your kids maybe not, though. They're gonna start getting a little cross-eyed. Yeah, there's a reason for that, Lim. You're not really supposed to do that after a certain age. I think traditionally about 6 or 7 was when you start separating the siblings from the same bed, because, well, sorry, that's the different sex siblings, because, yeah. Actually, you probably want to separate the same-sex siblings at that point, too, just because they might just start fighting, and after 7, like, you want your own damn bed, like, territorial, okay? No. Limsley and Freydor, no. They are definitely blood related. They are siblings, sir. they are blood and they are brother and sister. It is true that if you piss her off, you get there's 2. Okay, there's actually 3 endings to this. There's actually, well, technically 4. So there's like 2 or 3 premature endings. I don't really count those. It's basically just say, like, game over because you suck and you make bad choices over and over again. And then there's 2 endings that happen at the very end of the... Is it 2 endings? Well, there's, like, variations. But there's 2 main endings that happen at the very, very end of the game. One of them is, like, if you're nice to Limsley, you get that one. And if you're not nice to Limsley, you default to the other one. I don't think I explained that right, but... Okay, I thought you were talking about this. I'm like, in this one you definitely... So, you know, so... That's different, okay? Because that's actually what happens in Tales of Rebirth. I mean, let's be honest. Like, Vague literally got adopted into Claire's family. And then he went to Claire mode. Okay, so... That's different from actually falling in love with your sibling, which, again, is very, very, very stupidly rare, especially if you were raised together. That almost never happens because it's, what is it, the Westermark effect or something like that? They have a name for this in psychology. Like, you're not supposed to be sexually attracted to people that you grew up with, especially if you're related to them. Again, the whole childhood friend thing is a little complicated, but... No, so she... Wait a minute, hold on. So, let me think about this. At the end of the game, she's not married to anyone at the end of the game. That was kind of a mild spoiler. But she doesn't marry you either. I don't think. I don't think? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's literally... It's like rewired and it's like pre-wired into people. This is what... You want to talk about universal taboos among human civilizations? Incest is one of the few that's, like, literally universal, okay? it's so pre-wired into us because it has absolutely terrifying and devastating effects if you keep inbreeding, right? And then somehow the monarchy in Europe decided to keep doing that shit, or some of the other monarchies too, but, yeah. In general, though, average population, you're like, hey, yo, bro, you be looking sexy today? No. Okay. But yeah, incest is literally one of those things that almost damn near every culture I can think of, there's a taboo against it. And the other one is, of course, is children, right? No molestation and stuff. I'm talking taboo, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, or clearly it does, and sadly it does, right? But, again, in general, the societies are like, nope, 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 okay? And it's one of those things you don't even have to explain to people, okay? Like, you don't have to explain to me, no, you shouldn't be sleeping with the 3-year-old, okay? Like, if you have to explain that to somebody, you got a real problem there. Well, I'm just saying, that's kind of like, it's like not even something you can explain, right? It's just like a natural ick, if you want to call it. That's like the not scientific term, but it's not the scientific term for it, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because unfortunately it does, but it's super stupidly rare, and again, it's just, I can't think of a single society out there just like, oh yeah, go fuck your relatives, like, general population, it's great for the gene pool, okay? No, okay? It's not. So this is super. So she's 14, and I'm how old? I think I'm 16 or 17. I actually haven't Googled this. So from a genetic perspective, okay, I'm not talking about from a societal perspective, true light. From a genetic perspective, there's actually not much risk if it's your first cousin. That's actually far apart enough that it's normally not an issue. Now, I say this, and they started doing this, and again, they started doing this in fucking Europe, and it started causing problems. But that was after many, many generations, and I think they were already kind of doing first-degree inbreedings at that point, too. So, but that's why it's legal, and that's why in certain states it is legal to marry your first cousin. It's because, just from a genetic perspective, unless you just keep doing it over and over and over many, many generations, it's not going to have much of a genetic, like, you're not going to have as much problem with the recessive genes coming out. Dude, that, true, like, okay, now I'm starting to see why you hate people. This is not the same furry girlfriend, is it? I hope this is a different person. Same person? Different person? You've had some really bad experiences with people. I mean, I have too, but... Oh. Oh, she used to hate me because I was a boy. I was such an awful little sister. Well, she is nice to me, so I guess that's true. I'm just... It's okay, you don't have to answer the question. That's just my thought rolling around. I mean, oh, come on. Furries who fuck their brothers are a thing now, alright? They're in! It's gonna be the new trend. It's totally fucking not. It's not. Absolutely not. Like, Ryan's like, I didn't need to know. TMI, 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 TMI. Yeah. You were the rebound. True light, you were the rebound. And what a rebound that was. Holy God. I'm busy, girl. You go back to being a queenie queen. Queenie queen. Pre-queen. Dude. Okay, so I'm not trying to judge here, but anyone who's willingly sleeping with their sibling, you don't want to touch that shit. I mean, sorry. Well, technically you did touch that shit, but you don't want to get too involved with that, okay? Because that's not going to end well. I'm just saying, right? So, you're better off. Oh, God. Ugh. There's something kind of low-key wrong with both of them, too, but it's okay. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. I've forgotten how long it takes for the shit to hit the fan in this game, and I know I'm taking longer because I'm not scrolling properly, but still. I literally, like, apparently blocked out the whole part about the purification ritual and going to Raft Fleet before you go have the banquet. I completely deleted that from my head. You got to her. Okay. Well, in this particular case, I approve, sir. You'd be surprised how many times it comes up in conversations where you're like, hey, who was your first? And you really don't be like, my bro! Yeah, you need to get away from that. That family's a dumpster fire. First off, even if you had somehow gotten it to work, you would literally be the brother-in-law of her first... Yeah, just... Ugh. You'd be the brother-in-law of her first lover, and you would actually... Oh, Jesus Christ. It's... No. That's just... No. No. My brain just short-circuited there. This just... No. Okay. I was fucking born in Alabama, and that stuff makes me get a headache, okay? God damn. Freaking Christmas wreaths for family trees over there. Like, just all of them, alright? Jesus Christ. I mean, they're gonna start developing, like, Habsburg jogs after a while. I'm surprised I haven't seen more of them. Alright, go to Raft Fleet. So I said, I don't think there's never gonna be a long term with that. Hey, well, that's fine. Like I said, in this case, it was better you than the brother. I mean, oh god, what in the hell am I saying? I blame Suikoden V, so this is a direct result of Lynn's being super duper friendly with her brother. I have to put my party back together. Oh, I have Log and Lund with me now. Alrighty. God, the person who wrote this fact called Log and Lund bricks. Bricks, he said. Why do you keep putting... Poor George, man. I really hate how you can't save on the overmap on this game. Or am I stupid? I haven't seen anything that lets you do it. Yeah. That's kind of low-key annoying, but... water rune. I love water runes. This is one of the best ways to heal yourself. Difference... Oh my god, he has a whole block of crap on the... I'm not reading this right now. Where am I supposed to go? South along the eastern bank. I saw it earlier. I actually almost went there back earlier. When I first started, I saw it. Because I can't direction. A beautiful... No. That's not a mess, sir. That is a genetic train wreck. It's... basically cultural suicide, too. And again, that's super... I dare say there's something psychologically wrong with both of them, because again, unless they were separated at birth, There's absolutely no reason why they should be sexually attracted to each other. There have been cases of siblings being separated at birth and this happened, and they got rejoined later and that happened, but if they grew up together their entire lives, then there's absolutely no reasonable explanation for that shit. Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand that, but, you know. Oh, I'm full. Crap. I don't... Okay, let's... I don't need this much medicine. Sorry, I was just thinking about where those lips had been. Okay, changing subject. Oh. Okay, let me see if I can equip some of this stuff, because apparently I'm running around with... Okay, she doesn't need this. She has the actual rune. God, when did I pile up all this crap? I gotta have to sell some of it when I get to... I did strip a bunch of people earlier, that's probably why I have excess. Yeah, I don't keep George for too long when I do here. I have extra crap. Yeah, I'm gonna take that off. What do you think I was thinking of? You said her first love is her bro, man. What do you think those lips have been? Oh god, I got fucking nightmares tonight. Jesus Christ. Oh, are these like pumped up puffs? Because I don't remember them taking too many hits. Oh, God. Suikoden. You're supposed to bring up more kosher... Oh, that's the revolving bridge. Just kidding. Where's Raffley? You're gonna be right here. Well, Ron, you were wondering what the topic of tonight was gonna be. It's incest. Wee! I'm pretty sure YouTube just flagged me 5 times over for this shit. Oh my god. Okay, I thought her name was Rafa. I forgot. Raja. I mean, clearly somebody married into the family, right? Or adopted. Could be adopted. I don't know if this is what happened, but at least when I was younger, like a baby, like when I was around when I was born, a lot of white families were adopting Chinese babies, specifically females, because at the time they had a one-child law, and not getting into the politics and shit, but most people wanted a son. So every time they had a daughter, they would give them up for adoption, and a lot of white people adopted, so I'm not sure if that's what happened, or if somebody married into the family. Well, that's the thing. Most Asians in particular are usually super fucking... Usually Asians are super fucking against incest. That's a little... Culturally, it's different, but if she was raised here, that would negate any of the cultural stuff, right? Because, like I said, royal families in Asia at least the ones I can think of, they figured out pretty damn quickly if you keep inbreeding that your babies come out funky. So they started bringing in new blood because they figured that out real quick. It didn't take them, they didn't get to the point like it was with the European monarchies and stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it could have been a while ago. I mean, so it's possible that... So, you know, some people just have no shame, let's just be honest. I mean, I kind of fall in that category, right? I talk about everything. I wouldn't talk about that in front of the class, but I'm just saying, some people, they don't see anything wrong with it, and that's cool, but again, that kind of makes me... It kind of makes me wonder if she's a little bit off, and I say this and I'm a little off too, but this makes me think she's really, 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 really off. I suspect she was raised in the U.S., truly. Like I'm just saying, culturally in Asia, that would be 500% unacceptable. You would actually get disowned for that shit. So, you're talking about a society that, like, if you have any sort of problem, and I'm talking any problem, if you're depressed, they'll cut you off. You stupid, they'll cut you off. You ugly, they cut you off. Like, you want to talk about people who have, like, impossibly high standards? Asians are kind of in that category for the most part, right? They're not very accepting if you have a problem. So that kind of thing, oh, I guarantee you. And she sure as hell wouldn't be saying it out loud either because, like I said, they would have, like, put her in a closet or something. I mean, okay, being hot is nice, true, but as you've probably figured out, not the most important thing in a relationship, okay? When the lights go out, everyone looks the same, alright? Okay, back to the game. Well, I'm just saying, so, and like, I do make the distinction between Asians raised in different countries versus Asians raised in the country, like, their respective country. I'm very different, like, I'm Asian, but I was raised in the US. I'm very different from my cousins who are raised, who are also Asian, by the way. Since we have this weird situation where your cousins are different. My cousins are also Asian, and they were raised in Korea, and they're completely different from me. And it's not just because we're different people, like, culturally we're very different. Okay, so. Oh yeah, Korean parenting's something special, let me tell you. You know, when people were asking me why I didn't have kids, that's actually one of the reasons. I grew up under a lot of pressure. And some of it was intended, but some of it wasn't. But there's just, I was always getting graded on something, right? And I'm just like, I don't want my kid to feel like this shit, so that's why I'm like, I'm not gonna have a kid unless I'm gonna be fair to them, right? And I know it's hard having children, especially in my mom's case, it was really, really difficult. She had circumstances going on and stuff. But, you know, again, it's one of those things, like, I don't take having children lightly because of that. And that's the reason why a lot of people in Korea, especially South Korea, like, they're basically not having babies, and it's the same damn reason. Societal pressure, right? The expectations over there for having children are absolutely stupidly ridiculous. And I can see why nobody's having kids. And it's, again, it's a sign of the society. I don't blame them. I mean, I hope I'd be a good mom, truly, but again, it's one of those things, like, it's true, like, you know, people can say, oh, I'm gonna be a good parent, I'm gonna be good this, like, I don't think people have children thinking they're gonna be bad parents, they're gonna have the damn kids anyway, right? I think most people, on average, like, the general population, right, when they have kids, they think they're gonna be good parents, right? They're gonna do their best, but it's hard, it's one of the hardest fucking jobs any person's gonna have, right? So, you never really know. It's kind of like, you know, people say you never really know what it's like until you actually walk in that person's shoes. It's true. It's the same thing with parenthood. So at the very least, I want to be as informed as possible. What is this? Oh, beaver. I was about to say I'm a midget, but I forgot the beavers were in here too. They have their own lodge, is what I got confused. But, well, okay, so But yeah, I mean, it's just like, again, like, it's not something I'm gonna do half-heartedly. If I'm gonna have the kid, I'm gonna try to have everything be as prepared as possible and try to be the best parent I can. But it's a lot of work, and again, need help, so I need to find the right person. But hey, if I find the right person, cool. If biology allows for it, maybe little Esther somewhere. But not right now. Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't know anyone who is like, yeah, I'm gonna have kids, and I'm just gonna be a complete shitwad of a parent to them. Now, there are people who are like that. I'm talking about the average parent, right? I think most of them had decent intentions for their children, even if they weren't expecting them, right? But, and you're right, being open-minded helps with children, but the main thing is patience. I think if every parent had more patience, that would help so much, because again, a lot of parents are stressed, they're sleep deprived, they're trying to learn on the fly. It's very easy to lose your patience, and once you lose your patience, you start getting angry, you start getting irritable, you start being less receptive, that kind of thing. And that can hurt your relationship with your child. I think patience is honestly the key. if you could be patient with them, it works really well. But if you're not patient, goddamn, don't fucking have children. They're like the worst test on your patience that you'll ever have, okay? Well, I mean, I honestly think that, I mean, I can't speak for other countries, right? But I honestly think at least the people that I know who had kids, I think they wanted to have the kids. There were not too many of them that were like, oops, 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 baby. And in that case, like, just fucking wear a condom. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, an easy solution to that. But, like, I think they originally thought it wasn't going to be like it. Like, they thought they could handle it, and it ended up being... Some of them were okay, but some of them, like, you know, obviously they were not prepared enough. Or some of them, you can clearly tell it's taking their toll. It's taking a toll on them. So, again, it's one of those things, like, you don't have 100% prep for being a parent. You can do a lot of research and stuff, but every kid's different. Even if you've had kids before, it doesn't mean the next kid's gonna come out the same. But yeah, you're right. Like, love and patience goes a long way with children. Like, such a long way. But again, like... I say this, but I'm not the one who's like sleep deprived. I don't have a crying baby. I don't have to sit there and change diapers and shit. It's easy for me to say that when I'm not doing that, right? But again, that's why it's good if you have both parents on board, because that way you can split the duty with your spouse. And that's so helpful, right? Speaking of singing, what was that supposed to be? Nuo. But that's why I'm like, definitely not having kids unless I find the right person. Right, to have them with, because I'm not taking that responsibility by myself, especially at this age. Like, I'm getting tired of taking care of my own ass. I don't have the energy to take care of little super ever Energizer bunny thing running around. Well, okay, so the teenage pregnancies have gone down a lot, truly. I know in my generation that was still a thing, but actually today's generation, it's cut back a lot, which is good. That means the education's working. Unfortunately, it's probably going to go up again because somebody's fucking messing up with the education, the health department and shit. But I think people are making wiser decisions in terms of child making. Like, people are having their kids later, which I think is good. Like, wait until you're ready, okay? And you don't have to have a kid either. Like, a lot of times people are like, I gotta have a damn kid. No, if you can't take care of the kid, don't fucking have one. Don't fucking have one. They were singing in the game, okay? This beaver has glasses. And the glasses are like the kind with the strings that like wrap around the ears. I'm not gonna lie, if they didn't have a facial portrait, I wouldn't be able to tell this was a beaver. In fact, even based on the facial portrait, I still can't tell that's a beaver. I only know it's a beaver because I played the game before. Look, there's only 3 people in there. One of them's you, True Light. It's over already. No, just like, I mean, there are a lot of people who had kids for the wrong damn reasons, and they knew they were having kids for the wrong damn reasons. But they thought it was gonna be okay, and like, yeah, you can do that, but why take the risk? I'd rather be prepared. Again, this is, having a kid and raising a child is probably, for an average person, that's gonna be the biggest responsibility of their life, okay? Like, more so than anything else. So, you might want to at least look into it first, is what I'm saying. If you get, that's the most decision you're ever gonna make. Do a little bit of research. I mean, we have contraception these days. Like, if this was, like, back 100 years ago before they had condoms, okay, I'm not asking you to not have sex or to use the back entrance, okay? We have contraception now. You can have the fun part without having the kids, okay? That's perfectly legit, Truelight. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why people have kids when they don't want them. I mean, no, usually it's because the parents are bothering them or whatever, but, or the occasional oops baby. I understand that part. That's actually more relatable to me than, like, my parents were pressuring us to have kids, even though they're not the ones who are going to be raising them. Well, so, it's true, you do want to marry somebody. Well, you don't have to marry them, but you want to be with somebody, you want to have kids with somebody who's going to be a good mom. But, more importantly, you need to marry somebody that you are going to get along with as a lifelong partner. Because that's one thing I've noticed with certain marriages. Like, they're both good people, but they don't get along with each other, and therefore they can't parent correctly. So, you guys, the key to having, the key to raising kids right is you do have to have the right partner, too. I think it's impossible to raise kids properly if you have the wrong partner, even if you're both good parents. If you can't get along with each other, it ain't gonna work anyway. So, find the right partner. God damn it. Preferably one who's not fucking her brother or... Yeah, actually, not preferably. Just please find somebody who's not trying to fuck her brother. I don't think that's that hard to... That's not a huge restriction there. I don't normally discriminate against people either, but I have a pretty good argument against that. So, yeah. But I think the thing with relationships is, too, like, I swear when you're looking for somebody, you can't find anyone. But the second you're just like, fuck it, I'm gonna be single, that's when you start getting popular. That, and then right after you start dating someone, everyone's like, oh, I am interested in you all of a sudden, even though you're not on the market. Okay, well, I wasn't on the market for like 5 years, and now that I'm off the market, you guys want it. It's like this weird psychological thing, but anyway. It does help especially if faith is really important to you. Yes, it does help if the person's of the same faith. Just for practicality purposes. I'm not even talking about the differences in the religions and stuff. Like, it just helps if you guys go to the same place of worship, right? Just for practicality. And then, of course, your children, right? You're gonna raise your children probably under the same faith, so it helps if you have the same faith. It doesn't have to be, though. I have seen some weird combinations of religions in the marriages, and they got it to work. It's just more work is the problem, right? It's just more work. If you find the right person, they're the wrong religion, and that's the only issue, it's up to you whether you want to work it out. But again, it's just like one more thing you're going to have to sort out. No, I'm dead serious. I swear to God, like, once you start dating someone, everyone, their dog fucking wants to date you. And I'm just like... It's the same thing with, like, the job market sometimes. Like, it takes forever to get the job, but then once you have a job, everyone wants to hire you. I don't know what the hell it is, but... Yeah, it's the weirdest shit ever. I don't know how that works, but it's true. I swear to God, it's like one of the weirdest lessons you'll learn in life, but once you start looking for something, or once you stop trying so damn hard, or once you're not available anymore, bam! It happens. Yeah, don't be a simp. Because, no, that's a good rule in general, but it's only because the only girls who are going to be interested in that are, well, usually the gold diggers, so don't do that. If you can buy the girl, that's not a girl worth having. I'm not saying don't buy her nice stuff, but if her feelings are literally getting bought, ooh, don't touch that shit. And that's way more common than furry girlfriends and girls that are fucking their brothers, so you gotta watch out for that. Oh god. Yeah, see, if she silently didn't say that, I wouldn't have known that was a beaver. George is like, I just got here, buddy. Oh my god, sir, you know, you've had some relationship problems. Like, based on what I've been hearing, like, I'm surprised you haven't turned gay at this point. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, God. Yeah. So, I'm glad you've learned your lesson from all that, sir, but if you're having problems reading ladies, befriend somebody who's good at reading people and ask them what they think. They'll save you a lot of grief. It can be a guy or a girl, by the way. Sometimes guys are better at reading girls, and sometimes girls are, but find somebody who's good at reading shit so you don't have to deal with that anymore, this crap, okay? No, I'm just dead serious. I know some people are just not good at that, but you need to know somebody who is, because they're gonna save you a shit ton of grief. Wait, no shit, she doesn't like going to Lord Lake, it's a fucking desert. Well, I mean, it was a joke, but it actually wasn't a joke, but, you know. I mean, guys can be just as bad. Okay, that's good. At least you learned your lesson, but goddamn, like... I'm not gonna lie, sir, your exes have all been dumpster fires. Good. That's good. That is good. As long as you learn, thank God. Learn from your lessons. And they were all a little different. Variety. Okay, so, sorry. Okay, so... There's treasure in here, great. Find the Journeyman's crystal. Okay, that's good. I just dudified the crystal. I'm gonna get lost in here because it's a mess. Yeah, that's a little more dumpster fiery than most X stories I hear. It's okay. Hi, Anthony. Hi, you're still up. We're talking about relationship turmoil. That's the guy you recruit, Syra. I don't think I can do that yet. Oh, can I sell some No. No, I need to sell, like, my normal crap. Oh. Okay, nope. Hot and... No, sir, haven't you learned anything? No toxic women. Was. Okay, good. Yeah, so that whole stereotype about hot women being crazy, I hate to tell y'all, but it's a stereotype for a reason. There's a little bit of truth in there. Okay, I need to sell some crap, apparently. Where's the store? Oh god, sir. Okay, don't be traumatizing people. Just a little bit per day, okay? Oh my god. I just need to find a shop so I can sell this shit. Oh, I love that ending. Well, you know, I'm sure this keeps Ron entertained. I'm not sure if it's quite the entertainment he was thinking of, but... Can I... Oh my god. This is one of those games where you have to go to the actual specific shop that you need to sell shit for. Oh my god. No, I don't need to go. Not the Dahak. So I'm not gonna lie. I mostly watched other people get into relationships when I was growing up. I'm like, nah. So a lot of people went through the shit for me, which is kind of good. Not complaining. Okay, that's a rune shop. I need... Can I put a rune together? That would actually free up some space. A model? Huh. That's interesting. Just because it's, most people don't date models. That's interesting that you knew a girl was a model. I hope she... Like, speaking of stereotypes, I hope she didn't have an eating disorder, because Lord knows a lot of them do because of the job, unfortunately. God damn it. I mean, there's just not many supermodels, or not many models running around, and let's just be real. Oh, no! You're the fucking... Ah! I feel like... Is the weapon and item shop, are they in the... Please tell me they're not on the Dahak. It might be. I'd have to go over there for the stupid... I keep running past these chests too. I'm trying not to confuse myself, but I can't even pick them up. Okay, fine. I'll stop being a cheap ass. I'll just start tossing shit. My RPG-ness is, Oh, am I injured? Here. My RPG-ness is reluctant to toss shit out. Okay, I don't think this... I think I can safely discard that. Okay, I got rid of 3 things. Is that gonna... Okay, so some of these people give me shit, is what he said. So I'm gonna just quickly talk to people and... Oh, I already went to that. I thought there was a person in there. I hope there's not something hidden, like, in a barrel or something, because I'm not checking this. Okay, and then silver robe. Sorry, I accidentally said supermodel. Not everyone's a supermodel, but a model is good, too. You do have to have certain qualifications to become a model, right? No, I might as well. I have so much fucking money at this point. Well, that's good that she wasn't toxic. That being said, you didn't end up with her either, so I don't know if there was some other reason. Oh, I finally found the armor shop. Good job, mister. Okay. Boy, these little pieces are worth shit. Look at that. Alright, let me get rid of... I'm gonna keep one of these. I can't remember who joins my party. I fucking hate not having storage. Okay, I don't need this many. Ah! Oh god. Ooh, I lost my... I have all these, like, onesies. Creeper beads. Jesus. Cheesecake. Yeah, I normally like cheesecake, but not in this case. I don't know if I need this many marble beefs either, but it's okay. This... Yeah, I'll keep this. Sometimes it's useful. Kimono socks. I remember early on in the game they didn't really have much to buy. Eek, I have a shit ton of money considering where I am in the game too. I'm not supposed to have 24,000. An agent, yeah, okay, that's cool. Cool. I keep dead ending on these boats. Smelling salts. Cough drops. Fish batch. Yeah, normally, I think in this game, at least at this point in the game, I don't recommend buying any of the stuff. It's not really worth the boost. And again, at this point in the game, oh, she gave me a free fish. At this point in the game, you normally would not have enough money to afford that crap. It's because I did a god-awful amount of grinding, because I was trying to kill time, and this is kind of mindlessly grinding stuff, so I ended up being a little too OP. Oh shit, I can't put that. See, I told you I have no direction. I'm trying not to skew it too much, because I'm not supposed to have... Normally, I don't have, like, this many, weapons to sharpen and shit. Wait, do you have any runes that I don't? You know, for now, I'll give you the water orb. Why not? Nope. Works for me. Alright, instead of following this guy, because this is gonna drive me nuts, since I'm all over the place, I'll just do this the old-fashioned way. We ain't the prettiest swannins here, but we're always friendly. It's okay. I'm just talking to people because they're supposed to give me crap. Alright, let me head back to the inn, because that was the whole reason why I went over there in the first place. I was trying to empty out my inventory. I could have bought a Thunder Orb in Felina, but again, this game is easy enough that I'm trying not to abuse the living crap out of it. I don't know. I have one. So, magic is pretty damn powerful in this game, though, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is pretty powerful in most of the... Who puts a planter right by the door like that? This is one of the easiest Suikoden. Actually, most Suikodens are pretty easy, but this one in particular is... You got a bunch of super OP people running around. It's kind of complicated. I'm gonna start saying that when I get in trouble. It's kind of complicated. Well, about that. Okay. I mean, most of the treasures are decent on here, at least. Speaking of treasure. Oh, this is worse than what I have. I did buy a bunch of... Oh yeah, I stripped the Queen's Knight. That's why I have such nice shit. Well, Tactics was a completely different type. It is a strategy game, so... I can kind of understand that. Oh my god. You talking to... Oh my god. What? It's an independent nation, not part of Felina, but floats around in my rivers. Yeah, I mean, just by the very nature, strategy games do tend to be more challenging. Not always, but. Meow. Talk to me. Dude's going in a food coma over here. I'm trying to talk to him. I mean, I don't know that many people who try to hack and slash their way through tactics games. I mean, you can do that, but you know, it's kind of like. Oh god, this angle's killing me. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you. Even though you're always behind me. I'm fine. Oh, there's a chest outside I was supposed to get. This is actually worth getting. I want my thunder piece. Speaking of lightning rune. Oh god, this load screen. Oh. Oh, haha. Ignore the obvious piece. Okay, I think I got a lot of these. I think. Oh, apparently I missed the... Wait. Oh, apparently I missed the set of 2 chests, because apparently... Yay. I have to go this way anyway, so... Let's see if I can quickly... reclaim my shit. Oh, god. If I can't get this, then tuck patooties. Go east and south. Oh, yeah, there you go. I definitely missed these. Oh. These Jesus are nice. Silver robe. Apparently I can get 2 silver robes, but like... I don't even use the first one, so forget it. I'm lazy. Hold on, which one am I missing? South from the blacksmith. Okay. Okay, I lied. I know. That's right, Muff Muff. No, that's the one I got. Okay, so I missed the first one then. South of the bow. Oh, I think he put the sentence twice. Okay, that's why I was getting confused. I mean, so the way most strategy games are, like if you send one character off on their own into the middle of a bunch of enemies, chances are they're gonna get wrecked unless you're super OP. Like the idea is like you're not supposed to just like run off on your own, and especially if the person's the main character because they love targeting the main character. If you do stuff like that, yes, you're gonna get somebody killed. But if you just like, you know, again, play kind of smart and not separate your group like that, you should be fine under most circumstances. A lot of them are designed so even if you make the stupid decisions, you got a little bit of leeway. The 1v1s can be a little annoying though too. Sometimes those happen in those games. Like the Riovanes Castle battle in the original Tactics was pretty rough if you didn't know what you're doing. Plus you could get stuck in there, which was extra bad. That's why I'm kind of glad they watered that one down for the remake, because that battle was hard. I had a very, very difficult... Oops. Check my phone more. I had a very, very difficult time... winning that one without auto potion my first time through the game. Okay, so go back to the dock. Going back to the dock. Which part of the dock? Go up the stairs. Hi, dragon. I can't see shit. Okay, so I can do a little bit of skill grinding, maybe. Yeah, there's usually that one broken dude. But again, if you send your one broken dude... Excuse me. Like, you send your one broken dude all by himself into a whole army of enemies, unless you've been grinding a lot, even the broken dude can be killed. Like, so, let me pick on tactics for a second. Final Fantasy Tactics. Thunder God Sid, yes, he could get taken out if you threw... Like, if you stuck him in the middle of a bunch of hydras, they would just fuck him up, okay? So... it could definitely happen. Now, if you have two people with them, if you have somebody with them, then they're fine, but, you know. I found that TG Sid was not nearly as helpful, though. In the War of the Lions as he was in, the original. I think it's because Balthiar is actually a little OP, too. He's pretty damn, because he's so damn fast in War of the Lions. Down the steps to the, okay, so that's north, down the steps to the north. Oh, I think I already did this. Oh, I did magic. I didn't do incantation. Okay. I already kind of did this. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't want to run out of points. Oh god, this place is confusing. Okay, so there's a bath, but I can't go in it. So, this one thing I don't like about this game, I can't always tell where I can actually go. Dragon head. Hi, kitty. Obligatory meow. Oh, here you go. Ooh, flowing piece. That definitely helpful. Western steps to the bridge. Yeah, I know, I'm just... Oh shit, that's a bath. Sometimes I think people are just like, yeah, I can just send him over here and he can take out 3-4 hydras, but I was all like, no, he can't. And not if they all get an attack in. What was that perfume, though? The one, especially the one they stuck in the new one, that basically made you god tier.
Admiral, you here?
No need to yell. I'm not that old. The royal family tomboy, is it?
Tomboy? Raja, is that how you greet your old friends?
That was a compliment. And who's the handsome young lad you've got with you? His Royal Highness the Prince. That cute little kid I knew is this big already. That means this young lady must be Leon, the Queen's Knight's apprentice. And you must be the famous George Prime, the one His Majesty Farad brought back with him.
No need to introduce ourselves. Sorry, maybe the Hydras weren't the best example, but some of the upper tier enemies could fuck you up real good if you got too close. They would. It wasn't a Hydra. Fart. I heard bird fart. Well, I didn't do well. He didn't need that much help. I'm not saying you couldn't equip him appropriately, but if you just like willy-nilly went out there, you would be in trouble. I say that because there are RPGs I can literally send one character to fight the entire army and they'll be fine. And this is like a turn-based thing too. Well, I actually don't use him that much because I don't know. His most useful class is obviously his holy god, whatever his default class is. I forgot what it's called. God swordsman or whatever. So there wasn't really a point to like giving him other skills except for buffing him more, but yeah, men can't wear ribbons because I don't know. It was kind of a weird design choice. They literally made it to where it would be better like to have female units as opposed to male units just because of the ribbons and the perfumes. It was kind of a strange choice, but, yeah, whatever. Maybe they just wanted to make sure Ramza couldn't wear that stuff. I'm not sure why they went with that route. I mean, how many Rajas do you know? How many women run around named Raja? No, I just thought it... I'm not complaining, I just thought that was an interesting choice, you know? normally, it's the other way around. Yeah, Chantage, sorry. I forgot what that perfume was called. And for some reason, they decided to put another super duper OP perfume as Agrias's like side quest in there. I'm like, you really didn't need to buff the women anymore. But they decided to go for it, because girl power, damn it. Here's one of these strong, independent women who married a lug. I did it the first time just because I wanted to see what it was, but then I was looking at it, I'm like, oh god. That being said, I do put it on Rafa when I'm going treasure hunting. Because she's squishy as fuck. It just saves me a lot of headache. Tell me what they did this time. Oh, God. Yeah, stealing gold is not a small offense, so... Log! Well, dear, you see, Lunas is all holy and stuff, so I figured we'd have the loot all to ourselves. The train of thought on this one. Now, I use her because she has naturally low brave. And that's what I need for... that's what I need for my chicken treasure hunting, okay? That's fewer times I have to cast chicken on her and shit. She's very useful as a treasure hunter, okay? She's the natural treasure hunter. Although in the original game, I think you had more reason to get rid of her because you had less space. The War of the Lions, you can literally stuff everyone in your party, including Lad, who's not literally a generic dude, and you don't need him for the side quest. Literally just a generic dude. I just dumped all the lad friends, all the lad fans in my chat. Started crying now, I'm kidding. I'm glad they increased the number of slots, though. Thanks. You gotta admit, no one else thunk. Oh god, I'm having a headache just trying to read this. You gotta admit, no one else thunk a plan like that. So let me tell you something. If nobody else has thought of something, you're either a genius or a fucking idiot. It's usually the latter, but hey. I do have a twang, y'all. Like, this is how you know I was born in the South. Now, it usually comes out when I'm tired. Or when I'm making fun of somebody. But yeah, I definitely have a twang. Yep, see? What'd I tell you? I'm sorry, Mom. I tried to stop him, but then he explained it, and I kinda got excited, too. I mean, I get her killed indirectly, Truelight. I'm not trying to get her killed, but Lord knows sometimes she be not healing when she's supposed to be healing, and she go, bleh. You can discipline them as much as you like in the back. God, that's a scary line right there. And she's smiling. The implications are strong here. Oh. Okay, apparently opening the door animation was a little too much, so we're just gonna warp right through that shit. Well, this explains how Zarase was able to get out earlier. Touching the door in the East Palace. They should have added a sound effect, though. I think that would have been more... Never mind, maybe they shouldn't have added any sound effects. Just kidding, I take that back. How come you need gold all of a sudden? I mean, why not? Is there ever a bad time to have gold? Look, Truelight, when you hit your 60s or whatever, being ugly is gonna be the least of your concerns. Leave her alone. She fought off the army's army. Army's army? Did I even say that right? Mercenaries prefer raw gold to gold coins. Is that true? I mean, I guess it's easier to hide cheaper metals in a coin. I guess. That's the look of experience, Shulai. When you've seen a lot of shit, that's what you know, but it shows in your face. I speak from experience. I'm wondering why she has those two trash cans on her head. Like, literally, those look like... I mean, like trash cans. Maybe somebody could argue fudgesicles. Those are just too damn big. A warrior, or a worrier? Those are two different things. I'm not sure if that was a... I haven't been picking fights, okay? What the fuck? No, I think she... Maybe she has a crap ton of hair under there, but... I think it's the shape of the things that are on her head that bothers me, and then I had to pick that brown color, so it just... I mean, I'm used to, like, the Chun-Li, like, bun, rounded off things, but when it starts looking like... Literally kind of looks like a popsicle or the bottom of a trash can. Yeah, I already rated your city. Thank you. I got lost a couple times, too, because that's my specialty. Ah. She can, but she also has that really short skirt that she somehow spins in. Oh boy. Let me in under the prince. Come on, enough already. You know I'm no good at this kind of work. Oh, I guess they're gutting fish. Oh, that's lame. 1,000, huh? They just have 1,000 fish sitting in here? Oh, God. Oh, alright. Before you leave, okay, so I'm supposed to buy stuff for profit here. Let's see. I'm supposed to buy tea and rice. Tea and rice, tea and rice. Okay, I have to see it. I should have taken my allergy medicine. It's pollen season already. Shit. Oh god, it died in my nose. I fucking hate that. Oh god. Ugh. It's one of the worst feelings in the world. That's not an actual illness. Hi, guys. Are you gonna try to steal my lap again? Oh shoot, I forgot which boat the trading shop was on. I didn't mean to go through that door, but it's okay. I think Leon just pushed me through, but it's okay. No, wait, the trading boat, I think the trading boat's near the front, because, thank God, because you have to come in here a lot for that. Ugh. So, fun fact, Asians do tend to have more allergies. That's actually one of the few genetic things, and it has something to do with anthropology, but basically our genetics makes us more prone to it. We produce more IgE because apparently in the past we had more parasitic infections than other populations, and IgE antibodies, immunoglobulins, immunoglobulins, they attack parasites, IgE. So there's IgA, IgA. This is gotta start sounding like an alphabet soon. It's like IgA, IgB, IgC, IgD, IgE, and I think IgM. I don't know if I got those all right. There's like 5 different types. Immunology was not exactly my strong point. As you can tell, it's a lot of words, a lot of letters randomly stuck together. But anyway, IgE is mostly known for fighting parasites, but it also is responsible for allergic reactions too. So, in the oddly enough, the acronym They stand for stuff. I'm just too tired to think about it, but yeah. The acronym's getting longer. It used to just be LGBT, and then they started adding a little bit more to it, which is fine, but I can't remember the order, and I'm slightly dyslexic, so I tend to jack that kind of stuff up. I mean, it's really bad when you have a bunch of letters strung together and you're dyslexic. That's a recipe for disaster. Anyway, so this is kind of funny, but one of the best ways to cure allergies, and I say best like in quotes, if you give somebody a parasitic infection, all of a sudden your allergies will disappear. By the way, I'm talking about like environmental allergies. I'm not talking about food allergies. I think that's a little bit different. But yeah, like if you're somebody who normally has an allergy problem, but then I get infected with like, say, tapeworms. Say I get tapeworms. My allergy symptoms will disappear. I'm just gonna have fucking tapeworms instead. But again, not one of those things like, sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. But it is a thing, it is a thing. When was I supposed to buy tea and rice? Oh yeah, I forgot you have to buy these individually. Dude, these are expensive. I was grinding and that's so... Okay, tea and rice. Okay, so I already talked to Syro, but... I was a merchant in the past, but the world was practically new then. I'm gonna have to start saying that. When I was young, the world was practically new. You're not wrong. So, you know, are you talking about that fad where people were swallowing tapeworm eggs to lose weight? Which was, by the way, the dumbest shit on the planet. I don't know why anyone thought that a parasitic infection was the cure for obesity. And those shits get pretty damn big, too. Like, I don't think people realize they can get I think it's a couple feet long? Like, I'm just like, come on, y'all. I mean, then again, there are people taking fucking ivermectin to cure COVID and shit. Like, you know what? Don't get me started on that, please. I have a headache. Return to the Sun Palace. I mean, apparently I can trade shit, but I don't want to do that. Alright, I'm gonna rearrange a little bit. Oh. There's the sort button. I was looking for that. Am I missing a Jizo? I was supposed to have 3 of these. I might have missed one. Might have missed one. It's okay. Not the end of the world, but it makes me sad. Those are actually useful. Oh. So, I saved myself grinding. I was supposed to be at level 19 right now, and I am. Convenient. Okay, go to the Sun Palace. Let's get this shit on the road. Leon's not gonna have one, but it's okay. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how big they get, but I believe a couple feet is not an exaggeration. I'm not sure if that's just in... I'm not sure if that's just in humans, or if that's in all animal species. No, but again, like, it's just, like, the concept of it, right? They're like, oh, I'm literally gonna let this parasite in my body so that I can fucking eat whatever I want. Like, just... Did you not think that was a bad idea? That's kind of like, hey, I'm gonna cut off one of my arms so I can lose weight. I mean, yes, it will work, but, like, duh? And, like, people, the thing that was killing me is people were, yeah, Ron's like, I didn't ask for this shit. The thing is, people were paying for this. This is not like a, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go drink some tainted water or whatever. People were literally legit buying tapeworm eggs from what I understand. Like, they were paying to have this done to them, and I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Like, and again, like, it really just ignores the major problem. Like that's the laziest way to, like, try to fix a weight gain issue. Like, I'm, like, you can't have both. You know what? The parasites can go find love from somebody else, truly. It doesn't have to be somebody... It doesn't have to be you.
Still got a long way to go.
Well, I think some of the people who did that, they weren't necessarily fat. They just didn't want to be fat. And they want to exercise. I think truly fat people don't give a shit if they're fat, sometimes, to be honest. Like, they don't care. I don't think they would have gone through the trouble, but I think people who are not fat, but they might be at danger of getting fat, might be worried about that. Well, I was just like, I thought people were kidding when they said that they were doing that. But then I was like, oh god. I think I found out about it, what is it? Like 1,000 Ways to Die. I think that's actually how I first found out about it, which is absolutely horrible, but I was just like, wow, that's such a first world problem too. Like, can you imagine telling somebody in another country, like, hey, I want parasites? Oh my god, they probably just like, are you really from civilization? I mean, sometimes people really, really amaze me, and I'm not, I don't know, maybe amaze is not the right word. Maybe disappoint. That stuff like that makes it hard for me to believe in. That's the stuff that makes it hard for me to believe in people. Like, self-preservation is such a basic, like, default way of living, right? Like, most things want to stay alive. I'm not bringing depression into this, y'all. I know about that, but I'm just saying, by default, people who usually want to stay alive, so the fact that you would do something that should be obviously detrimental to your health is just kind of like, I mean, I don't know, man. So I can address that true light. I shouldn't be saying this. There is probably a way you could put pressure on her neck that would not result in her passing out or dying, but you'd have to be really careful where you put the pressure. And the thing is, I think... I mean, I'm just being honest. So, people pass out, okay, when you block the blood flow to the brain. So, just leave the carotid, and you got a couple other major blood vessels in there. Most people know the carotid, though, right? Leave them alone. They're in a bundle, like, kind of in a certain area, so don't put pressure there, obviously. Try to stay away from the nerves, too, because those just fucking hurt when you put pressure on them, and then plus they're next to the blood vessel. And my guess is, so, normally, actually, she would have the same experience. When you're getting choked, obviously, it activates your sympathetic system. And, normally this is a fight and flight. This is a fight or flight response, but in her, it might have just, tickled her little, tickled a little other area in her body, in her brain, too, so it caused, sexual excitement as well. You know, anyway. But yeah, that's one of those things that's very difficult to, like, yeah, could you please choke me here, but not there? Definitely one of those conversations you want to have before you start doing it, too, because, God, that gets awkward real quick. Why am I talking about this? I kind of want a cookie. So I almost to the beginning of the game, sadly. I'm low-key wanting a cookie right now, though. Are you asking me if I want cookies, Farrad? Yes, I do want a cookie. After I just finished talking about tapeworms eating calories and other things. The reason why I'm debating is because the cookie's in the fridge. That's not hard to get. But I'm kind of a cookie snob. I like my cookies warm, so I'd have to warm up the cookie. Although I only heat them for 30 seconds. So I'm having this... Is it worth going AFK for about a minute to do this cookie thing? Oh boy. Yeah, a private conversation with you, Mr. George. Alright, screw it. Cookie time. I went through the trouble of baking those little boogers. I might as well eat them. Alright. I need a little... This is one of the things I miss. I don't have that little intermission screen where I'm, like, eating stuff. BR Bar, I'm like, it shouldn't be more than a minute. You guys should probably hear me. I'm just walking like 20 feet away. Cookie successfully extracted and reheated. Oh, tablet. You are not allowed to fall asleep. It's basically plot until the plot twist. Which is a great time to have a cookie. Right, Cat? You are not allowed to touch that cookie. It has chocolate in it. Cat? I will smite thee if you touch the cookie. It's for your own good. Because my sister was also in there, Kyle? Damn. Oh, my goodness. I didn't keep her waiting. Definitely didn't keep her waiting while I was getting those 2 cookies. Totally didn't do that. Oh yeah, I forgot she's got a private room. Oh my god. What? Oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to go in the side door. Just kidding. Oh god, the cookies are hot. Ow! Okay, okay, I just stuck them in the microwave, but they're a little too hot. Munch, munch, munch.
Oh, welcome home. Isn't Leon with you? I see. She wanted to give us some time alone, did she? Come on. Come a little closer. So you made friends with not only Haswar, but Raja too, did you? What did you think? They're nice people, aren't they? Getting the support of those two will prove to be very helpful to you someday, I'm sure. And that day might not be very far away, I'm afraid. Gazelle is coming the day after tomorrow. I want you to know we're not just waiting around without any plan. We're taking every measure we can. We're certainly not going to let Godwin have everything his way. I wanted to tell you at least that much. Now go back to your room and get some rest, okay?
This theme always makes me, a little sad. My son!
You've grown so much.
My name is Son.
Pretty soon, you'll be taller than I am. A great big man like your father, Barry. I've really been blessed with wonderful children. Both you and Lynn. I want you both to know how truly proud I am to have you.
Well, at least I got to talk before, shit hit the fan. That thing makes me have the feels, though. Oh god, I nuked my damn cookies. I kind of forgot where the prince's room was. I think it's on the right side. Oh god, where's your room, sir? I forgot. No. Oh wait, I think it's upstairs. I think. Oh, hi, sir. Small attention to detail, but clever that he's there. This actually comes relevant in like 10 minutes. He is a doctor. There you go. My official room. I'm going to save first. Are you kicking me out of my own room, lady? Oh my god, okay. Apparently I can't save right this second. Wow. Man can't use his own journeyman's crystal in his own room. It's dark as hell in here. I mean, I know it's supposed to be nighttime. That's Ferret and George, though, in case you can't see it, because it's hard for me to tell. Your plan B, George. That's right. Plan G. Maybe Plan E, because that's the letter you're missing. Well, there's other people he can trust. It's just George is the only one who'll actually do it. Yada. Meow meow. Isn't there a real country that has a flag with those markings on it? Am I tripping? I mean, it must not be a real country. They couldn't use it. Something similar, though. Like a white background and stuff? Ooh, looks good kill. Ah, all the generic people. But they get to eat the palace food. Oh, sorry. Bumped it. She called me a wallflower. I don't know if this is a good idea either, but... Alright. Chat your way up to the throne. His wife did murder, you know. Might still be grieving. I sold my land and hastily moved here to Solfelina so that I would be invited. So I don't understand this. So you have to live in Solfelina to get invited to this party? I'm not understanding that. Sorry. Good lord. Auspicious. Where is it? Ooh, I just lagged. Tis a tradition to hold a betrothal celebration between the two families in lieu of a large wedding. I mean, I don't think that's that unusual. No, basically it's the same as a normal wedding because the freaking nobles are in here too. I mean, what's the difference? Lost in thought. That's a first. I don't like any of you. For obvious reasons. Oh, I already talked to you. Little skank. Oh my god. Oh, my. What a splendidly fantastical occasion. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Plus or minus 3 hoes. People actually talk like this too, sadly. Oh god, if this was reversed, Limbs would definitely say this. Oh, it wasn't Leonce, actually. Well, I can't talk to you because of your cape, apparently. Jesus. I requested that he stay home, because he's a bad boy. Not as bad as me, but... I only talked to the two ladies. I'm just so sad, because I wanted to marry you instead. Oh, you can actually go back here. I totally didn't mean to do that, but... Alright, Fairy, let's get the show on the road. I should have refilled my drink before this happened ago. Should have done that when I was cooking Renee. Regrets. Regrets.
Gazelle, evening, sir.
Is the banquet over already, sir? Yes. It's the princess's bedtime, you see.
A little while ago, an attendant came by and brought us some of the banquet food. It was quite delicious. Thank you.
Hey, what's wrong?
You can tell who had the better metabolism there.
Gazelle, sir. Please wait aboard the ship, sir. We'll come see you when it's over.
Very well. The scholars have arrived. I want you to take them to the sealed room right away.
Yes, I know.
That man in red. Something about his manner disturbs me. I want him watched.
I'll put someone on him. You can rest assured.
Fine. Do that.
Gazelle, sir. What about Lady Silenes?
Worried about the lady, are we? How sentimental of you. You have your orders. Just do as instructed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's his name? Ridley? That's him. The guy who's obsessed with Cinder runes. That is him. Surprise, bitch!
Aha! Caught you.
Double surprise! Yeah, that's how I feel when somebody shines a bright light on me.
You guys would put dark arcanum in the banquet food. And that's why we all took an antidote beforehand.
This
We've
guy's-
got you all now. Don't even try to make any excuses. Godwin didn't see this coming, I bet. What did you say?
The reason we used that cloak was so we wouldn't have to sacrifice so many of you. Now there's only going to be more unnecessary bloodshed.
Give up! You have no chance!
But clearly you were gonna kill at least the 3 of us, so it was worth taking it for us. This assassin reminds me of something from another game, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's okay. Alright, I'm trying to make sure this guy doesn't do anything funny. Long throw, even though there's only one person.
Here we go.
Oh, fine, just prick on the prick, I got you.
Here we go.
Oh, he's worth 1,000 pots though, that's pretty good. Yeah, okay, that's the sneeze that didn't come out earlier, excuse me. Lesson in life, things always come back.
It's 'cause he was talking like this, Silent.
Oh, sure, it was Poison Leon. I'm sure the three of us just didn't beat the shit out of him instead. I mean, you know that distinctive feeling when there's a sneeze coming, right? I don't know how to explain it besides tickling of the nose or whatever. Coming! Nah, I was gonna stay here. Okay. Alright, well, since I have so much bloody medicine. I think I'm gonna get stuck here, but just in case. Alright, so I forgot what happens if you actually win this. So I have won this battle before, but I don't know if you even get anything out of this. Oh my god, where's the door? Let me see if I can take him out. That being said, I don't think you really get much. Oh, I'm supposed to have a scroll. Hold on. Might as well at least try, right? Let's put that there. I don't think they poison. I don't think they poison. Oh, that's fucking useless. There's 3 of these. Okay, let's do that. Alright, if I can't win with that, then fuck it. supposed to be random in battles, apparently I didn't trigger one. Random. It's nothing. This is gonna be a little tricky, but we'll see.
Look.
Too late.
He only has one wound. A fatal one. We're not dealing with any amateurs here.
I'd say that fellow was a little too weak, that's all.
Kildrick!
Well, well. Hello there. I'm glad to see you saved us the trouble of coming to get you.
But why are you... I get it now. You never were a gladiator in the first place, were you?
Very perceptive of you. At the Sacred Game Finals, you had to go and interrupt me just when we were getting to the very best part. I've been hoping to get the chance to thank you for that, you know.
Back off!
Now I see. You're the reason our Dark Arcanum didn't work, aren't you?
Who are you?
Don't you remember me? I guess I really shouldn't be surprised. We were just little kids back then. But I remember you, Misma.
Mikafut!
Mikafut?
No, that's impossible.
So you do remember me then?
This just keeps getting better and better. Imagine that, a Queen's Knight's apprentice, His Royal Highness's bodyguard, one of our old friends.
Leon, what are these guys talking about?
Prince! Lady Siolete! Hurry! Run!
Not so fast.
It's not a good time to be asking about her past. Just saying. Alright. So Leon does not have a Jizo, so let's see what happens here. You know, let me use his magic first, since he has a rune. I'm not supposed to have this, but... I'm not supposed to have this either. I took this off of Mucus. So he recommended not attacking them directly because they counter, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna... Oh, just kidding. I have that. Alright, let's do this. Let's try this. I think it's 3 turns. Oh, of course, pick on the one person who doesn't have a Jizo. I love that. How much damage is this gonna do? Not enough. Okay, goddamn. That wasn't worth it. Alright, Silage, you're gonna be the mage, apparently, because... Okay, in that case, I didn't know it was gonna do that little damage shit. Heal you. Do this. Fortunately, sometimes you just have to try shit. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that wasn't really worth it. Childrick, you suck. keep everyone held up right now. So far, they're being relatively cooperative.
Here we go.
Nope, nope.
Here we go.
Look at me, look at the air he's going. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the shield rune helps a lot. You're not technically supposed to have it, but these people fucking cheating anyway. Picking on Leon, though. Seriously, stop.
Here we go.
I'm being just extra cautious here. Oh, never mind. Oh, fuck it.
Here we go.
There you go. That wasn't too bad. Yay, got a prosperity piece. Actually, 4,000 pots is worth it. So they were beating their little boo-boos for. Oh, I only have a 40% drop rate on that one, so that's good. Pant, you're fine, Siles. Ah, welp. Should have stomped on their balls while they were down. Eh.
What?
Kyle!
So, Guy,
I mean, they were literally laying on their backs and like, "Hi, I'm fine." You know, for once, I got to teleport out of danger. That's usually something the villain gets to do. For once, I get to do it. Jokiwa. Well, okay, so I'm reading the fact, actually, and that was... So Kyle is a water rune user. That was supposed to be Fog of Deception, which apparently doesn't exist in this game, but it was the... It's the level 2... The level 2 spell in the first two Suikodens. So if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I played Suikoden 1 and 2. I think Fog of Deception made it to where, like, it was basically blind. It greatly reduced the enemy's chances of hitting you with a physical attack, but you don't actually get it in this game, so he just pulled that out of his ass. I don't know, he said, that's what the fact says. I'm just reading the fact, okay? It kind of makes sense. He does use the water rune, and that is what's spelled in the Suikoden series. It's just not a spell that I can actually use in here. To be honest, I actually prefer Breath of Ice, although it's weak as hell. I don't know if it's because... they have high magic resistance, or if because I'm using a scroll, the scroll shouldn't matter. That's supposed to go on the casters. Anyway, it did shit to them, but overall I like Breath of Ice better. Because the water magic, you don't get that many attack spells on it, so I think having 1 or 2 is fine. It doesn't have to all be healing. I don't know. I'm just. This was what Mr. Factbrider. Actually, I don't know. Mr. or Mrs. Factbrider said. So I did have some coffee, but it was earlier today. It was like 2 cups? And like, I don't even think I would call it 2 cups because I was drinking 2 cups but at half strength. So technically 1 cup of coffee is what I drank. And why are you asking me? Huh? 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 You should be asking me what's in these cookies, is what you should be asking me, huh? It's the cookies, goddammit. I just started eating cookies. You want to talk about... You talk about people with high metabolisms. I have a very high metabolism, okay? So when I eat sugar, it's like, insta-boing! And the fact that you noticed it without me actually directly mentioning it is proof of that. I bake these cookies too, damn it. I put a lot of work into them. I get to eat them every once in a while. But yeah, if I eat anything that has any reasonable amount of sugar in it, it gets metabolized very, very quickly. And people are like, oh, that's great, Esther. That means you can eat anything you want without having to eat tapeworms, right? Well, it also means that I'm hungry all the damn time. So speaking of which, I'm gonna go get some juice too, and then we're having an existential crisis in the game. I'm expensive to feed, okay? Bad news for y'all, I'm drinking juice. Which mostly has fructose in it, but... fructose can be converted into glucose, which is the form of sugar that your body uses. Which means I might get another sugar high in one tone. She didn't disband them enough. Oh, obviously not, Silenes. Like, this is really not the time to be explaining this. I think if they didn't have this conversation, they might have actually gotten there in time. Hold on, I'm trying to... When you walk to the door from what they're saying. Okay, this is not the important choice. In fact, I'm not sure why that would go out with the prince, because he actually can't take over the throne, but I guess he could try to get revenge for his family, but they literally made the whole first part of this game a joke about the prince being useless. This first assassin didn't even try to go in the prince's room, he went in the freaking Leon's room. It's natural for me to be concerned about my mom and my sister, okay? That's right, I have to have another girl. I have to have a girl so she can continue the line, because my boys are useless. Let us protect your family jewels. I mean, I killed the first guy. If I wasn't able to take the first guy out, that's definitely a problem, but... I can handle another... The assassin people I could be killing all day. Dolphin children are kind of a problem, but there's not 50 of those running around, so I could... No, he's a little more, what do you call it? Be shonen looking than Ken. He does have that ponytail thing going. The personality's completely different, too. Completely different. I'm assuming you mean Ken from Street Fighter. Wait, there's a lot of Kens. I should have probably... The first one that popped in mind was Ken from Street Fighter, but are you talking like... Barbie and Ken? Now there's too many. I check my phone every once in a while. I mean, he's still in his royal outfit, okay? Uh-oh. Another sneeze attack, excuse me. I don't know. Maybe he went to go get some cookies. I finally got to the actual story part of the game, too. Oh, thank you. Alright. Like I said, allergies. The thing about allergy medicine is, like, even if you take it, unless you take, like, the shit that knocks you out, if you already have an allergic reaction, it's gonna take, like, 8-12 hours sometimes for it to actually start working, so unfortunately I'm gonna be like this till early tomorrow. See, that's the thing, Ron. I'm always low-key hungry. That's how bad my metabolism is. But I can't eat the entire time because, A, that's kind of annoying. I do watch streamers sometimes and, like, it's, like, low-key annoying when they're constantly munching on stuff. So I try not to do that, especially since the mic I use is, like, super sensitive. It picks up, like, everything. But, at the same time, I have to eat eventually or I'm going to start getting hangry. So, not gonna lie, Ron, I'm low-key allergic to everything. I'm allergic to my cats, I'm allergic to dust, I'm allergic to pollen. But I don't have any, like, life-threatening allergies either, so if I had to pick, I'd rather just be irritated by my allergies as opposed to, feeling like have a life and death situation on hand because I touched the wrong food, right? So, and again, Asians are more prone to allergies, so this is a genetic thing, unfortunately. It's really sad that I'm allergic to my cat, though. Cats. I'm allergic to both of them. It's kind of weird, too, because, like, my allergies towards my cats, like, fluctuates. I know that sounds kind of weird, but, like, there's some days where, like, if I get within 3 feet of them, I start sneezing, and then I have other days where I can have them right in my face and not bother me. Allergies are one of the strangest things about the human body. Like, it makes no fucking sense, to be honest, but it's a thing. He's like, fine. Good luck! You just got a bunch of people trying to kill you. Good luck! Yeah, the guy's, like, an okay character, but, like, you get him so early that he's actually kind of useful. Because this is one of those Suikodens, like, you don't really get full control over your party until, like, kind of late. Oh, you're still in your slave shit. I shouldn't have bought all that. I shouldn't have sold everything. I can give you glass slippers. Well, glass slippers... Putting glass slippers on a man. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, let me get you some healing at least. This dude naked. I was selling stuff earlier too. It's okay. I will equip you later. Formation. Let me pick something else. How many battles do I have here? I'm not having too much trouble hitting people, so let's do this. Definitely need to swap. Put you there. Oh, I didn't do that right. Just kidding. Yeah, let's do this. Up. Oh, it messed up my entourage order too. Okay, that's weird. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so. I mean, I could tank, I guess, with her. I am kind of, like, high level right now, so... In theory, I could tank. The thing is, if you're faster than all the enemies, it doesn't matter who's in the front, but... We'll see.
George!
You guys, what are you all still doing here?
What about you? Aren't you supposed to be with Arstad and Ferret?
George!
The Queen and Ferret, they're dead.
What? But Ferret...
No! How can that be? George, you were with them. How?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but there's no time to grieve now. The Sun Palace is about to fall. You've got to get out.
Wait. Just a minute. If Arstad is dead, then that means the Sun Rune must have gone back to the sealed room. That means, if Godwin gets a hold of it...
Kyle went to the sealed room for us. All you have to do is concentrate on getting the hell out of here. Don't worry, she's all right. Miyakis and Galleon are with her. Leave Lim to them.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, first choice, but apparently. No, I do not have the Dawn Rune yet. So, after I flee the castle, and after some stuff, then I have access to it, but... I have to get out first. Because they're trying to shish kebab me, and that's not good. Because at this point, you don't even know where the Dawn Rune is. You actually kind of find it low-key by accident. Like, I don't know how else... that's the best way to describe it. You literally find it by accident. And you have to 1v1 somebody to get to it. Well, so, the thing about the levels in Suikoden is the most important thing is it opens up your magic slots. Right, Muffin? That's right. Magic is really important in this game. When you're low level, you can only cast, like, Wind of Sleep. Like, who cares about that, right? I want to cast Shredding and Cyclones and... That's right, Muff Muff. That's right. That's right, you tell him. Considerate kitty waited until all the voice stuff was over. Yeah, I mean, because of the way the experience in this game works, like, leveling is literally, it literally takes care of itself. But, which makes me wonder, so, like, speedrunning a Suikoden game must be completely different than speedrunning most other games, because most other games don't have that tiered leveling system, but you obviously have to fight the bosses in this game. So, I'm gonna guess you're not as, like, I guess a low-level challenge would be difficult for a Suikoden game, right? Because, like, you literally have to fight the bosses, and then you level up according to the difference in your levels, so... I'm not really sure how... I guess they have different rules for Suikoden, because, again, the way the experience works out. Well, there's a glitch in some of the games, but, I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's no major skips in Suikoden games. I know there's the glitch in Suikoden 2 where you can go into that one area you're not supposed to go into to level up, but that's not really a skip because you can't actually do anything in there. I mean, it is a way to level up stupidly quickly, though. But I'm just... As far as I'm aware, there's no major glitch like, hey, I go from this and then, you know... I'm gonna skip to where you get the Twilight Rune. Like, as far as I'm aware, you can't do that. Yeah. I've heard about that, but I don't know if it's really worth the trouble, to be honest. Like, I don't remember Suikoden 2 being that difficult to where you would actually need to do that. And plus, if you're gonna do the Clive side quest, you absolutely don't have time for that shit. I mean, I'm not sure if it actually saves you time, but it's dangerous as hell going in there, so... Okay, so I'm on my room. I kind of oh, I have George with me. I probably need to rearrange. I wasted my time rearranging everyone. Leon, I'm gonna move you back. Here, you can be next to the prince. How about that? Wait. I'm confused. Oh, my random encounter. I think I was heading in the right direction. I think it was supposed to. Oh, he got Georged. Yeah, like, these people are fucking pushovers. I could sit here and beat these people all damn day. Oh, I didn't know they changed it for the remake, actually. Or, no, sorry, it's not a remake. The remaster. Remake. No, remaster. Remaster is, like, when they upgrade it, but they don't make any major changes. Remake is when they, like, completely redo it. I don't know what the difference are between the two versions, because I haven't looked it up. I don't know if people... So, it's been out, like, what, a week-ish? Maybe a week and a half, a little bit longer than a week, so I don't know if people have found all the differences or not yet. Did they fix the little glitch with Tyr's name, like, messing up in Suikoden 2? I don't know if they fixed it. Did they fix the translation in Suikoden 2? I really want to know if they fixed that. Because, Jesus Christ, that needed to be worked on. At least spell Joey's name correctly throughout the entire game. I saw it spelled at least 3 different ways. I don't know if I left count of it. Okay, sorry, the 6th. I had it mailed to me, so... I didn't get it till later. Time flies when you have a backlog from hell. Alright. Get out of here, get out of here. Get out of here, why are the lights on in here? This is an escape route. Don't ask these questions, Esther. Well, I'm just saying, I think that would be... I think it would be kind of silly if they didn't fix some of the translation errors, because... Now, some of them were kind of funny, like the Nanami scene where she... I can't remember exactly how they translated it in English, but it was like tiger, dragon, flower. Like, she was basically pulling out like a kanji alphabet soup move on somebody to scare the shit out of them, and it worked. But, I mean, like, that one I could see being okay, but, like, seriously, Joey's name should have one spelling. Like, thank God Ryo didn't get a name, too, because I know they would have been jacking the shit out of that one, too. Yeah, I can't, like I said, I don't remember what it was. It was literally like, flower, sun, dragon, tiger, hua, sin sweet sun, su sweet. I don't know, I'm just pulling shit out. You know what I'm talking about, those string of, like, kanji characters, like these in Tales games. Well, it takes, like, 2 or 3 of those and put them together, and that's probably what she actually said. Gurren gun. I mean, this is all conveniently very set up. This boat's been sitting here forever, but it still worked, you know. It's convenient. It's okay. It works. I mean, shit, at this point, it'd probably be okay to swim out. Plot armor.
That light.
The sun rune. It's returning to the sealed room. It's true then. Arstad.
And the real reason why they brought Zagai, they needed a second person to row this boat.
Princess, please hurry. I'm trying, but where are my mother and father? Galleon, weren't you with them?
Princess.
What's the matter? Zahak, Elenia, what are you two doing here? Princess,
bitches.
stay back. What's going on?
Hello, Princess. And where might you be going?
What? Tell me what's going on here.
You're the ruler of Sun Palace now, Princess. We can't just let you leave now, can we?
Why are you?
Welcome to politics, Lindsay. Sucks. Well, you knew Elenia was gonna be a bitch. She's been a bitch. She has a resting bitch face, and she actually is a bitch. The thing is, in theory, okay, Limslia could have pulled the get the fuck away from me or I'm gonna kill myself gig, because they do actually need her. Although I imagine Gazelle's not stupid enough to follow for that, but the two knights, the Queen's Knights might have gone for it. Not sure about the crazy drugged up people, but hey. They're not, this lady's actually not wrong. If the Dawn Rune hadn't gone missing, none of this would have happened. Which they don't explain until way later. Yes, I have played Legend of Legaia 1. I have not played the second one, though. That's the game that Final Fantasy IX ripped off the Myst concept for. It was a blatant ripoff, but it's okay. We're gonna look past it, because apparently Final Fantasy can get away with that. Well, yeah, so there's that, and then plus, she ended up taking the Sun Rune on, Arshtat put the Sun Rune on in the first place because she thought the Godwins were gonna steal it. Which I don't think they would have been able to do if the Dawn Rune hadn't been missing. Renegade George. I have returned from my reconnaissance, Your Highness. We sent a random official up. Who stole the Dawn Rune? Well, one of the nobles did it. I'll just leave it like that. It was not the people of Lord Lake, though. They got blamed for it, but they were not the ones who took the rune. I took a picture with my cell phone. You want to see it? Yes, yes. And apparently, Daddy and son knew about it. Although the guy you fight to get to the damn room, the daughter did not, though. The fat dude. So the Godwin family's the one that just took over the castle. The fat dude and his, like, snooty, spoiled son, that's the Barrows family. And you haven't met the daughter yet. The daughter actually has a head on her shoulders, but you haven't met her yet. You're about to meet them, though. So Leon went all Chinese looking on us. It's okay. She's cute like that. They changed their facial pictures when they changed their clothes, though, which is interesting. Nice touch. Well, you know, they say this in Suikoden too, and it's true. I can't... Your tactician says this, I think. Every truth contains a lie. Every lie contains truth, and every truth contains a lie. Well, guess what? This doesn't end up working, though, and I actually forgot why. So you end up going somewhere else. This is why this game is so long. You end up, taking the long way around for things just because. So I understand what they're doing. They're trying to immerse you in the world, but this game kind of suffers from pacing issues. They could have done that part a little better, but it's okay. It does get more interesting from here, though, and it still drags on. Well, there's hope, Ron. I mean, they did re-release 1 and 2, and I think they did it in response to, Eiyuden Chronicles being released. So, maybe they'll start reviving this week. Now, I don't even know if the producers, so actually... Flagon, one of my subscribers for a while, he brought up the point that around Suikoden 3, I think, is when people started leaving the staff. The staff started leaving the development team or whatever. So I'm not sure exactly what happened with that. I'd have to look it up, but it would be nice. But I think that ship has kind of sailed. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring back the same feeling or anything, or they could get the same team together or whatever. But yeah, definitely after 5, it was just like, sure, they released games after that, but I'm on the... Do I have to rearrange my party again? Or did I already did this? Okay, I thought they rearranged me. Okay, So Raffley apparently ain't there, so I can't go shopping, which is sad. Oh, I should have sold that tea and rice at Zolfalina before I let it go to hell. It's okay. Priorities, right? I'm thinking about trading items. I mean, I'm just saying, it is the first step. Like, when they start, like, re-releasing stuff, that at least shows that they acknowledge that they have the series. I swear some companies, they won't even acknowledge that they released the game before. So, it's a first step, but Konami kind of has a reputation for, like, fucking up its series. I mean, kind of look at what happened with Metal Gear Solid, too. Solid as well, not specifically. But actually, some would argue the second one is kind of messed up too. But anyway, they kind of have a history of messing things up, so we'll see. Personally, on my wish list, there are other games that I'd rather they re-release instead of Suikoden. Like, not specifically for Konami, but like just in general, just because. The main thing about Suikoden is, so the recruitment thing, which, like I said in my title, it's basically Pokemon, okay? It's Pokemon with people, so it's kind of been done. And, like, the storyline, which is very politically driven, which that's kind of sort of unique to it, but, it's not something that has to be a Suikoden thing either. You can make a political, war-based RPG that doesn't take place in Suikoden world. And, like, I know the runes are kind of like, woo, runes, but, I mean, you know, again, runes are basically just magic. Magic with attitude, if you want to count the true runes, right? So, there's not actually anything specific to Suikoden that's super unique. It just kind of brings these, like, unusual elements together, but, honest to God, I'd rather have the PS2 Tales games if I had a choice. I know I'm super biased on this, but I feel like those are more unique than this. Or even releasing Xenosaga Trilogy, right? Or continuing the saga. That would be even better, but that's just me. I mean, I know you can't use everyone in battle, but they try. You can bring, like, usually like 60, 65 of them usually you can bring in battle. And let's be fair, okay? How many people play Pokemon games and they use all 150 Pokemon, okay? I know there's probably some little nutty, crazy super fans that do that, but average person's not going to use all of them either, okay? I mean, it would be cool if they could, like, continue the rune lore, because that was the one thing that actually, like, goes in between stories, in between games. But, again, like... they kind of lost, like, the creative minds that came up with that in the first place. So they're either gonna have to get those people back, which, I mean, like, let's face it, it's been years and years and years. They're either gonna have to get those people back, or they're gonna have to get new people who can at least understand what the original people were going for in the first place, right? Because they had this whole thing going on with the Sindar, and then they had all this thing going on with Harmonia. All of this going on, and there was probably some bigger story in the background that just never got told. So somebody has to figure out how to make this work, right? And make it profitable, unfortunately, at this point. But, again, like, Konami doesn't have a great history with this. And again, the only reason why they released the first 1 and 2 is because they saw competition on the horizon. I kind of feel like it's not making a comeback, but Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. That's great. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the whole thing with the Sindar and Harmonia, like the Circle Rune and the Change Rune, like, does anyone actually know what the original developers were going with that? Because as far as I'm aware, they dropped hints in the game, but none of them actually fully explored any of them. So, either gonna have to make a new story up, or gonna have to find somebody who actually knows where they were going, right? Because sometimes you can find, like, for instance, like Berserk. I know this is a really random example, but you know the manga artist for Berserk passed away before he finished his work. Well, turns out he told somebody about his work and, like, what the actual storyline was beforehand, so it's not a complete loss. They can still continue his original vision, and hopefully it's more cohesive, right? But I don't know, if anything like that. I don't know if the proverbial torch has been passed properly. Do you see what I'm saying? So, even if they get they release a new Suikoden 6, an actual 6, unless they get the spirit or the torch correctly passed, or whatever, however you want to phrase it, it's not going to feel the same. In that case, like, you should have just started a new damn series, right? But, yeah, so, that's another series that, like, you can tell he put the, is it Mura-san? He definitely put a lot of thought into it, and it's definitely, he made an entire new world, and it's a shame that he passed away before he was able to finish it, but at the same time, I'm glad that somebody at least knows what he was planning to do with it, and that they're going to continue to draw it and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, he literally built a very, very dark, admittedly, but a very unique world, and he was able to convey that world in a very powerful way to the audience, if not disturbing. Definitely disturbing. That horse scene was really, really, yeah. But yeah, they're working on it at least. But again, it was a shame that he wasn't able to finish that. I feel like, I don't know if it's because of lifestyle habits, but I feel like sometimes these manga artists or, like, the character designers over there, they seem to die, like, a little bit early than expected, because Japan has, like, literally the longest average lifespan, I think, in the entire world. So, you know, these people are passing away in their 60s. It's a little bit odd. But again, I'm not, I mean, shit happens, you know. Oh, no. Berserk is definitely not for, that's not a lighthearted read or anything. Like, there's some funny moments in there, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times it's just dark humor on top of that. But yeah, that's a super dark world. Like, you wanna know what living hell looks like? Read Berserk. Like, that world is literally hell on earth. It's crazy. Sorry, I'm checking something. Now, it's not even just for kids, Ron. Like, even certain adults, I would not recommend. Like, that's one of those series, like, you need to know exactly what you're getting into, or at least be prepared for what you're getting into before you watch Berserk. I actually had no idea what the hell that series was about when I first watched the 96 anime. I actually had no idea what it was about, and God was I surprised. But that's definitely not something you should just, like, I'm gonna just try this series. No. You definitely, if you want dark fantasy, and I don't mean like BDSM, like, not that. I mean, like, dark. And then fantasy, not dark fantasy. Does that make any sense? If you are into that, and you're mentally prepared for it, then that's your show. But, goddamn, that's not something you just like, oh yeah, I'm looking for another Sword Art Online. No. No, it's just like that series literally explores probably the darkest actions and thoughts of humanity. Like, if you just took the worst of humanity and you, like, brought it out into the world, it would be Berserk. Now, there's some good parts in there, too. I think that's kind of intentional. But, shit. Like, no, man, there's a fucking horse in there that's, like, you know, I'm not even talking about the horse. But yeah, it's hard to describe. It's like, yeah, there's demons, and there's rape, and there's just hell. It's hell. It's hell. Blood, violence, just everything. Yeah. See, the thing is, I can't even say, like, do you know how many rape scenes there are in that? Like, you say rape scene. Normally, when you talk about a series, there's, like, one of those, right? In Berserk, it happens, like, every 3 episodes. If not more often. Like, that's how bad the world is. And even though it happens so often, you never get desensitized to that shit either, because it's always bad. Like, that just shows how depressingly sad that world is. It's just fucked up. Yeah, it's literally hell. And I think that's also what makes it so interesting too, because like, even though the world is so bad, like, they still have light moments, despite all the hell that's going on. And even Guts, like, he learns how to smile and shit, even after all the crap he does there, and he starts making friends. So, like, even when things get that bad, you know, still, it's like silver lining, but still. Yeah. Just... But I think that kind of, in a way, that also kind of makes it more tragic, because, yeah, there's still good things, but then for every good thing that happens, there's, like, 10 shitty things that happen, so... Heavy stuff. That being said... No, I'm not gonna bring that up. I'm not gonna bring that up. We already talked about that. The angel... well, I haven't read all of the Berserk manga, and I saw what they animated, but obviously that doesn't even scratch the surface of what the fuck is going on in manga world. But honest to God, like, the music's really cool in that too. I honestly like the 97, 96, whatever music better, but, you know, they did a good job with it. But, like, I just lost my train of thought. Not that that's unusual, but, there goes that one. Pew! Alright, never mind. Probably, don't worry about that. Oh, we were talking about the angels, right? I mean, the sad thing is, like, if you ask people in that world, like, just like the general population of that world, they would say that Griffith is the angel, which is messed up, right? And the thing is Guts the angel? Is he really the angel? So, is there an angel? I don't know. Is Casca the angel? She's not the angel either. Is it the little... I forgot the little magician girl's name. Is she gonna be the angel? Is it gonna be Puck? I mean... Speaking of hell, though, this is kind of heavy. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, we're alive. I'm gonna live long enough to recruit my Pokemon people. So where did George go? I mean, he's with me, but, like, he's not in the scene. I mean, yeah, he does. He does. Revenge, anger, personal growth, too. I don't know, you see him lose his humanity, you kind of see him get it back. He's a very complicated, he's a very complicated character, but, like, At the same time, nobody would probably describe him as an angel either. He's kind of a weird, like, not an anti-hero, but he's definitely not a typical hero. Some would probably argue he's not a hero at all, I guess. You can make that argument too. He gets some badass armor, though. Hazor is just so optimistic. Oh shit, everyone got massacred, but hey, at least you helped me. I mean, that's a good perspective to have in life, but still. Well, you know it's heavy stuff when the guy's gotta sit down. Bad. Yeah, the music was interesting. I think that's always one of the biggest challenges, like when you're converting manga to anime. Obviously you have to get the animation correct too, but I think the music is one of the most difficult things because that's not something that's the manga artist is necessarily gonna, oh, we need upbeat music here, or we need this kind of music here. You have no idea. The person just has to like, here's a scene where there's a bunch of people getting killed. Make music to it. Here's a scene where there's a horse monster trying to do horrible things to this lady. Make music to it. Like, right? Here's a scene where this lady's flogging herself. Make music to this. Like, right? Which, I mean, again, like, that's something very specific to the anime, right? But when they do it correctly, it's very powerful, right? That's something that's important with RPGs, too, because Lord knows you spent hours and hours and hours listening to shit. In other genres, you're not listening to it constantly, so it's less of a deal. Or, in certain games, there's just so much shit going on, you're not necessarily paying attention to the music, but... The prince is the only one that looks like hell right now. the other two look fine. Leon and Sile's picture don't look so bad. I believe I'm supposed to go to bed. Sile's can still go to sleep. That's good. I feel like they made Isato's ears, like, extra pointy. I know he's an elf, but those things look like they're sharp enough to, like, poke your eye out. And on top of that, he has, like, airplane ears, too. Like, he kind of has a... They look more like Klingon ears to me. I'm not really a Star Trek person, but I feel like they're more Klingon-y than... the other elves that I remember seeing from the series. I don't need a bed, I'm a man. Arr. I mean, you'd think they could claim Sanctuary in the Holy Land, but I guess that won't work when there's a coup. The music was being summoned by the brand, you're right. His room is upstairs, isn't it? I mean, fair, I would think they would, as long as George wasn't showing around, you'd think they would be okay, but... Oh. Chatty guy. Dan. Isn't this my bed? Okay. Oh, just kidding. This was Liv's bed. I can't sleep in Liv's bed. Have to sleep in my bed. Cutscene.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll be on my way.
Well, he got over his depression real quickly. It's okay, he's determined.
Marshal, your lordship, sir!
Margulis.
You're early. I was feeling a little anxious.
There's no need to worry. As you can see, we have complete control of the Sun Palace.
Uzuki.
I heard there were a few crucial problems.
Sorry.
Crucial is such a strong word. There may have been a few unforeseen obstacles, but it all turned out fine. The only thing worth noting is that the Prince and Lady Sileads managed to slip away. But thanks to that, we were able to make George take the blame, so, in the end, it wasn't a complete loss.
I see.
This man is legit carrying a staff around. Scepter, whatever the hell you call that. Ah, yes, these people. I'm gonna make the true rune choose me, even though lots of people have tried this before and it never fucking works, but, you know, research, damn it. Oh. I actually don't remember the lyrics for that. I mean, the only one who was, like, legit kind of good at stealing true runes was Luke. But they didn't, this happens before Suikoden 3, so that wasn't an option. Don't be coy. Don't worry, son. You're gonna be bald like me one of these days, because baldness is very, very, very hereditary. You're gonna be just like me, haha. Well, somebody shares your feelings about Lim. Truly. To be fair, you'd be in trouble if she'd even injured herself. She wouldn't even have to kill herself at this point. If she just cut herself, you'd probably get in trouble, but hey. you saying the women in the family are stubborn, huh? 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 If you know where they are, then why didn't you have troops sent over there? There's no way I got my ass out of the city faster than you can get your ass out. I had to literally row my butt out of here.
Princess, won't you please rest even just for a little while? No! If I saw Mother and Father in my dreams, I think I would cry. Oh, Princess. It's all right to cry, you know. I won't cry. I won't give them the satisfaction. If I cry, they win. If I cry, it's like admitting the defeat of our family. Defeat to the likes of them. And that's why I can't cry. Oh, Princess. Princess. Please save me. Please save me.
I haven't played any of the games, Ron, although I've heard they're actually decent, considering most animated game crossover, or animated game conversions are usually pretty mediocre or subpar, but I heard the Berserk games are pretty decent. I don't know if I heard correctly, though. But no, I have not played them. So basically, I'm walking from cutscene to cutscene. They're having Xenosaga flashbacks here. Well, I mean, they obviously can't put a lot of the stuff in the anime into the game because they would have to rate it like freaking XXX and they wouldn't be able to sell it. I mean, the stuff that happens in Berserk is beyond mature material. So... and they'd have to take a very different approach with it, otherwise they just couldn't release it. The hack and slash part, though, works well with the Berserk team. You gotta do with a big-ass sword. Whoosh. This annoying door beam. It lets me know there's a doorway there, though, so... Just call me Your Highness. He just calls me Prince. Take a nap now, girl. Yeah, see, unfortunately, this wood beam is in the wrong spot. It's okay. Minor quip. Oh, you know things are bad when Sleepyhead wakes up on her own. Oh, that's interesting to hear, Sileeds. It's usually the other way around. Usually people sleep worse when they're drinking. I mean, the quality of sleep goes down. I shouldn't say people are able to sleep fine when they're drunk, but they don't sleep well. There's a difference. I mean, to be fair, she did have a legit point. I don't think it was... I mean, it would definitely put pressure on him, but, you know. That's something I think a lot of people would have asked him. Not so sure why they wanted the Sun Rune after they saw what happened to Arstagorn, but I don't know. As far as I'm aware, they didn't know where the Dawn Rune was at this point. Or maybe they didn't care about the part about it taking over your brain. I was kind of under the impression they couldn't go barbecuing people unless somebody actually had it on their body, though. Yeah, I'm about 99% sure they don't know about it because they would have taken it by now. Alright. I mean, the freaking dude in the basement didn't know about it, so it was apparently a pretty damn well hidden secret. Oh, that's a really large search party. That's a little bit... I know they supposedly said George kidnapped me, but, that's a little bit of a large unit to be sending after one's Queen's Night. Yeah, you wouldn't be sending that many soldiers if you weren't sure. Missing. Well, you did say that there were a bunch of Godwin supporters in here, so... Sir, I'm not gonna touch the gold in there, okay? It's kind of an emergency situation. These elves and their secret paths, they had one of these in Suikoden 1 too, if I remember correctly. I actually don't know who the composer was for the music for that series. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I actually never looked into it, but it definitely, like I said, definitely did a good job. That's a really tough show to put music to, man. I applaud them. Getting the mood right is really difficult. Yeah, I get to meet Tubby and his little son. Hi-yo. Hi-yo! Oh no, so I don't get the castle till later. So if I'm not mistaken, somebody's gonna probably correct me on this, but you normally... so 3's the exception. Now I think about it off the top of my head, but normally you get your signature rune first, and then you get your castle, because they have to rally under you under the rune. If you don't have the rune, they're just like, fuck it. I know you're a prince in this game, but in the other games, you're not really a special person. Well, in the first game, you're the son of a noble general, or you're the son of a general, so maybe have some standing. But the second one, you're literally a village boy. So they use the rune as a gathering point, right? So you always get the rune first, and then you get your castle. I said 3's a little bit weird because Thomas is the one. Thomas is technically the main character, and he doesn't get the rune. So that's actually one of the games where you get the castle first, and you get the rune way later. Well, you don't always get a true rune. That's the thing. So in this game, I don't get a true rune. You don't get a true rune in the second one either. So, yeah. This is actually one of the few games where you don't get a true rune. You get a, what do you call it, a support, companion rune? They have a rune, they have a word for it. They're stronger than normal runes, but they're not true runes either. No, see, that's the thing. The Dawn rune and the Twilight rune, they're not actually part of the Sun rune. That's why you can equip them on different people. They're considered companion runes that, like, support the Sun rune, but they're not actually part of the Sun rune. So, and then the second one, like, you get the Great Shield, the Bright Shield rune, and then the Black Sword rune. And those are not actually true runes, right? They're supposed to represent the original battle between the big sword and the shield and this guy. Hi, Muff Muff. They're not actually considered true runes, I don't think. Oh, somebody's gonna correct me on this now. Wait, are they considered true runes? So they were supposed to be... Oh, God. Now I'm wondering. I might be remembering wrong. I kind of thought they weren't true runes because, so Ryo's father and the other dude, I forgot his name, they were able to remove them off of each other, off of themselves, which normally you can't do that without great effort, so I was kind of under the impression they weren't true runes. Because they were able to get them off pretty easily. I'm gonna have to look that up, actually. No, but that's the thing. I don't think those are... I'm gonna have to look that one up, actually. But the Dawn rune is definitely not... It's definitely not a true rune. The other thing, the reason why I say that is the little accessory runes, like, they don't have the immortal life thing going for them either, as far as I'm aware. So, like, normally a true rune, normally the true runes, they have a will of their own, so they pick their owners, and then B, they prevent aging and then, like, natural diseases from affecting the owner. I don't think those happen with those runes. I'm gonna have to look at, but in this game you definitely don't get a true rune. You don't get it. Well, hold on. See, I need to look that, because I was told it was not. Well, then I looked it up last time. I need to look it up. I need to look up a Suikoden. There's like a whole Suikoden about Baby Rouge. Because the Sun rune is definitely a true rune. That thing's got attitudes. So they do mention this in the game, but because... So sometimes there's translation errors. This actually happened in Suikoden 3, and it caused a lot of confusion. They called something a rune, and it wasn't a rune. I think it was they called it the Zexen rune or something, and it was actually supposed to be crest, which is a completely different thing. So I don't know if it's because of the way they translated it, or if I'm remembering wrong. I have to look that up, though. I was pretty damn sure the Dawn rune was not a true rune. Same thing with Twilight. Just trying to rack my brain real quick. Anyway, there's a Suiko thingamabobber thing. I don't know if they changed. Maybe they changed it, or maybe I'm remembering. Okay, so anyway, sorry, I gotta get my ass out of here. Regardless, I don't have the Dawn rune right now anyway, so... I have Isato with me, right? Oh, God. I hate to keep fucking with my formation. Why do you keep sticking George in the back? Oh my God. I didn't need to do that. This is a personal... No, just kidding. Freydor and Leon. Okay, we'll do this. Yeah, so they're definitely unique. I'm not saying they're normal ass runes either, but they're definitely not true runes. They're very, very important, special, unique runes, but they're not true runes either. Because they actually have a list of confirmed true runes, and they're not on there. But they do have a stabilizing effect on the Sun rune, which is why Ashtar went bonkers. If the Dawn rune had been there, she apparently wouldn't have lost it. But, which is interesting because Twilight rune not doing shit. Okay. I guess that's why she only went partially bonkers. I actually kind of forgot low-key why they left the Twilight rune alone. Because that's in Godwin's territory in the West Palace. But for some reason, the Twilight rune doesn't come into play until way later in the game. I don't know if there's like a thing where only like royal family members can equip these or not. That might be the case because... That might be the case. Because the prince ends up with the Dawn rune and then somebody else in the royal family ends up with the Twilight rune. So that might make sense. I don't think they knew that at the time. I don't even know if that's a thing though, or if it's just like a... Maybe it chooses people. I don't know if it's actually lineage based. If I was a Twilight rune, I wouldn't pick the fucking Godwins either, so... They... Yeah, they can work together, but, I mean, right now they're missing anyway, but...
This way.
That way? But that's a dead end.
Just follow me. Quickly.
Ooh.
What's going on?
Oh, scratch that.
It's a path only the elves know about.
Scratch that. Scratch the royal blood requirement. Clearly that's wrong because... Clearly that's wrong because... I know, Muffin. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Because it ends up going to somebody who's not in the royal family. So, I don't know. Maybe you just don't like the Godwins. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, and again, it's been a while since I played this game, but I think the only true rune that makes an appearance in this game is the Sun rune. I think. I don't think any of the other ones... I don't think any of the other ones get a mention or anything like that. Because chronologically, this is actually the second game. Because it goes 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. So, it would be kind of difficult to have some of those runes showing up. And then, like, some of the runes are clearly in different countries at this moment, like the Beast rune and stuff. So, I don't think the Rune of Punishment shows up in this game. That would be the only one that might show up. I'm trying to remember. These little the Suikoden fans would know this, but I don't track the series like that. Yeah, so... Yeah, like, the Sun rune definitely has... Well, it's unstable right now, but yeah, like, the Beast rune is a good example of rune picking the owner. Because in the Suikoden lore, what happened was Harmonia originally owned the beast rune, but they couldn't control the damn thing because it was being pissy. So they gave it to, oh shit, I forgot the name of the kingdom. They gave it to the Blight family or whatever as a gift for political reasons, but they literally just like, we can't use this bitch, it doesn't like us. So, the thing just slept in the ground until they fed it a bunch of blood. Hod. Oh, Hod Village is fun. Oh, because he was so useful. I'm kidding. My loyalty is not to you, you peasants. Even though I'm royalty. It's okay, you can go back. Highlands, yeah, sorry. I couldn't remember. There's so many games that have a country named Highland in it, sometimes I get confused. Well, not so many, but there's actually a few games. So, Dragon Force comes to mind, and... it's kind of a common kingdom name. Okay, so, funny you should mention this, the Night Rune. So... Wait, does the dragon sword show up in this game? I forgot. So you see the Star Rune in this game, which it's kind of, you know how the Sun Rune has the Dawn Rune and the Twilight Rune? Well, the Star Rune is kind of like that for the Night Rune. And the Night Rune is, oh god, it's complicated. I'm not sure how much it takes I don't know how much it takes a role in this game, to be honest, because I kind of forgot, but you see it more in the first and second game, and the third game because of Necklord. Well, no, and then by the third game he's dead, but Necklord kind of plays into that shit. No, so not the dragon rune, the dragon sword. Oh god, I forgot what his name was. The talking fucking sword that bitches at people. It's a reincarnation of the. Oh shit, I'm getting my lore mixed up. It's supposed to be a reincarnation of the Night Rune, I think is what they went with eventually. I got a little confused. Again, this plays a lot more in the first and second Suikoden, but this one I don't think it shows up. Star Dragon Sword. I couldn't remember the damn thing's name. Victor holds it, and then, oh god, I forgot, what's his face has it in 3. Ugh. Let me pick my brain. Like I said, as far as I'm aware, the only mention of the Night Rune in this game is when Zerese is explaining where her Star Rune came from. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't play any other major significance, unless I'm just forgetting something, which is possible. Oh god, why are you keep sticking Sileads in the front? What the hell? I know that Sato just left, but... looks like they want her to get murked. Ah! No. Yes. Please switch. Actually, I'm gonna put... Sorry, Silent Leon, I'm gonna leave you there. They're probably gonna rearrange in 10 seconds anyway. This is the one thing about this game that you don't really get to pick your party for a while. This fun town. Oh, it wants me to do something with George's SP. Astute observation, George. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when you have a dude who tries to assemble talent, but he doesn't know how to recognize talent. Which is a talent in of itself, but this is what happens when you have a guy like that in power. And he thinks he's got the bestest crew ever, and they're all inept. This kind of reminds me of somebody I know in office right now. Anyway, we're not going there, I did that already. Yeah, so that's like I was saying, the Star Rune apparently is like the companion rune to the Night Rune, but it's not a true rune either. It is stupidly powerful though, you'll see it when I get to the rest of it. She basically is like, you know, like Thunder God Sid and Final Fantasy Tactics is like super OP. She's basically the same thing, she can nuke everyone. That being said, there's only like, as far as I know, there's not another companion rune to balance it out. Like, the Sun Rune has 2 companion runes. I don't remember the Night Rune having 2 companion. I don't know if one of the companion runes is supposed to be the Star Dragon Sword. And then the other one's the Night Rune. And then you have the Moon Rune. Is it the Moon Rune? No, that's a separate true rune though. That's the one that's responsible for all the undeads in the world. I mean, well, you tell me if this is artiste-like, okay? It's an attack on my senses, is what he said. Oh yeah, so like some of this didn't get it. I mean, maybe it got explained. I wasn't paying attention the first time. So I've actually only played this game once. So, and that was like when it first came out. So I'm kind of picking off the top of my head. George is very sarcastic. As far as I am aware, you don't actually do anything in here much. I think it's just a town for you to refresh up. Haven't really had a town since Raftfleet, so... Okay, so... George, I'm about to raid your shit. You don't need that. You're fine. Okay, so... Walk south to find a chest. This music is grand, too. Let me tell you. Hi, Bubby. Oh, Josephine. There's always one of these in every Suikoden game. Is another running theme. This music. Who are you misfits? What incredibly tacky outfits. Terribly inappropriate for this cultural oasis of a town. Just the sight of your clothing disgusts me. As I recall, you can't recruit her until you get your princely out. You have to get a different outfit or something. I don't have a castle for you anyway, you fluffy little poodle lady. Stay away from me. North, continue north the whale away, swing east. Okay, oh my god, this is too much crap on the floor. So I could talk to these people, but head all the way north? Yeah, you switch, so this is his, what do you call it? Runaway costume. This is one of the few games where your main character changes clothes actually changes clothes, not like their armor. This is a runaway costume, and then he gets, like, once you get your castle, you start building your army, you get your revolution outfit. And I think you get one more outfit at the very end of the game. But yeah, they actually went to the trouble, because so in some of the other previous Suikoden games, like, I feel like when you run away, they just like put a hood on you. They don't actually change the outfit. Just outside the inn is a power piece. Inside the inn, this is the inn. Oh god. Wind of Sleep S. It's supposed to stand for squirrel. Walk south a short way and down the steps to the pier. At the south end. Okay. Back up the stairs, head south to the appraiser shop. I'm stuck. Okay, that's the appraisal shop. Am I supposed to talk to this person? I mean, he's carrying the kingdom on his back, okay? Let him have a hunchy status. What the hell is that? It looks like a jacked up wizard hat. So you can recruit this guy later. Way later. Being an appraisal in this town must be like a special form of torture. Excuse me. I didn't mean for you to hear that. Is that what gave it away? I actually look normal, damn it. My name is Bastion. Not Bastion or Bastion. Bastion. I'm kidding. I'm a con artist posing as an appraiser. Well, he's being awfully honest with me. So I became a con artist, but I didn't mean to. It just happened. I'm taking advantage of a rich dude. I mean, to be fair, if you're paying them for their work and they're happy with what you're giving them, then it's okay. Boy, free therapy lessons, even in the game. I gotta stop doing this. They had to fade to black to get rid of that little hat thingy. Walk south and a bit west to find shops. Wait. I said what? And a bit west. Did I didn't do this right. Apparently. Ah, here you go. Slip him up. Entered. Okay, so I probably need to sell some shit, cause excuse me, sorry. Note to self. Okay. You take your allergy medicine before you get on. Oh, shit. Okay, I don't find these super useful. I have too many barbel beefs, though. I don't think I need this many. Shit. Don't need that many. Don't need that many. Alright, that should be enough for now. What you got? I do like having this on my main party. There's one of the games where you have to buy one of these, but I don't think this is one of a baby carp. If I had an aquarium. Do I have to buy these now? Because I don't want to, like, carrying them around for, like, 100 years. I'll come back later when I can actually... A wizard hat. You know, I'm actually gonna be casting magic with him soon, so... Oh, I'm Poe. I'm too Poe. I'm too Poe. That's okay. Thank you. Soon tied to me. Head east and south along the river. From there, head east and south along the river. And I read this quote, south along the river to find something that was intended to be a statue, but ended up looking like a pastel cactus tainted by nuclear waste. This is not my quote, that was from the fact writer. Oh, God. South along the river. I mean, he could have just said south, but apparently that's what I was supposed to. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I'm looking at these statues. It looks like a children's park, not gonna lie.
Hey, it's the prince! It's them! It's the Prince and Lady Sialeeds! I'm sure of it!
Uh-oh. Prince, let's run!
Hey, wait! What you running for? My name is Boz Wild, the Lord of the port town of Estrise. I'm a friend of Lord Barrows. I know it sounds presumptuous of me, but I'm here to rescue all of you.
Dude, he has a big mouth. I don't mean like he talks like the size of his mouth. Fucking huge. This angle's confusing me because in the cutscene he's on my left side, but now he's on my right. It's good. And he has a mohawk. With long hair, which is an interesting combination. Usually they tie it back on a ponytail or something, but yeah, he's going for this look. I mean, that means he knows we got a bunch of people hot on our ass. I'd sooner believe my papa was a frizzy snail. I'm pretty sure you actually fight frizzy snails in this game, too. It's probably those oversized things I did fight some giant snails earlier. I mean, yes, look at me being hostages. Look at me being hostage to George. He's being so bad. So bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure he tells... This group ends up telling people that the Godwins are trying to fuck us over, but then they end up not believing me anyway, so... I don't see why me escaping was such a bad thing, except for the whole recruiting a castle thing. But I don't think they knew that was gonna happen, so... Anyway, whatever. So Boz is actually not a bad guy, but... he is friends with Lord Burroughs. You don't really have any real choices at the moment. I can prematurely end the game a little bit kind of soon. Actually, I don't remember if that choice takes place after, right after you get the Dawn Rune, or a little bit later. Dude, I don't care if your ship is dirty. I literally, people trying to kill me. As long as it doesn't have, like, holes in it, we set sail. Oh yeah, this is his refugee cloth, which is still a lot nicer than what most people wear. I mean, honestly, I would have picked something besides bright red, because, you know, I'm trying to blend in, but hey. Yeah, like I said, Boz is actually a cool guy. Which is weird, because I don't think you can... Does he actually fight? He looks like one of those... If I remember correctly, you can't actually bring him into battle? I might be remembering wrong. He looks like one of those people who'd be a big bruiser, but I don't remember being able to use him. In the ship battles, he's pretty useful. Okay, whatever. I might be remembering wrong, don't quote me on that. I haven't played this game in... many, many years. Are you ditching me? Huh? It's okay, he won't notice. And you end up getting him back kind of soon, though. Probably after you get the Dawn Rune, because everyone freaking ditches Barrows. He used sword and shield during the war. Yeah, I don't remember. I might be remembering wrong. Maybe you can use them in battle. Maybe I just didn't use them. Like I say, it's like, this is one of those games where you constantly have, like, people come in and out of your party. You don't really have... You don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of your party makeup, because Leon is basically with you 99% of the time, and then when Siles is with you, she's also with you a good chunk of the time, and they're usually required, so that's half your party right there. And then while George is around, he's in my party. So it's like... Oh... I'm gonna walk here, or fade to black. We're not gonna animate you walking the rest of the way because you ain't worth it. So sad. That's supposed to be a big ass eyeball. At least I can tell what it is. Is that supposed to be a rabbit? Okay, anyway, I'm not critiquing this arc. I am, but I shouldn't critique it. Sure, let's go. Did you lose somebody? I mean, if that was the case, the guy should have just stayed in, Luna's. He knew I was heading towards the Barrows family. I was sure. I guess they just thought I needed the extra help. No, so this is actually early in the game, Ron. Don't pay attention to the speed that I'm playing at. Obviously, I'm playing extra slow because I'm not scrolling the text and shit. If you want to be real technical, Suikoden 3, you don't get the actual true... Like, you have true runes, but you don't actually get the true fire rune until chapter 4. Which, that's literally... I would argue more than halfway through the game. I would argue that's about 2/3 of the way through the game, because chapters 4 and 5 are not as long as all 3 chapters for all 3 characters, not even including Thomas. So, and that's technically the true rune of that game, although arguably all 5 elemental true runes are... It's complicated in that game because of the way they did it, but like, in Suikoden 1, you get it pretty early. You actually get it before you get kicked out. Suikoden 2, you get it relatively early. Suikoden 4, I don't remember because I don't care. Actually, I think you get it pretty early in that game, too, because you get it right before you get kicked out in that one, too. This is the first game where you get kicked out first and then you get it. I mean, the Ted thing was the only thing that was interesting about 4, but honest to God, I don't think it was worth playing through 4 for, because it wasn't even that big of an explanation. And the problem is, the part with Ted, if I'm not mistaken, you can't do that part until you're a good chunk of the way through the game, too. So it's not like at the very beginning where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna put 10 hours into this sucker and see the scene. I mean, especially in the age of YouTube, like, just look it up. You don't have to play through that crap. There's nothing in 4 that's redeeming enough that you actually have to play through it yourself. Sorry, I'm reading something. Not from the game. It's hard to think when you have a mohawk and long hair, sir. It's a lot of weight. I don't even know how he got his hair to do that either. Like, shoot. That's the thing, like, I don't even remember if the Soul Eater was that good in 4. Like, it probably is, but at the same time, is it really worth playing through the game for that? I don't know what Guppy is, but if it's a mohawk with long hair, then sure, that's Guppy. Nah, there's there's a little drama going on in another game, but we're not getting into that. Kind of not surprised. Amazing how salty people get when they're not even losing, but people just get salty for no reason. Sorry, I'm reading about the boost rune, power rune, actually, power rune. I think it zoomed in on his house, but I didn't see it. It's okay. I'll figure it out. So, I don't think... So, George gets mentioned in Suikoden 1, if I'm not mistaken, but you don't actually get to play as him. You get him in Suikoden 2, but you get him kind of late, to be honest. I wouldn't say he's super useful. He's pretty good, like, from the start. You don't have to, like, do anything with him either. If I remember correctly, you don't get him until after... Is it Necklord? Like, you're pretty far into the game when you get him. And honestly, the first time I played Suikoden, I didn't even bother with him because I already had a cast set up, and I was like, what? I didn't know who this dude was. I didn't try it. Walk east along the brick sidewalk and over a small bridge. Okay. I see a chesty chest. I get stuck. Alright. Go west onto the main back to the main street. West. Okay, it's just somehow okay, here we go. These are stupidly expensive considering the Dawn one's not bad, but the other two are not worth it if you ask me, but I guess they're good for selling. Climb the first set of stairs. It's the second tier, go west. Oh dear. I'm looking at the statue. They did a little too accurate there with the belly, but it's okay. 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 West of the inn. Enter the house. I'll take that, thank you. Go back, enter the inn. On the second floor is a prosperity ring. Yay. Speaking of New Game Plus, there's actually New Game Plus on here, and if I remember correctly, your potch carries over, and I'm not exactly sure what else. It's like I think your party SP, don't quote me on this. I think it's like your party SP, and then the stuff in your I don't know if your equipment carries over or not. A lot of stuff carries over, though. Which would have been convenient, but... that would require me locating my Suikoden V save data from like 10 years ago, and... the game's not that hard to begin with, so... we don't need all that. Cut east across the main street, take the dirt path behind the large house. I really hate whoever designed some of these towns, though, because I feel like they made them needlessly complicated. Go all the way into the park areas. What? Oh god, I had to skip the shops. I'm sad. All right. If I remember correctly, the magic absorb rune is not as awesome as it sounds. I think you can only do level 1 spells with it, I think, if I remember correctly. There's a reason why I didn't use it. So this man has a rare finds thing when it decides, no, I'm not gonna... Usually it's like grayed out, but you know they can't buy anything. It's okay. I'm kind of a little bit on the post side. So. Oh, I'm missing a power piece. When did I miss one? Just kidding. Question is, do I have see, I have the water room. Can Leon have another room yet? I don't know if she can do that. I think she's still staying. I wish I could take this wind rune up. I think there's a storyline reason why she has it. I'm gonna keep the shield rune on her though. I'm trying to think. I forgot what comes on the Twilight rune, to be honest. I guess I'm gonna find out. I'll switch the runes out later. You're not really supposed to have a shit ton of runes at this point, anyway. Prosperity. This on real quick. That only gives me 1 defense anyway. Go up the stairs to the 3rd tier. Yeah, this is the way he looks now. That's pretty much how he looks in Suikoden 2. The what do you call it? The traveler's cloak. You definitely don't get to see him with his Queen's Knight outfit. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's not, for a kind of random character in Suikoden 2, he's pretty good, but again, you get him so late, I don't think a lot of people used him. And he's definitely not someone you have to have in your party either. Okay, I do have to talk to him. Some of these scenes are optional, but I think this one you have to trigger. I mean, he does hit really hard, but I mean, these people have amazing hair in this game, though. Uh-oh. Ah, yes, the evil tome book thing. Urkanos. It will bring the blackest doom down upon the unwary fool who opens it. So basically, a berserk. It's gonna make berserk. Berserk. I honestly didn't use him much when I played Suikoden 2, but he does have his fans. You have a shit ton of really heavy... You have a lot of good heavy hitters in Suikoden 2, and... I tend to prefer people who can hit decently and use magic. George's magic is shitty, let's be honest. It's the same in this game too, but... And more importantly, his magic defense is also really bad, which is bad when you're up against bosses. And because Suikoden 2 didn't have, like, the skill system, like, yes, he hit really hard, but in this game, the reason why he's so damn dangerous is sometimes, like, he parries a lot, and then sometimes he'll hit, like, 2, 3, like, quadruple, like, triple criticals or whatever, and he just, like, absolutely smacks the shit out of stuff, but he can't really do that in Suikoden 2, so... But, yeah, I mean... I mean, obviously, in the early parts of the game, he's super useful, but... You know, Tyr is good, but you do have to, like, every time you rearrange your party, you have to go and get him again, and he's really not necessary. Like, you have so many other people, like, you could be using. You really don't need him. It's nice for nostalgia purposes, but... I like how I'm walking away to give this man room. It's probably in that stupid cabinet that has the Dawn rune in it. God damn it. I know, I'm just saying, like, I'm sure they did that on purpose, but you really don't have to have them in there. Like, that's just super overkill. I think they nerfed the Soul Eater a little bit in the second one, too. I don't remember it being quite as powerful as it was in the first one, but maybe I'm just tripping. You know, bibliomaniacs are usually a little bit crazy. I don't know if that's quite the right term. The book freaks. Like he went to the trade shop to bother him about a book, huh? Okay. Pick up some salt. I totally should have sold that crap in Solfelina, but it's okay. I got to carry that crap with me now for the rest of my... Actually, it's not... I don't remember how much I paid for it, to be honest. I think normally what I do is I buy pearls and gold and silver, but I ain't got money for that shit right now. I'll hang on to it for now. Across the way is the blacksmith. Go further east. Do I go in the house? Two chests upstairs. Oh my god. I mean, the Soul Eater, the nice thing about the Soul Eater is it's basically all offensive spells. Yeah, you get that in Suikoden V too, but because of the way the fire rune works, you can also barbecue your entire party too, unless you have the fire sealing, is it the fire sealing orb? That special orb that, rune or whatever, that keeps you from barbecuing people. And if you think about it, like, the vast majority, like, so Ryo's shield rune, it's mostly defensive healing magic. This one, the Dawn rune, mostly does defensive healing magic. They tend to be more on the defensive side, which is good because if you're just using your hero, right, you want to have healing magic instead of offensive magic, because usually your main character can hit pretty damn hard with the weapon, but you know, if you need to heal yourself, you need to heal. You have a lot of fewer options there, but Tyrion, you know, I don't know. He went with Mr. Offensive magic instead. We're not talking about 4 again. 4 doesn't exist. Back to the north of the training halls. So there's something on the lawn to the west. God damn it. I got on earlier than I normally do, and I somehow end up streaming to the same... See, this is why I tend to stream later, because I end up streaming the same amount of goddamn time anyway, and I don't know how this happens. Okay, so... Okay, so there is a major battle coming up. I'm probably gonna do that later, because I am getting a little tired, but... Hang on. Let me get to that point. Alright, so... Oh my god, who fucking designed all these bridges? Oh, I'm so glad to see you, sir. Just definitely who I want to see when I'm running for my life. Yeah, I'm gonna just get to the part right before the major battle because... I know it's like a tutorial battle, but I don't want to... Okay. Oh. Horribly worried. Terribly, desperately worried. Oh my god. Ugh. Flattery will get you nowhere, sir. Get away from me. No time to dally. You know, there's one thing about the way people walk in this game that I feel like is very, very unnatural. Like, it feels like they're lifting their legs up funny and stomping extra hard. I don't know if it's just me, but whatever. Like, it's not as bad with Sileads, but I don't know. Whatever. I kind of feel like they're just planting their foot with every... Oh, God. Ugh. It's a sad day when you have to rely on people like this. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the angle or just the animation, but again, like, this game gets criticized a lot for the graphics, so we'll just chalk it up to that. Demons, that's right. They're demons. Okay, you can't have it both ways, Salem. You're either gonna have them in the dungeon or swinging from the gallows. You can't really have both. Well, I guess you could put them in jail first and then hang them, but... the voice of reason in a family. You know, I have noticed this. Whenever you have a crazy-ass family, there's always one reasonable person who's stuck in that crap.
Oh, Lucerina.
Thank God she takes after her mom. And my cute ribbon. I mean, considering all the other characters in the game, Lucerina is fairly, what I'd call tame. She is relatively important, though. She's in the game, and like story-wise, and then also functionally in your castle. So. And I guess she's the only Barrows that's decent. I met all these people when I was like 3, apparently. Apparently. I don't know. I don't think George meant that when he's saying it like that. Maybe he's just perpetual growl face. I mean, at least they didn't have like a boob jiggle or a butt wiggle at the end, you know? I'd rather have that scene with Lucerina than the other two. Okay, I've had enough of the men in this family. Wasn't invented yet. Couldn't be writer. Couldn't be writer. I'm curious what the original Japanese was there. Sonotori? That's not. That's not. Nah. What is this painting in the background? I'm looking at this. It's a painting that's above the 2 chairs. I don't know if this is my brain being stupid, but it kind of looks like it's a picture of Naruto. Am I tripping? Because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like he's got blonde hair, and he's wearing the orange jumpsuit, and like there's a face, and he's like kind of holding his arms out. See, this is how you know I need to go to bed. Oh, that's not true, Ron. We went through the Tomb Raider days. Okay, you can always get those things to jiggle if you put jiggle physics in there. I think Tifa had a little bit too back in the day. Go upstairs. Oh, I can actually put stuff away now. Yay. Okay. I think this guy was modeled after Andre the Giant. Will you please take my shit? I have too much shit right now. Yeah, see... I will do that, Chuck. Somehow he managed to get... Yeah, I'm talking about the original Tomb Raider. Obviously the new ones, there's no need for ambiguity at that point. So somehow he's storing my stuff, but he's not putting it in the cabinet. Just promise me you'll be just as kind and careful with m'lady. You can tell where Chuck's going with this. Shoot. I mean... I'm surprised they were able to keep this secret for so long with this dude, because he's already spilling beans. He is the storage guy. He's literally the storage guy. Good call. I'm not sure where he's storing it, but... Excuse me, sir. So, I'm not gonna need these for a minute. I forgot if you have unlimited storage. Fire sealing. That's the name of the thing that prevents the fire damage in Suikoden V, if I'm not mistaken. I couldn't remember exactly what the name was. You know what? Keep all that too. And that. And that, and that, because I'm lazy. I didn't sort this apparently before. This is armor? I thought this was an accessory. Okay, that's good enough, club. Wait, hold on. Can I sort this, or did you auto-sort? Okay. That works. Good enough, club. Well, it has crappy defense. I'm not putting that on, man. My fucking refined clothes had better defense than that. Go upstairs. Attempt to enter the southwestern room. Weird-ass staircase, if you ask me, but maybe I just don't have a house that's fancy enough for one of those. Oh, I forgot there was an elder brother in here. I totally forgot about that. I don't can't remember if that's relevant to the plotline or they just, like, made that up. Okay, so my room's on the other side. Like, I'm totally supposed to know that. And I'm trying to think, do they have, like, swimsuit outfits for this? I forgot. Like, they actually changed the character model is what I mean. I'm trying to think. I don't remember there being one, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. You got a fire going in here. This is a really big-ass room, by the way. I'm trying to eyeball this, like how many square footage this would be in a normal house. This looks like it's at least 800 square foot. It might be a little bigger because you got like three full-size bed, a fireplace, a bookshelf, sofas, big ass table, extra chairs in the corner. So yeah, this is a big room.
And if you need anything, please feel free to come get me, okay? I'll leave you alone now.
I can't believe it. Is that girl really Lord Barrows' daughter?
Genetic mutation.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But as unlikely as it may seem, they really are related.
How could someone as shady as Lord Barrows?
It happens, sir. It's rare, but it happens.
Well, shady or not, I'm pretty grateful for him right now.
Boob
And
shot.
thanks to Lord Barrows, at least we can finally get a little bit of rest, and we all need that right now.
I don't think we can relax quite yet.
Leon.
I understand that Nethergate is working for Lord Godwin. You never know where or when those guys are going to strike. We have to keep our guard out.
Leon, don't you think you're being just a little too paranoid?
No. I know what I'm talking about. I was once a member of Nethergate too.
You were what?
There's no way. You know, when Farad took you in back then, you were even younger than Limslia is now. How could you have possibly been a member of Nethergate?
Nethergate used to kidnap children who didn't have any family and train them to be assassins. My very first memories are those of my training to become a Nethergate assassin. I don't know who my real parents were, or even what my real name is.
That's awful.
Day in and day out, they taught us nothing but how to hurt people. In 2 more years, they would have made me a full-fledged assassin. I would have been a murderer by now. But before that could happen, Barrett rescued me. And he's the one that gave me the name Leon, too. So that's why I do anything to repay Farad. Prince, I'm sorry I never told you. Do you think you can still trust me even though you know about my past?
Nah. Kidding. So you do have to be kind of nice to Leon too, although there's no reason not to be. To answer your question, right, so initially you start recruiting people to go on that big-ass, the Dahak, that was the huge-ass boat I was on earlier in Raffleet, but you do actually get a castle later, but you have to find it, for lack of a better word. It's kind of, buried, or, yeah, buried. It's kind of buried. But you do actually get a castle, but you get it a little late in this game. A little late. George is good in general, it's just you don't get him for a good chunk of the game because he's a little too OP. He's good against anyone except for a magic user. If you go up against a magic user, he kind of sucks, but you don't really have that problem, because late in the game you can't even put him in your damn party. I think it's a Sindar ruin. I don't remember if it's a well, okay, I don't remember if it's a Sindar ruin or if it's just an old-ass castle that got buried, but there's lots of ruins laying around, so... When did the prince get Farad's earring, though?
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
I just noticed that. Did he have that the whole time and I didn't notice? Oh, everyone leaving me. I see y'all. Oh, this revolving bridge. Yeah, that's what my car sounds like on a cold morning. Exactly what it sounds like. What's with these colors, man? Did the people from HUD like paint this thing? It kind of legit looks like they're not stepping on the solid parts of this. It's okay. No rest for the weary. Last warning. They really don't like the opening door animations in this game. You just walked at the door too. Yeah, I'm gonna get right up to before the battle, because after the battle there's a crap ton of cutscenes, if I'm not mistaken. Ugh. Da, na, na. 300, oh, okay. They're taking me seriously now. I mean, to be fair, Lord Barrows has supposedly been raising an army of mercenaries. You'd think they would be able to handle 300 troops, but what do I know? Funny they should use the word felon. Blackguards, that's an interesting term. Scallywag. You're one all pirate there. Oh, here we go. The favor. We don't do things for free. We want to take credit for these. You don't get a choice. Siles knows nobles very, very well. Yeah, there's not really a good group in this. This is why you have to start your own damn army in this game, is because all the other people in power are kind of corrupt. Kind of have to go along with it. Okay, so I'm going to save after this because I'm not doing the battle right now. Entered. Your deputy commander. I won't let so much as a mosquito touch you. Well, that's reassuring, Boz. I could use you in real life. Those little bitches always target me. Hold on, there's 3 enemy units. I just know there's a chunk of storyline after this. I mean, I have to go to Raft Fleet. Well, actually, I get a Raft Fleet. Alright, it's okay. I said I'm gonna end after this, so it's fine. Oh my god. Gah. No, I'm turd. Wait, where's the little crystal in here? Actually... Is it in his room? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, okay. I think there's one on the outside, but I was trying to... Frickin' nobles have all this room, but you don't have a save point? Damn it. You have enough space for a save point. Oh my god, I'm trying to think of like what's the nearest fucking save point. There's probably one that's closer, but my brain's farting out right now. Yarr. I think I feel really dumb if there was one in the house, but I just couldn't. So you can save at the end too, but here, Jesus Christ. Freaking fatty couldn't put one a little closer. Alright. That is enough out of me. Good morning, everyone. Sun's coming up soon. Alright, good morning, y'all. Thanks for dropping by. We'll continue this later. The game actually started now, though. This is actually the real beginning of the game. Anyway, y'all stay safe. We'll catch you later.